Hello and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for the annual double-header meeting. Round 5 today, round 6 tomorrow here at Teesside Autodrome. Qualifying sessions on both days before 3 heats and a final for what I feel, Tom, the most important race weekend of the year here at Teesside, really setting up our championship battles going into the final 2 rounds of September and October.
Yes, indeed. Extremely important here this weekend. Momentum is key, of course. With it being a double-header weekend, we've got essentially two race weekends over 2 days. 3-day weekend here. Of course, it is a bank holiday weekend in England as well. So really, it's for the parents and carers and everything. It's a 4-day weekend. But they've been here since Friday testing. That's yesterday, of course. And yeah, really important to keep that momentum up throughout the day today, and it will stand you in good stead for tomorrow. Of course, it can all go the other way as well.
Well, we've seen that this morning already. We've had 3 qualifying sessions this morning, the final one of which is ongoing at the moment. Bambinos, Cadets and Minimax will qualify on both days, whereas the other classes will have random grids. We've already seen a bit of heartache in our Honda Cadet qualifying session. Championship leader Joshua Sullivan not setting a time in qualifying. He will go off 22nd and second to final place alongside Noah Clark, who didn't set a time because he didn't get out. He bent his axle in the first practice session this morning, the 3-lap warm-up. Neither of those two, both race winners here at Teesside this year, of course, going off the back row. It's going to be very, very interesting in our Honda Cadet class, and a maiden pole position in Honda in that class as well for the 22 of Luka Batuev.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, especially seeing, as we said, momentum. Joshua Sullivan not having the best of starts by any means to this weekend. But, as I've said before, momentum is key. He's going to be on a march towards the front of the field. Can he carry it all the way through to a final, and then potentially even a final on Sunday as well? We just had a quick graphic up about the weather. It looks like there's potential for rain coming in just after lunchtime, around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So, as always here, it's clear blue skies at the moment, but it could all change very, very quickly.
Well, it did yesterday. The yesterday afternoon's practice sessions here, it was very much a case of where it was dry, and then all of a sudden it was wet. I was doing some interviews in the paddock. I was at the top end of the paddock and the sun was out. By the time I got to the bottom, I was doing an interview and the rain was coming down quite heavily. So it is very, very different here sometimes at Teesside, because we are not really in a bowl, but we've got trees and banks all the way around. We can't always see the rain coming in until it arrives upon us. We can see the grey clouds, but that's normally about it. So we'll keep an eye on the weather radar as well as the timing as well. We've got final qualifying session almost complete, as you can see the drivers making their way here through the chicane section. At the moment, Ben Adrian is on pole position by 0.3 of a second. The session has now come to an end. The checkered flag is out and drivers will be crossing the line for the final time. And then we're straight out into Bambino heat number 1. It's been quite an intense morning for our Bambinos, Cadets and Minimax classes, because they've had a practice session, a qualifying session, and they'll be heading straight into their first heat of the day by 9:30. They were on track at 8:30. They've had 3 sessions in the first hour of the day here at Teesside Autodrome. It's going to be looking at the qualifying session for Minimax. Ben Adrian on pole, Alfie McBain will be alongside on the front row. Then it's going to be Holly Swan and Sebastian Benson. Championship leader Amy Peacock, who has a 5-point advantage over Ben Adrian going into this round, will start in 5th place alongside Ashton Carmichael and Jack McGillicuddy, a new name to the championship in the 58 machine.
Yeah, what do we know about Jack?
I know a little bit about Jack. I just need to find the information that was sent in to me, Tom, and I'll be with you in a second.
Okay.
So if you could provide a little bit of filling.
Always good with the fillings, as my stomach will attest. Speaking of which, we will come back on to Jack McGillicuddy as well in a moment, but we do have a little event this evening as well for ourselves.
A spectacle. if you wish.
Yes.
Last year we had a mum's race.
Yes.
This year we're going to have a parents' race because I believe that there's 1 or 2 mums in the race. But,
okay.
Primarily it's the dads this time that are wanting to have a bit of excitement. A little wave from Tom and I in the commentary box, and obviously I have a driver here, so I'm able to. I've entered the dad's race, and I think you borrowed one, so you just entered as well. So we're all going to have a nice little parents' race this evening.
That's it, yeah. Well, exactly. So we're going to have a bit of fun tonight ourselves. We're going to get out on track and enjoy some racing ourselves, which will be the first time for you and I in a couple of months now.
Yes.
Well, it'll be over a month since Le Mans, won't it? So. It's been a while. It feels like forever already.
I believe I retired after Le Mans.
You did, but already you've rescinded that, haven't you? And done a let's call it a David Hay.
Yes.
In and out. He is retired. He isn't retired. But no, I felt pretty much the same, and I've been tempted back for this one. I wish I was tempted to lose about 15 kilos before this one, but such is life.
Well, just a quick one on Jack McGillicuddy, a young driver joining us, 13 years old from Widnes, for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome. Has done a little bit of racing in Micro Max, and then he's jumped up into Mini Max, and will join us here for the first time at Teesside Autodrome ahead of his jump up into Junior Rotax next season. So look forward to welcoming him to Teesside Autodrome, and he will go off P number 7 in our Minimax class. Qualifying complete then here at Teesside Autodrome. It's time to head towards the first race of the day. As you can see, some of our Bambinos down there getting ready. It's time for Coma Bambino, heat number 1. So Bambino, heat number 1, then will be rolling round into position in a few moments' time. We've got double figure numbers once again for Coma C50 Bambino and its championship challengers, Sebastian Crawford and Sebastian McCarthy sharing the front row. Although Sebastian McCarthy only took part in half of the qualifying session this morning, his rear bumper departing from his kart, so he had to pull over and was pushed back into pit lane. Row number 2 sees Ethan Pearson and Freddie Blackshaw. Great qualifying for Pearson. He goes off the inside of row number 2. Then it's Oliver Bullock and Hayden Bailey, another new name to the championship in P6. Summer Upton, with her best qualifying so far to date, goes off P7, with Sullivan Crawford alongside in P8. Calais Tennant and Abel Hutton round out your top 10 in front of Verity Crawford and Ollie Upton, your 12 Coma C50 Bambino runners.
And there we have a view of the lovely start line here at Teesside. You can see a lot of activity in the background, a lot of pro karts there being worked on at the back of the shop. Is that
good to see a number of Apollo karts joining us this weekend. That is Jess Alexander looking fleet of foot as well.
Yes, I was just going to say, looking like could go tap dancing.
Well, I saw her put. I know it's still hurting, but I saw her put in a mild jog earlier.
Crikey!
And for anyone that doesn't know what we're referring to, at the British 24-hour here at Teesside Autodrome, right in front of the commentary box, just as you come out of the chicanes and into hairpin 1, Jess was involved in a
coming together.
Yes, well, I was going to say nasty incident because it wasn't nice to watch from the commentary box.
No,
I can assure you, it was a heavy impact. She went off to hospital. We thought it was probably far worse than what it actually turned out to be, which is great to see her back. And seems to be on the road to recovery and should hopefully be out at Ella Park in BPEC next weekend.
Wow.
Which 4 weeks after the incident was, given that she had a 6-week recovery period, is quite astounding, really. And we'll see her back out in BPEC next weekend at Ella.
We're looking at 3 weeks, aren't we, since the incident, and already fully up and about, running around, and like I said, looks ready to perform a tap dance for us.
Turned a wheel here on Thursday as well.
You're joking.
Yeah, doing a little bit of practice when I arrived on Thursday afternoon.
Wow, what a recovery that is.
So
great to see.
Oh yes, of course. Coma's making their way round. Good as well to see Ethan Pearson with his customary thumbs up down the back straight. He does like that. We've seen him do it in a race earlier in the season as well, much to our amusement, and that was one of our highlights of the week. They went down the back straight and just two of our drivers just gave each other a massive thumbs up. So field rolling in, just trying to make out whether Sebastian McCarthy, who his kart was rolled off the track at the end of the qualifying session. It's been a fairly quick turnaround here at Teesside Autodrome, and it does look like Sebastian McCarthy in the 56, one of our championship challengers, the championship leader going into this round, who had a points advantage of 32, is not going to take any part in heat number 1 here, because he's not out on the grid at the moment. Whether he can roll out off the back as they go round the first corner and join this race, I don't know. I'm looking out the window to see whether I can see their kart in the paddock, because I know roughly whereabouts they are parked up. And I get the feeling that the championship leader is going to miss out on this first race of the day in Como Bambino.
We've definitely got a missing grid slot for P2. So, yes, we shall keep an eye on whether Sebastian McCarthy is going to take part in this race in any shape or form. But as David said, it doesn't look like that's the case at the moment. Almost ready to go here for heat number 1 of the day. We will just be a moment. This start line marshal is in place. The green flag is up. It is down, and we're away and racing here for the doubleheader weekend here in the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series. Shocker of a start from Freddie Blackshaw, who's dropped right through the pack down to 6th place from 4th on the grid. But he's up to speed now and started to make inroads on the few in front.
So good start at the front from Crawford. 77 Pearson going with him. Just had a report as well that Sebastian McCarthy's got a bent chassis. That's why he's not out, and they're looking at reframing that and getting him back out for heat number 2.
Wow, that'll be a quick job as well if that's
got about an hour and 15.
Yeah, to turn that round into heat number 2. So we look at Crawford and Pearson heading around South Bank for the first time and into hairpin 3. Pearson taking a wider line, carrying a lot more speed. Has to check up behind.
Oh, spinning
Crawford.
the background. That's Oliver Bullock round in the 18. Because the field is so close together on lap 1, he's going to have to wait for a gap.
But he's back and racing again now, already heading through hairpin 4 and back up to speed as the leaders are already into the D chicane.
Sebastian Crawford then leads us over the line at the first time of asking from a very, very racy Ethan Pearson on lap number 1. Freddie Blackshaw, having dropped down into 6th, is back up into 3rd. Front of Sullivan, Crawford and Summer Upton rounding out the top 5.
Pearson had a big look up the inside there and then jinked back in line behind Crawford as they headed into hairpin 1. And you can see Crawford taking that harsh right-hand jink as they come out of hairpin 2 and head down the back straight one more time to block the run that Ethan Pearson will get and force him around the outside. It's always the way here with the Bambinos. You have to carry so much more speed because they're able to take that tight entry into South Bank corner that you've got to carry so much more speed to get around the outside, and you end up just going all the way around the outside of South Bank and then hairpin 3 as well.
This is going to be a different dynamic at the front for Sebastian Crawford. He spent most of the year racing Sebastian McCarthy and Freddie Blackshaw. This is the first time we've really seen Ethan Pearson, with the exception of sticking with the leaders for the first few laps and then falling away, challenging right at the front. We've got a technical defect for the 68 of Hayden Bailey. His first race with us here at Teesside will come to a premature end. He'll need to come into the pit lane. And this is the first time at the front, though, we've seen Ethan Pearson going with Sebastian Crawford. And for Crawford, it's going to be a different driver for him to contend with, a different style of attack maybe from Pearson. So Crawford's going to have to be very, very careful at the front.
Just had a look at Hayden Bailey. His car has just come through across the start-finish line, and I couldn't see any issue with it. But the defect flag has been put out.
Oh, keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on it, Tom.
Yeah, keep an eye on it out the commentary box window while we watch the the battle at the front here. Fastest lap of the race for Ethan Pearson.
Pulling away as well at a fair rate of knots. Freddie Blackshaw with a 106 on the previous lap has dropped 6 seconds off those in front. He's set a best time so far of a 103 and is currently falling back into the clutches of Summer Upton in 4th place. Got a few drivers missing from this one, of course. Sebastian McCarthy not out there. We've got Ollie Upton, who's not out on track either. So we are having a bit of a mixed bag in this opening Comet C50 Bambino race of the day. Hopefully we'll be able to get the timing stacker down the left corner of the screen for you shortly. Just working on that at the moment, but the two leaders still cross the line with a few kart lengths between them. Crawford leading from Pearson, and Pearson really does close up through the National Loop corner on the back of Sebastian Crawford. They will catch some lap traffic, I think, before the end of this race. That'll be another new dynamic for them.
Yeah, they're heading back down the straight one more time. We are going to cross the line this time, and there will be 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe. This time around, it is still Crawford from Pearson, but as David has alluded to already, this is the first time that Pearson has really been at the front, and he is hounding Crawford every single corner. I think he's there to punish any mistake that Crawford makes, and he gets a good drive out of hairpin 4. This time tried to pull alongside, couldn't quite get there. He's going to need to sit in the draft of Crawford in that slipstream, and he's being pulled along at the moment. And he's going to need to be there to capitalise on any mistake that Crawford could potentially make. We'll check in on the live chat comments when we can.
Blackshaw back up to pace though now. Tom, a 101 this time, 5 seconds quicker than the 106 that he had. So he might have had a little bit of a half spin earlier on, but that puts him now in a fairly comfortable 3rd place. He was falling back into the clutches of Summer Upton after that spin. And if he had some problems, he did that 106 a few laps ago, but personal best on the previous with a 101.
Good showing from Summer Upton as well. Big shout out to Summer Upton in a comfortable 4th place as well at the moment. 4 seconds clear of Sullivan Crawford.
Yeah, lap time seemed to be good. We'll be expecting Oliver Bullock to start making inroads back through the field after that spin earlier on. He's a little bit quicker than Sullivan Crawford in front of him, 2.7 seconds quicker, in fact, on the previous lap. But not a lot quicker than Summer Upton, and I don't think he's going to have sufficient time to catch with 2 to go. Leaders already making their way round hairpin number 1, lap traffic in front that they will probably encounter towards the end of this lap or onto their final lap, which is going to be very, very interesting, because normally if it's the one at the front that struggles.
Looks like Crawford is starting to gap Pearson a little bit now. Maybe that slipstream effect is slightly wearing off as the gap increases, and as I say, that Pearson closes right back up again through the hairpins. It looks like he's got large amounts of grip that potentially he hasn't had throughout the course of this season so far. It's
something that doesn't always make for a great battle when one, certainly in Coma, when one driver's got the corner speed and the other one's got the straight speed, because it brings them together and opens them up, but doesn't keep them close enough to overtake. Onto the final lap we go here then, with Sebastian Crawford leading from Ethan Pearson, which will be Pearson's best finish so far here at Teesside this season, should he maintain that 2nd place. Out onto the back straight then for the final time for Sebastian Crawford.
So head round South Bank for the final time. It is Crawford heading into hairpin 3 now. Coming up will be hairpin 4. There's a little bit of lap traffic in front. Is he going to negotiate this cleanly and calmly? must know he's on the. It's Hayden Bailey that he's going to negotiate his way round just as he comes to take the checker flag for Sebastian Crawford. Ethan Pearson in a well-earned second place. It's going to be Freddie Blackshaw crossing the line in a distant third, which is unusual for Freddie Blackshaw. But it will be Blackshaw in third with Summer Upton fourth. Potentially. Here comes Blackshaw now. Blackshaw takes the checker flag in third. I'm just keeping an eye out as they come round the final corner. Summer Upton is under huge amounts of pressure from Oliver Bullock, but it looks like she'll just about get the job done. Does she? Yes, by around about half a kart length in front of Oliver Bullock. So Summer Upton with the fourth place and Oliver Bullock in fifth. Then we have Abel Hutton taking two places on the final lap, taking Sullivan Crawford and Callie Tennant to finish sixth, with Sullivan Crawford seventh and Callie Tennant eighth. Then we're going to have Hayden Bailey, and then it will be Verity Crawford in 10th place overall.
Great final lap there for Hutton. He crossed the line side by side with Sullivan Crawford, and Callie Tennant not too far back either. I think there was around about half a second splitting the three of them. It was a great end there to Coma C50 Bambino.
It does throw me off this, 3 Crawfords and 2 Sebastians.
It's tough, isn't it?
It's the hardest round to comment on, or the hardest grid to comment on in terms of getting everybody's names absolutely bang on. We do love it. We do love it here. So that brings to an end Bambino C50 heat number 1 as we look at Abel Hutton, who's now stopped around halfway around South Bank. That's going to be a long recovery job if it can't get started. Yeah, it looks like this could take a couple of minutes to recover this one then due to the location. I mean, he genuinely couldn't be further away from the pit.
Appearance 1 for the Quad of Salvation and Doom.
Yeah, the Quad of, yes, I like that. I have my marker of doom for the 24-hour, don't I? But we've got the
which is there for
any retirements,
yeah, and also counting full course yellows.
Yes, but the Quad of Salvation, I like that, is on the way, and we'll be recovering young Abel Hutton back to the pits.
Do you know what else is on the way, Tom? Heat number 1 for Honda Cadet. Seamless.
It's like we do this for a living.
We don't know, do we?
Well, part.
Although we still put the same level of pride into it, don't we?
We do, but we are the definition of part-timers. So here we go. We're going to have your first grid of the weekend for Honda Cadet. Of course, we've got a Micromax, or a couple of Micromax as well this weekend. So we've got Drew Davidson in the first of the Micromax, who will go off pole position. Pole position in Honda Cadet goes to Luca Bachev for the very first time here. Then it is going to be Edward Rye in second place in the Honda Cadet, third overall. Bear with me while we try and shake it all out. Samuel Yeadon goes off P4 with Red Lind in fifth, Thomas Potter in sixth. Then we have Morgan Cooney, William Howard, Joey Swan, Jake Walker, Layla Berryman and Thomas Harper. Row 7 is headed by Ashton Horspool. Then we have Matty Prinku-Wright, Mason Dinsdale, Ollie Carter, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Aaron Berridge. And then there were some others in there as well, which included Joshua Sullivan in 22nd and who did you say was in 23rd as well, David?
Let me just see if I can
pull up qualifying.
Pull up that qualifying result and we'll get you the final end of the grid here then.
Sorry folks, right, so we've got 19th who's Grayson Crawford. He's in the other Micromax. we are going to scroll through now, actually, and there you go. William Collinson in P20 with Tristan Gilfillan 21st, the front of row 11. Then it's Joshua Sullivan who had that engine issue in 22nd place, our championship leader. And then it's Noah Clark who didn't take part in qualifying.
Won't be taking part in this one either, Tom. He's on the bank watching this opening heat from behind us in the commentary box. So that car not fixed in time to get him out.
You said bent axle?
Yeah, bent rear axle in 3-lap practice. Didn't give him sufficient time to get out for qualifying. Doesn't look like that's been fixed in time for this opening Honda Cadet heat of the day. Dipping into the live chat, we've had Michael Burke on, as always, joining us from the other side of the world. 6:25 at the time of his message from Australia. Freya Yeadon as well saying good morning. And Elena Bachuev saying good morning. Well, it is a good morning as well for the Bachuev family, as Luca is on Honda Cadet pole position.
Yes, indeed, in that 22 machine. A lovely helmet as well for Luca Bachuev. Like that design.
It's nice, isn't it? When it's in front of us, you can see it loads more than when he's going round it, because it's got a bright colour on as well. It just looks quite white and green. But from here, you can see it. And I'm sure he's had a few bits added to that recently as well.
So it's a nice looking lid for sure.
Drivers rolling into position, and they always say, Tom, a new helmet or a new suit is worth a few tenths.
Definitely.
Well, Joshua Sullivan's going to need all of them tenths because he's got a new suit.
Okay.
But he's going to be displaying it from 22nd place and off the back of the grid. So.
Well, he's going to need all of those tenths. Absolutely, yeah. It's 2 tenths from 22nd. So let's see what he can do. He's, of course, a championship leader, so we do expect him to march through the field.
Yeah, had to have an engine change on that, though, so he is onto the spare, and we all know what type of psychological effect that can have sometimes, because everyone's got their favourite little engine.
Yes, but this one doesn't go bang, so...
No, there is that. There is that. This one does.
It may not be the favourite,
well, who knows?
But it's the favourite now.
Yes, it does now, because this one goes brum. Green flag in the hand of our start line marshal. Everybody gridded up here then in this cadet opening heat of the day. Green is down. We're away and racing. Good start for Luca Bachuev. Off the outside, Edward Rice coming through the middle as well. Drew Davidson bogs down because Micro Maxers don't normally go off a standing start. They normally have a rolling. So we are away at the first time of asking. Bachuev leads then from Edward Rye as they head down into hairpin 1 for the first time.
Edward Rye got a flyer from P3 on the grid and really did try to crowbar his way through on Luca Bachuev, and Bachuev was having absolutely none of it.
No.
And leads here for, I believe, the first time ever.
He does. I watched Luca Bachuev yesterday, Tom. Not Luca Bachuev, Edward Rye in practice. And he was unbelievable in practice yesterday. He was probably one of the quickest drivers, if not the quickest driver on track. He comes into today with a lot of confidence.
Good. And we have Drew Davidson now in that Micromax, hounding these front two, gapping slightly Redland in P4 overall. Of course, that will be for the final step of the podium in Honda. We do expect that Micromax here to turn on the power, essentially, as they head down the back straight, and indeed does, and pulls alongside and through on Edward Rye.
Yeah, Rye so that's one done that for. Battle, though, does he? That's the good thing to note as well there from Rye, is that you can see Davidson going through, and we'll now see Davidson as an opportunity to draw up onto the back of Luca Bachuev as well, if he can stick with him in terms of the slipstream.
Yeah, and Bachuev already looking behind, realising who it is, and it's a completely different class to Luca Bachuev in that Micromax. Drew Davidson, is in that Micromax. So Luca Bachuev, and we've got a contact warning for the 33, which is Ollie Carter in 14th, picking up a contact warning. Joshua Sullivan already crossed the line in 16th place. So made up a good few places already. It looks like we've only got 21 on the grid as well, according to our timing.
Missing another driver. I think Sullivan's already passed Matti Prinku-Wright and Ollie Carter as well. And now he's got a little bit of free track in front of him. Thomas Potter up down the inside of Redland into hairpin number 4. He's up into 4th place. Drew Davidson has found a way past Luka Batuev, and Davidson will lead us now over the line as the outright race leader. Batuev still leading in Honda, and he's got a decent gap back to Edward Rye. Thomas Potter, Redland, Samuel Yeadon going with them as well in front of William Howard. Then it's going to be Jake Walker, Morgan Cooney and Joey Swan. Layla Berryman is just outside the top 10 in 11th. Ashton Horse, Paul Thomas Harper, Joshua Sullivan, Ollie Carter. Then it's Matty Prinky Wright, Aaron Berridge, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, Grayson Crawford, William Collinson, and the debuting Tristan Gilfillan. Thomas Harper there with a little nibble down the inside of Ashton Horsepool in the 153. Horsepool with the door closed, and Harper has to back out and then goes very, very wide out onto the rumble strip.
That was wide. Very wide. He almost ended up going the wrong way down the back straight. It was that wide.
Batuev still leading Honda. He's had a quick look over his shoulder, sees he's got a gap back to Edward Rye.
It's around about half a second, that gap now. And he is actually going with Drew Davidson as well. So using that slipstream from the Micromax to full effect, and he needs to get down behind the steering wheel, down the back straight, to be able to have Davidson pull him along with the extra power that's in that There goes Sullivan now taking another place. That is it Horsepool? Yes.
Horsepool and Harper as well, yes. By the look of things. Sullivan tries to nibble down the inside of Harper. Then Sullivan's going to run Harper tight to the inside. There's a switch back coming if Sullivan can get alongside, and he can. Can he get in place before they come through the dog leg? He does, and it's another one knocked off, and he's up now into P12. Field has spread out quite a lot though, Tom, which is why the ascension hasn't been quite what we were expecting here, really, because the field spread. The top 6 have pulled a decent gap as Thomas Potter takes a wider line. I think he's hoping for a cutback here on Edward Rye. Rye going a little bit defensive in the 66. Potter's going to have to try and sweep round the outside. And Redland and Samuel Yeadon. Great little battle going on here for second place. Luka Batuev, if he had wing mirrors, would be loving the sight of this scrap going on behind, because he's going with Drew Davidson at the front, and we could have our 6th different race winner this season in Honda Cadet in Luka Batuev. He's got 3 minutes to hold on here, plus that one lap at the end.
It's definitely helping Batuev because Rye is going defensive. He's settled for second place here, it seems like, or he's trying to settle for second place. I think he's given up on Batuev in front, and he's now just trying to hold off Potter, Lind and Yeadon.
You see him coming to the inside as well, Edward Rye. As soon as he's out as hairpin 2, he's parking that car. Potter
Bambino style.
Yeah, Potter opens the door there with a little bit of a bump and run round the south bank towards hairpin 3 though. Rye wise to it and holds on.
Yeah, just I think he was just letting him know he was there more than anything. Just a little tap on the rear bumper.
Oh, everyone likes a gentle reminder.
If you're going to be defensive, then I will let you know that I'm still here. So we're looking at the battle for third place on the road. Of course, this is second in Honda Cadet with Drew Davidson in the Micromax up front, but it's not gapping Luka Batuev to anything like the extent that we would expect.
No, Batuev on the previous lap was within half a tenth of Davidson going with.
He's very much going with. In fact, I thought he had a little look into hairpin number 4. I just saw that out the commentary box window. There's another place now for Joshua Sullivan.
Down the inside of Joey Swan, and then down the inside of Morgan Cooney, 2 in 2.
Yeah, nice and clean, making his way through, and he's now cracked the top 10 and up to 9th place with the fastest lap of the race as well to go with it. So that's a tenth and a half quicker than Drew Davidson at the front of this race. So Sullivan flying.
Don't normally see Hondas quicker than micros, particularly when you've got a driver of Drew Davidson's calibre, Tom, and where he's been competing this season.
And particularly when that Honda's just done 2 overtakes and 2 corners, and there he goes with another one.
Almost everyone that Sullivan has passed, he's done a little helmet tap to just go, look, just come with me. please I want to get towards the front. There's a bigger picture here this weekend. You could have seen the disappointment on him because the steering wheel took the brunt of it in qualifying. I'm surprised the steering wheel's still straight given how frustrated he was. It took a bit of a beating on the way back into the pit lane, but now right onto the back of William Howard. Another fastest lap by Sullivan as well. He's heading towards the 47, right on the back of William Howard, wasting no time.
Straight through on William Howard, and it looks like with the clock ticking down to 17 seconds to go, plus 1 lap, they will get the final lap board this time, and it looks like that's about the extent of the progress that he'll be able to make. But from 21st to 7th place will give him 7th place for heat number 2.
Decent chance in heat 2, won't it? Because Thomas Potter's found a way past Edward Rye. Onto the final lap we go. Davidson then leading from Luca Bachuev, Thomas Potter, Edward Rye, Redlin and Samuel Yeadon. That's your top 6, all nose to tail in the second fate part of that. Bachuev going with Drew Davidson at the front. Is there anything that Rye or Redlin can do about Thomas Potter? They've got a few kart lengths to try and close up in the battle behind this one for the lead. The lead one looks to be comfortable because we've got 2 different karts, 2 different point scoring classes. Bachuev leads, then it's Thomas Potter on the outside. Where's Edward Rye? There he is on the inside trying to take a tighter line. Yeadon getting racy onto the back of Redlin round the South Bank corner for the final time, heading towards hairpin number 4. Drew Davidson's going to come out in the Micromax to win this one outright. Luca Bachuev comes round as well. He'll win for the first time in Honda, the 6th different winner this season from Thomas Potter, Edward Rye, Redlin, Samuel Yeadon, Joshua Sullivan, William Howard. And then it's going to be Jake Walker and Morgan Cooney rounding out your top 10. Joey Swan, Thomas Harper and Layla Berryman, Aaron Berridge and Matty Brinku Wright. The top 15 split by 12.5 seconds.
Fantastic action, as always, here in your Honda Cadets with a great recovery drive there from Joshua Sullivan. 21st up to 7th place, with Potter finishing 3rd on the road but 2nd in class as well. And so Potter not winning this race, that's not going to hurt Sullivan too much, with only 5 places between them. Obviously, of course, it was damage limitation, and he's done a very good job of that. And we will continue to see the progress that Sullivan can make throughout today, and whether he can get himself back up to the front. So there is your race results, with Drew Davidson, of course, taking Micromax victory. The other Micromax out there is Grayson Crawford, who finished 19th.
Drivers coming over the weighbridge here this morning, and they're just getting the tyres scanned for the barcode scanner to make sure that they're running what tyres they've put onto the system this morning. And they're going to get just all the tyres scanned on side by side, just making sure that they are getting scanned. Now, one thing to note, Tom, just as they come over the weighbridge that I want to acknowledge is here at Teesside, throughout last season, we had a clerk of the course in Ken Potter, and his wife Sue used to do the weighbridge for us when she'd come and help us all out here at Teesside Autodrome. Sadly, in the last couple of weeks since the British 24 Hours, Sue passed away unexpectedly. This morning at the driver briefing, there was a huge round of applause for Sue, and we pass on our condolences to Ken Potter and the Potter family on the passing of Sue. And we met her a few times here at Teesside. She was a lovely lady. Ken as well, who came shortly after the Kart Masters weekend when we were here at the British 24 Hour. And on behalf of Alpha Live and everybody here at Teesside, we pass on our condolences.
Yes, indeed. Wholeheartedly seconded here from myself in the commentary box. So with that comes an end to heat number 1 of Honda Cadet, and next will be our first heat of the weekend for Minimax. And already making their way round on their rolling up lap are our Minimax field. Pole position went to Ben Adrian, with Alfie McBain in 2nd, Holly Swan in 3rd, and Sebastian Benson in 4th. Championship leader Amy Peacock starts down in 5th place, which is unusual for her, but with only 7 karts on the grid, with Ashton Carmichael in 6th and Jack McGillicuddy in 7th. There's not huge amounts of work to do for Amy Peacock to get back up to the front of this one.
Just got to get round that first corner. She is on the inside, which does always help, because being on the outside sometimes you can be collateral in another issue. But Ben Adrian will lead them over the line. Green drops and Adrian leads Alfie McBain, and McBain tugs straight in behind Ben Adrian as the run down towards the national loop for the first time. Peacock is boxed in the background, and she will come out in 5th place. So it's going to be Ben Adrian, then it's going to be McBain, Sebastian Benson and Holly Swan in front of Amy Peacock, Ashton Carmichael and Jack McGillicuddy. Carmichael back at Teesside for the first time in this kart. We've seen him here before in a Honda Cadet. He spent a little bit of time in an Intermax, but then's gone up onto the larger chassis, which seems to be much more to his liking. At the front, though, Ben Adrian, who, whilst not the points leader in the championship, has been fairly dominant so far this season here in the Mini-Max class. The reason that he isn't the points leader going into this round is that he's had an unfortunate disqualification at one of the rounds earlier on in the season. I think the chain guard came off, so it was very, very unfortunate for Ben Adrian. But because that is a disqualification, disqualifications count towards your points. You cannot drop that round, and therefore everything is all in. So Amy Peacock does lead in points, but at the moment is struggling to find a way past Sebastian Benson and Holly Swan, and that's why she's going to take a different line into hairpin number 3 to try and open up an opportunity, and there is that opportunity being opened by Amy Peacock. She's going to maybe not have track position though.
Oh, Holly Swan.
Oh, Holly Swan.
Great move.
Sharpen them elbows.
Yeah, she sharpened that rear bumper and said, I'm coming across in front of you. You've got 2 choices. Lose your front bumper, Amy, or let me back in. And Amy Peacock choosing discretion over valour and letting Holly Swan back in there. A great move from Swan as she has a look down the inside there of Benson as they head round South Bank, and another little look on the inside at hairpin 3 as well. Is she going to go for it here? I thought she would. Almost. It's a little half moves from Holly Swan. Eventually she's going to have to commit to one and send it down the inside.
Yeah, the strange thing here, and we know this, Tom, is that half moves aren't quick. That's the thing. You put nose in and it does slow you down more than just actually going all out.
It's like being on a defensive line, isn't it?
The problem that Peacock's got here, being on the back of a 3, particularly heading towards hairpin 1, is that she's going to, in her mind, she wants to come through the chicanes and go down the inside of Holly Swan. What she doesn't know is if Holly Swan's going to go down the inside of Sebastian Benson there, and then she's going to pull out and then just hit the kart in front anyway. So she's got to be very, very careful. The problem for Benson is here, he's going to get hung out to dry on a sunny morning at Teesside.
He did momentarily, and now Amy Peacock with the switchback. Is she going to carry the speed around the outside? And does, and a great move from Amy Peacock. Benson not happy with that, thought it was a little bit too aggressive, that he got squeezed to the inside.
There wasn't any contact, but I think that was because Benson had to
lift.
Yeah, I think, and Peacock not taking any prisoners there.
No, and I did like that move from Swan as well. Around South Bank. It's what I'm going to start calling the can opener.
The strange thing there, Tom, when we watched it last year, is that if Amy Peacock had have been that robust, the championship battle in Honda Cadet might have been a very different story.
Absolutely, yeah. We've said that many times. We thought she could have made a few moves here and there.
Yeah, we can't doubt.
Elected not to.
We can't doubt the fact that she is a superb driver. Has been dipping her toes into junior
incredible
road
speed as well.
Yeah. And dipped her toe into junior road tax as well throughout this season, particularly at her home circuit at Fullbeck, where she's gone very, very well and run right towards the front. I expect her to be very, very competitive in junior road tax next season. But
and it sounds crazy to think that we're already talking about next season, but it's not that far away.
Well, no, I mean, the first race of the day commenced the second half of the season, and the next round, the first race will commence the final quarter of the season, because we're doing a quarter of the season in one weekend. Don't forget to join us tomorrow, of course, on Alpha Live for round number 6 here of the NRG Cycles Teesside Owner Sprint Series.
Same time, same place, different link.
Yeah, same friendly commentators.
Exactly, yes. And Ben Adrian, we're now looking at, or we just caught a glimpse of there coming through the chicane, and he is now clear at the front of this race by 2.7 seconds. Another second and a half back then from Alfie McBain to Holly Swan. And that gap's coming down slightly as well. She was a couple of tenths quicker, was Holly Swan, bringing Amy Peacock with as well. So potential second place here for Holly Swan if she can get into the slipstream of Alfie McBain. I think she will be able to close up even quicker.
We've seen
Amy
this
Peacock
before.
with the fastest lap of the race. They're taking it away
half
from
a second, though.
Ben Adrian.
Yeah, they were half a second quicker than Alfie McBain in front of them. And we've seen this many times from Alfie McBain. He does like to go early. He likes to sort of open up that gap. You know, be it sort of, we often say it's probably down to tyre pressure, goes a few PSI higher, can get that gap, and then likes to hope that the field behind have battled and that he's opened up enough of a gap to hold off. We saw it earlier in the year where he was the only driver who went out on wet tyres and was managing to hold off the rest of the field until right towards the end, and it looks like it could be something similar. Keep an eye out on the timing. We'll see whether the gap closes up this time. It is another 10th, but not closing in quite as much, mainly because I think Peacock had a bit of a half move on Holly Swan.
Well, this is what I was just about to say. I'm going to flip the conversation that we had earlier where we thought Peacock could have made a few moves and didn't in Honda Cadet. Now I think she actually needs to sit behind Holly Swan at this moment, and they need to work together. She needs to push Holly Swan along, and the two of them need to work together, not hold each other up by making overtakes and close in on the back of Alfie McBain. She could actually be playing it very smart here. And of course, as always, I'm immediately wrong as she sends it down the inside into hairpin 3 and overtakes Holly Swan and takes third place on the road.
Disclaimer, folks, commentators are never right.
Yes.
The drivers can almost hear us.
It's so you can all be right in the YouTube comments with your 2020 hindsight.
Oh, of course. We get it all the time, don't we? Oh, they'd really be better sitting behind and working together. And they make their way through the chicanes. Let's see now whether, with this little do-si-do between Peacock and Holly Swan, as to whether Swan can go with Peacock and they can work together still, but just in a different order. Even with that overtake on the previous lap, they didn't lose a huge amount of time to Alfie McBain. Swan did, because she went back a place, but Amy Peacock, even with that overtake, was just over a tenth quicker than Alfie McBain, but the time is starting to run down. Their only saving grace may well be that Ben Adrian is so far down the road that he may get them an extra lap here, because the gap is 4 seconds, and I think he may well cross the line with a few seconds to go, and he might get them another lap to close in on Alfie McBain. I still think McBain's done enough, though.
Peacock very wide on entry into hairpin 1, but she carried huge amounts of speed into hairpin 2. And Holly Swan, with that wide entry for Peacock, it kind of threw Swan off a bit, and she ended up taking the tight line then. And it looks like the pair of them may have just kind of held each other up a little bit with that. We'll see as they come over the line now. The gap indeed did not come down at all during that lap. They were almost identical in terms of lap time. There were 5 thousandths of a second between McBain and Peacock. Holly Swan a couple of tenths back off that as well. So Swan seemingly not able to quite go with Peacock now that Peacock has got through. And it looks like she's not going to be able to close in on the back of Alfie McBain either. As we have Ben Adrian now heading out of hairpin 4 for the final time and taking victory here in heat number 1. In your Minimax clap. Second place goes to Alfie McBain. Amy Peacock with a hard-fought third place, and Holly Swan in a well-deserved fourth, with Sebastian Benson in fifth, Ashton Carmichael in sixth, and it's going to be Jack McGillicuddy in seventh, debuting here this weekend, of course. So learning the track as he goes. And there goes Jack McGillicuddy. And that completes Minimax heat number 1. coming up next should be Junior Rotax. That is your, yes, your final results for your Minimax field. And then coming up next will be Junior Rotax Heat number 1. And we will bring you a grid very shortly.
We will. Random classes now, Tom, in terms of starting positions for Junior Rotax, Senior Rocat and Senior Pro Kart. So it's a random grid format. Everybody gets a front and middle and a rear start. Everyone will have the same average starting positions. Maya Simpson then will go off the front row with Luke Walton alongside Oscar Warren, championship leader Jared Fox-Whiteley on row 2. Addison Smith, who's second in the championship, going off the inside of row number 3 with Sam Robson for company. Then it's Max Wilkinson and Melissa Adrian, Joseph Yao and Ben Robinson with Harry McLaughlin in 11th place. Ben Robinson, a name that we're familiar with, jumps up from Minimax, and pole sitter Maya Simpson is rolling to a halt on the inside of the back straight. Just getting some assistance from the marshal. Simpson is out of the kart, and Maya Simpson's pole position start is over before they've got rolling. The kart rolling off. We should get this going because the kart's in a safe place, but they're going to roll into position. They're going to have to wait for the green flag. Green is down. We're away and racing. The inside row doesn't make a superb start. Fox-Whiteley's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside. Looks like that's Oscar War who's got to the front. Couple of drivers, Tom, with some new helmets this weekend. That's not going to be easy for us. Missing Monroe Renard in this one in juniors. Not sure whether he's had a quick jump up into seniors. I'll have a quick look. He was definitely here yesterday. He has. So we're going to have Monroe Renard, who's been a front runner so far this season in junior Rotax, going in seniors later on. He's got a new helmet as well, a white one with a bit of gold on it.
Yes, indeed. We look at Addison Smith put a great move there on Luke Walton through hairpin 3, and I believe Jared Fox-Whiteley's followed him through as well. So over the line, we've got Oscar War from Addison Smith, from Jared Fox-Whiteley, Max Wilkinson, Sam Robson, Luke Walton. Then it's Joseph Yao, Melissa Adrian, Ben Robinson, and Harry McLaughlin, the 10 runners here. Of course, we are missing, as we said, Maya Simpson already, and Monroe Renard as well. But Renard, oh, and there we go. That's Maya Simpson doing her best Fernando Alonso impression.
Oh, well, that's why the chair's there, isn't it? The chair's not there for the marshal. The chair's there for any driver that retires at either hairpin 1 or any part of the back straight.
I can see it being memed already. Meanwhile, over the line to complete lap number 2, fastest lap of the race to Fox-Whiteley in third. It is still Oscar War leading this one from Smith, then Fox-Whiteley. Wilkinson, Yao, Robson, Adrian, Robinson, Walton and McLaughlin. They head through hairpin 2. Fox-Whiteley now with a move on Smith. Down the inside of hairpin 2. Scrubs off all that speed through there. Couldn't carry the momentum, and Smith out drags Fox-Whiteley down the back straight and holds on to second place.
Fox-Whiteley back in his black overalls this weekend rather than his Jack's Motorsport ones, which is exactly the same as the one that Addison Smith is wearing. So they're not making it easy for us to spot. Oscar War's got a new helmet. Jared Fox-Whiteley's got a different race suit on, and Monroe Renard's moved classes.
Oh dear. Well, at least we know it's Oscar War who was leading, but now it's Addison Smith taking second place away and doesn't scrub off the speed like Fox-Whiteley did on the previous lap. Seems to have learned from that, and Fox-Whiteley is now going to move through as well through hairpin number 3, and through hairpin 4 he's going to hold on to it. So that is now Smith and Fox-Whiteley demoted Oscar War down into third place. And Smith with the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, so Smith, with that move through hairpin 2, saw what Fox-Whiteley did on the previous lap, where he'd had to hold a tighter line, essentially. Couldn't get the drive out of hairpin 2 here, as we will see again. Fox-Whiteley doing the same thing. He can't get that drive, and Smith just drives away from him down the back straight. Smith didn't do that with his overtake on Oscar Waugh. Managed to keep that momentum up and get the move completed.
Smith didn't do the practice day yesterday, so he's straight in this morning to the 3-lap warm-up.
He does know his way around here, though, doesn't he?
Yes, it's not his first rodeo.
No, indeed. Addison Smith well versed here at Teesside, as is Jared Fox-Whiteley, of course, former champion. Double champion, I believe.
Yes, cadet in 2021, Minimax in 2022.
Yes.
He won't be the first driver to win 3 championships in 3 years here at Teesside, but would be the first driver, to the best of my knowledge, to do 3 championships in 3 years in 3 different classes, moving up from cadet through mini and now into junior, and now into the lead, down the inside of Addison Smith. And Jared Fox-Whiteley with a calculated move, and he's through and leads Addison Smith with 5:40 to go on the clock.
I've just left the gap there so that you can clip that up, because that was pretty smooth in terms of commentary. There is no way that that's not going as a highlight of the week. There we go. So Fox-Whiteley now moving through into the lead of this one, but bringing Smith along as well. Smith already closing up down the back straight and looking pretty racy as they head into hairpin 3. Smith deciding not to have a look down the inside. I thought he was going to send it down the inside of hairpin 4. Chose to stay all 4 wheels in line behind Fox-Whiteley, and Oscar Waugh is still there as well, should these two start to fight it out and or come together.
Fox-Whiteley slightly offline. As with Addison Smith, it looks like Oscar Waugh's got a little bit more grip at this stage of the race. He was the one who was able to hold it to the inside white line all the way around the national loop, which we know is tough with these karts, because as they start to grip, they then start to bunny hop ever so slightly when they're making their way round the corners. They get too much grip. It's been a difficult start as well, because starting so early on this morning, nobody's really going to be able to have got the level of setup that they've wanted to, because it's been such a short practice session of only 3 laps, just basically to make sure for us here at Teesside that the transponders are working, and for those drivers out there to make sure that everything is okay on the karts.
Yeah, 3 laps is barely enough to get temperature in the tyres here. I mean, it is enough, but not by much. They won't be getting any representative feel for setup. They'll probably only have maybe 3/4 of a lap, maybe a full lap at full temperature, and even the water room in the radiator, the motor won't be up to full temperature yet. So yeah, very difficult to get a read on it. Everybody's sort of feeling around in the dark, but they will get some good feedback from this particular heat, and it looks like Fox-Whiteley at the moment is going to be the happiest with his setup as it stands at the moment. We've still got 3.5 minutes plus a lap, and Addison Smith is still right there. Oscar Waugh able to go with these two, using the slipstream to good effect. And Smith posting the fastest lap of the race as well, using the slipstream from Fox-Whiteley. So Waugh with that double toe in front, able to go with these two. And as I said, if these two start fighting and or come together, Oscar Waugh is going to nip through and steal the glory here.
Train at the front is 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else on track. Joseph Yao was comfortable in 4th place, but now appears to be in caught by Max Wilkinson on the last couple of laps. They're fairly close together. Wilkinson probably needs a little bit more in the next few laps to close in.
Alyssa Adrian's overtaken Ben Robinson on that lap. She's moved up to 6th place, promoting Robinson down to 7th. We've got Sam Robson in 8th, Luke Walton 9th, and then McLaughlin in 10th. Head round South Bank one more time. All fairly, with the exception of the overtakes on Oscar Waugh, demoting him down to 3rd place, it's all been a bit calm, and we've seen this many times from these two at the front. When these two hit the front, they do tend to work together, or indeed just pace themselves, I think is probably the best way to put it. Rather than work together, they just pace themselves. One sits in front of the other, and unless they're going particularly slowly in front, they're quite happy to to leave it until the last lap or two and then duke it out.
Looked like Smith clipped the curb there on the inside of hairpin 2, which you don't really want to do. It is quite toothy on the inside of there, and that's sort of opened up a bit of a gap to Fox Whiteley, but the slipstream effect bringing him straight back into play off the back of the 22 now. They're going to cross the line with 1 minute and 30 to go. Could be quite tight. They're going to get round, I think, for an extra lap. They'll cross with about 6 seconds to go. Fox Whiteley with the fastest lap of 42.122. Matched almost exactly by Addison Smith, 42.123.
1,000th of a second. I mean, you could see when they came over the line, the difference was identical. Yet Fox Whiteley put in the fastest lap of the race. How was that? He beat it by 1,000th of a second.
I don't think I can blink in 1,000th of a second.
I don't think anybody can. And it's difficult to comprehend what 1,000th of a second looks like. It's not very long.
It looks like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they crossed the line, and we can see it out here. We are almost within a fraction of being bang on the start-finish line here in the commentary box, and we can see them coming through nose to tail, and often you can barely even see daylight between them. And certainly with Jared Fox Whiteley's rear bumper has got a bit of an indent in the middle where the number is, and that'll be where it points throughout the season here and at other tracks as well. He's been bump drafted down the straight and the nose pushed it in. That's why there's a bit of a reflection off the 22 on the rear number board. Smith down the inside. Hadn't been setting that one up, which has been quite good because Fox Whiteley then didn't see it coming.
But we were saying earlier on about how we are always wrong as commentators, but seem to have been proven right so far. Smith just biding his time and pacing himself, seeing where he can work out a move on Fox Whiteley. Left it to with 2 laps to go, and here we are. Battle is on. Robust move from Fox Whiteley, chopped back on the inside by Smith, right up over the curb, and gets the move completed. And
Smith there
holds on to the lead.
Yeah, a bit of a look over his shoulder to Smith, but in a way of just asking, "What are you doing?" The 88 Joseph Yao, their 4th place, rolling to a halt on the back straight. Maya Simpson's going to have some company.
Going to need another chair. Smith leads then as they start the final lap. Fox Whiteley right there. They have now gapped Oscar Waugh by 0.8 of a second. So Waugh looks potentially out of this one for the overall win as it stands at the moment. Heading through hairpin 1 for the final time. Hairpin 2 up on them already as they head down the back straight. Fox Whiteley unable to close that gap down the back straight. It looks like this one could fall the way of Smith. The opening spar of 8 races here this weekend for these junior road taxis, out the final corner for the final time, and it is going to go the way of Addison Smith. Fox Whiteley takes 2nd. Oscar Waugh takes a well-deserved and well-earned 3rd place, with Max Wilkinson 4th just from Melissa Adrian, and then Ben Robinson in 6th, Sam Robson in 7th. And then we will await Luke Walton and Harry McLaughlin in 8th and 9th. And Joseph Yao, unfortunately, has retired as well in the same place. And we will await recovery from the Salvation quad.
Oh, Paul Franklin's down there knocking another deck up onto it so they can put 2 on. Double-decker Salvation quad.
I like it. Open top as well. Open top double decker.
Oh yeah, of course. You've got to enjoy the views.
You get a Horrid Histories tour while you go around as well.
Oh yeah. Here we have the Wiggles, where you remember such famous incidents as Seb Algieri's flip.
Seb Algieri's flip and Jess Alexander's ankle.
You had a flip there on the sim as well at the 24.
I did, yeah, on the simulator, thankfully.
It wasn't hooked up to a motion rig either, so it's not like it flips you upside down.
In the making of the simulation. So that brings to an end Junior Road Tax Heat number 1. And we will move on very quickly because the recovery is well underway for the 2 karts. We'll move on very quickly to Senior Road Tax Heat number 1. And great work here from the marshals, recovering Joseph Yao back to the pits as quickly as possible. He's being pushed back in.
Rock, paper, scissors down there between Yao and Simpson to who got pushed and who got the trailer.
Okay. Simpson obviously won that one.
Clearly.
But no, great work from the marshals as always here, recovering Joseph Yao to the pits, and he's actually got back quicker than Simpson as well. So pole position goes to Ashley Savage. This is of course a random grid. Ashley Savage goes off pole position for heat number 1 with Joseph Johnson in second, Martin Fisher third, Andy Hull in fourth, Emma Brown in fifth, Arthur Lowthian in sixth. Then we have Nathan Jensen in 7th. Monroe Renard, as we've said, moving up from Junior Road Tax, goes off P8, and Paul Swan in 9th.
Live chat time now, Tom, before the seniors make their way out. There's Maya Simpson, not sure what the problem was, but hopefully that cart is back out. Back into live chat, we've had Dave Nichols on saying, good morning, Teesside. Sorry, Tom Nichols can't make it this weekend due to holiday. Best of luck to Redlin, Thomas Potter, and all of the cadets today. Nathan Jensen on as well, saying that Christian Oblag for the win. That'll be in senior pro kart in around about 15 minutes time. Hugo McCluskey's been on as well, one of our cadet drivers, has on just to say hello. And we've got other people coming on. Zach Charles, another cadet driver, saying good luck to Ashton Horsepool. We've seen him, so hopefully we'll see Jack Charles later on in the season as well. Angie Fox-Whiteley, Jared Fox-Whiteley's mum, saying go on Joshua, and we've got loads coming in for our cadets as well. Lena Batuev as well, saying well done to Luca on his first win in class here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, seconded. And senior Rotax are just heading out now. No Collinsons this weekend.
Only in cadet. We've got a William Collinson in cadet.
Yes.
Andy
I meant
son, not in
senior Rotax.
Not in seniors. We do have a returning Savage, though.
Yes, we do. I did notice that. And going off pole position as well. With a new helmet.
Yes. Ashley's back. He's currently rolling round at the back at the moment. You can see him. He'll come into shot. That's Paul Swan. And then Ashley Savage is...
somewhere.
There he is, rejoining. New sticker kit as well.
Yeah, new helmet, new sticker. Shouldn't be on pole though.
He may have elected to go off the back. You remember last time we saw him here, he'd had a tough weekend at the D chicane.
Very.
So may well just be wanting to go off the back and just get a few more miles into him before going off his qualifying position later on. So saw him arrive at the track. I was a bit surprised actually to see him arrive at the track, because last time we saw him here at Teesside, he was upside down at the D chicane, having been involved in some heavy contact. Down the inside there goes Nathan Jensen. Good move. Return as well for Emma Brown.
Yes, another one returning this weekend.
First time in a while. And down the inside of her goes Monroe Renard. Different classes though, racing in the Rotax 162, and then we'll have Emma Brown and Andy Hull racing Rotax 177.
Is that a new helmet from Monroe Renard?
It is the new helmet from Monroe Renard. Minimalistic. He's kept the white basis for it, and then gone with a bit of gold with black piping. Nathan Jensen down the inside of Joseph Johnson. Robust move into hairpin 1 and 2. And that puts Jensen up into second place.
Gold with black piping.
Suits you. Look.
And there he goes, another place.
It's quick as well.
That's taken Joseph Johnson, or taking second place from Joseph Johnson. So we look at Paul Swan now overtaking Emma Brown, and following through as well is Arthur Lowthian. So Monroe Renard now with the fastest lap of the race, as well as who was that going very wide? Joseph Johnson taking the almost the paddock line through the national loop there, extremely wide. We've got a marshal on the inside of hairpin 3. I thought maybe there was somebody off, but just caught it on the camera. Maybe we'd lost somebody for a moment there, but nope, we continue. So we look at Monroe Renard now already onto the back of Nathan Jensen, who in turn is hounding Martin Fisher for the front of this race.
I've had a Collinson update.
Oh, okay.
They're at Super 1 this weekend, but William is here being run by Swan Motorsport. So Paul Swan, already running himself, Holly Swan, Joey Swan, is also running William Collinson. So he's putting a shift in. They're not the only one down there as well. There'll be other people helping out as well, because they're in that sort of HRS camp. But also congratulations to Andy Collinson as well. Wrapped up the Super 1 Rotax 177 crown. Down the inside goes Nathan Jensen to take lead. Monroe Renard through as well on Martin Fisher. Fisher from first down into third. Jensen leading from Monroe Renard, then and Martin Fisher, your top three. Yeah, back to Andy Collinson, regular here at Teesside, champion as well in past in our Rotax 162 class, jumped up to Rotax 177, went and competed in Super 1, won the championship with 2 rounds to spare there, so just down in Sherrington this weekend racing, but wrapped it up at Wilton Mill. Congratulations to Andy Collinson from everyone here at Teesside in taking that Super 1 championship in Rotax 177.
Yes, indeed. And yes, so it is Nathan Jensen now at the front of this one, with Monroe Renard still holding that fastest lap of the race. I think there could be another one potentially incoming now, as he has closed right up on the back of Nathan Jensen. And in fact, I've called it right.
Oh,
2 out of 3 ain't bad, is it?
Flip it up.
There we go. There goes Monroe Renard, fastest lap of the race, but not managing to overtake Nathan Jensen as yet. He's got an MS suit on, Monroe Renard. Do we know what chassis he's running?
Well, normally
he's on an MS.
Yeah, he has been running the MS Rotax chassis. But no stickers on it this round. Normally he's had
gone for stealth mode,
white and blue. Yeah, sorry, it's when it is an MS because it's blue. You can see it there through the rear, through the gaps in the rear bumper. And part of the Teesside Karting Academy, of course, Monroe Renard. We've seen his battles this season with Oscar War in the junior Rotax class have been really, really enjoyable, mainly because we know that they're heading back into the pit lane. Round the outside of Ashley Savage they go at hairpin number 1.
That was Joseph Johnson looking very leery again through the national loop. That's the second time we've seen that, where he's the rear is very much trying to overtake the front through that long right handle. We'll try and catch a little glimpse of the front of that shot as he went through South Bank corner. And we've now got Monroe Renard at the front of this one as well.
Yeah, off camera, Monroe Renard moves through then on Nathan Jensen. And the fastest lap of the race as well, 41.815 for Monroe Renard.
Something we haven't mentioned yet this weekend is the tyre situation.
We love a tyre situation.
Well, the tyre situation is, of course, that they've got to last the whole day at the very least, if not the whole of tomorrow as well.
Well, they're allowed pro karts at least, I know they're allowed 5 sets of tyres for the 8 rounds. So some people are going to have to use them for more than one. I think it's the same in Rotax as well. So the chances are that people are starting today on tyres that are going to finish tomorrow.
And that's what I'm trying to say. So, as we look at Lothian, whoa, there we have the 59.
Martin Fisher.
Yeah, Martin Fisher from 3rd place.
You don't often see a spin there. So either he's run out of grip, or what he's done is he's dropped a wheel off the inside of the track and it's pulled him round. Because it's not really where you'd see a spin there, because that's where you're straightening up ready for the chicane.
Certainly a very unusual spin. We don't see a lot of those here at all, but that's promoted Paul Swan and Arthur Lothian now to 3rd and 4th place. Martin Fisher has got going again, and there's Ashley Savage pulled over at the side of the track.
That's on the exit of hairpin number 2.
He's facing the wrong way?
Yeah, well, no, because I think he's come off hairpin 2 and just rolled up the escape road.
Okay.
On the outside there. And, he's climbing out of his cart. Helmet is off, although
okay.
I think he'll be might be asked, unless he's moving well out of the way up onto the barrier, I think he might be asked to slot that back on the top of his head again. He's still on the track, but no, he's going up and over the barrier, I think, on the far side of the track. He is miles out of the way.
Yes. So we're looking at the battle here. This is Paul Swan and Arthur Lothian. This is now 3rd place overall. Monroe Renard, another fastest lap of the race, pulls away from Nathan Jensen now to the tune of the best part of 1.4 seconds. So Paul Swan, a potential podium here, likewise for Arthur Lowthian. If Lowthian can make a move here on that Alonso chassis as well. Full Alonso sticker kit as well. Retro, like it.
Oh, I do. Retro nose as well. Down the inside of Paul
Retro
Swan,
overtake.
Swan's going to come back side by side. Swan's going to be on the outside. Long way round the outside. Swan's not giving it up. Oh, Paul Swan.
Fancies that podium, doesn't he?
Certainly does. I was about to say rolling back the years, but that's going to do him an injustice.
He will be seeing you after this race, won't
mainly,
he?
Yeah, so he's doing him injustice, mainly because I don't know how old he is compared to me. I could be older. Someone could let me know if Paul Swan is older than 38 and about 300 days.
So we've got Monroe Renard still leading this one comfortably now, 1.6 seconds. So just going back to tyre chat, what I was going to say is you've got to make those tyres last. Monroe Renard seemed to be driving it very, very hard to make it to the front of this race.
And now he's got a gap of 1.9.
Yeah, he's best part of 2 seconds away in front now. Can afford to ease off, particularly on tyre wear. Not necessarily in throttle application and braking, but certainly in steering aggressiveness. So needs to just manage it now and make sure that he can get those tyres to the end of tomorrow. As Arthur Lowthian now comes back on the inside at hairpin 3, gets that move completed. Paul Swan going to try the up and under, the switchback, gets good drive out of hairpin 4, but Lowthian wise to it and chops the nose off. Swan's still fighting it on the way into the D chicane. 40 seconds plus 1 lap to go.
Arthur Lowthian, they're holding off 44-year-old Paul Swan. Joey's just run up and told me.
Okay. So rolling back the years.
Of course. Arthur Lowthian with a helmet tap, which now means that he's prone to be overtaken in the next 30
I'm going to leave the door
seconds.
open into hairpin 3 for you, Paul. That's usually what the helmet tap down the back straight means. It's certainly not going to mean... I mean, he's going to be saying, yeah, work with me, let's work together. And Paul Swan is going to be going, mate, there's 8 seconds in front of us.
Let's
There's
go.
a massive gap in front of us. There's 4 seconds behind. We're not working together.
No, we're going to fight this one out for P3.
Yeah.
Monroe Renard at the front, gap of 2.1 seconds. Probably needs a bit of an indication from somebody out on the pit wall that he's got such a big gap behind him. He can just ease off mainly round the corners so he's not taking too much life out the tyres and scrubbing them to a point where they're not going to be much good. Onto the final lap they go at the front with Renard opening the gap up by another 1/10.5 to Nathan Jensen. Monroe Renard then leading from Jensen, Arthur Lowthian and Paul Swan, Martin Fisher, Emma Brown, who's our leader in Rotax 177, Joseph Johnson, Andy Hull, and then Ashley Savage, who's currently watching from the back straight.
Yeah, real shame for Ashley Savage. New helmet, new sticker kit, making a very welcome return back here to Teesside.
Out of the final corner, though, in his first race in senior Rotax, Monroe Renard takes the checkered flag and victory from Nathan Jensen. And then it's going to be Arthur Lowthian, who's opened up a gap on Paul Swan on the final lap. Lowthian in third, Swan in fourth. It's going to be Martin Fisher and Emma Brown taking the spoils in Rotax 177.
Which brings to an end senior Rotax heat number 1 already. And we will move on to our final race in our first set of heats here, which is going to be Senior Pro Kart. And the reason we move on so quickly is because we've got such a big grid here of senior and junior pro karts. Of course, it is a random grid as well. So most drivers will have a front, middle and back of the grid. So pole position for this particular heat goes to David Thompson-Mack. Christian Oblag going off P2. With Jake Richardson third and Max Shields in fourth. Asher Blythe in fifth and Dominic Needham in sixth. Row 4 is headed by Oliver Watson with Lennon French in close company. Joe Grinsell and Harry Roddis round out your top 10. Josh Falkus goes off P11 with Tom Hewland in 12th. Then we have Jack Hewland in 13th and Connor Lucas in 14th. Simon Doughty in 15th and Michael Lithgow 16th. Martin Gilfillan in 17th and Sean Feehan in 18th. And we have Liam Gallop and James Wilson rounding out your top 20. 21st goes to George Ludwell, Dalton McCarthy in 22nd. Alfie King in 23rd with Matthew Hauschby in 24th. Jacob Cardani in 25th and Amy Frame 26th. Sorry, David, you pointed at something there?
Yeah, 27th on are our junior runners.
Oh, okay. So Joseph Williamson in 27th with Isaac Needham in 28th. Oliver Watson in 29th and Harry Brown in 30th. Then we have Leon Wilson, Catherine Potter and Sophie Pawsey.
Yeah, don't think Leon Wilson's with us this weekend. Haven't seen him in the paddock, so that will promote the Catherine Potter and championship leader Sophie Pawsey up an extra place. Was signed on, but haven't seen him, so don't think he's going to be there. Now, important thing to note here is at the front, it's a mix of pro and club runners. And then we have all of our novices together and then all of our juniors. So it's going to be a really, really big mix, particularly at the front. We have seen Josh Volkers earlier in the year there weaving the 43 round, take an unprecedented random grid maximum score of winning all 3 heats off random grids and then going on to win the final as well. Let's see whether he can repeat it here this weekend. He's going to have 2 attempts. We'll have a bit of a chat later on as well about the 15 of Asher Blythe. We'll keep an eye out on him as he makes his way through. Through they come. David Thompson-Mack on the inside. Christian Oblag on the outside. Run up towards the national loop for the first time. Can everybody get through nice and cleanly? Little bit of boring in the middle of the pack as they're 3 and 4 wide. And the juniors are across the grass. That's Harry Brown on the way outside. Harry Brown's got his wallet out. He's got to pay to get back in. And Oliver Watson's return to Teesside in the junior grid is off very, very early.
Catherine Potter was involved in that one as well. She's only just making her way through hairpin 1 now.
So pro karts making their way up towards hairpin 3 and 4. Asher Blythe is down the inside into the final corner on David Mack. Josh Volkers is there as well. So they crossed the line for the first time. It's going to be Asher Blythe, David Thompson-Mack and Josh Volkers, Jake Richardson, Lennon French, Joe Grinsell, Christian Oblag, Simon Dougherty, Max Shields and Connor Lucas.
Josh Falkus is already through and into P2, already overtaken David Thompson-Mack on this lap.
Good start from Volkers. Not that we can say we're surprised. Max Shields is down the inside there of Christian Oblag. Connor Lucas following him through as well. Not got the usual colours on our timing screen here, Tom, but we have got a list of runners, although it does say everybody in Pro Kart is in Pro, but then we have got subclasses in here as well, so we'll try our best to pick out the runners, but we don't have the usual colour graphics on the timing, and Volkers is through on Asher Blythe for the lead of this race.
Thompson-Mack is still there as well in P3.
Oh, Asher
Richardson showing.
No, he's round! And Thompson-Mack, and Mack's going to have to sit and wait as the entire field comes through. Asher Blythe got really, really squirrely there. Thompson-Mack stuck a nose down the inside, found the door closed, and he was squeezed into a gap between Asher Blythe and the tyres on the inside.
It was going to be a case of spin himself or spin Asher Blythe, and he chose to spin himself, I think. And that's going to drop Thompson-Mack right down the order. We're looking at Christian Oblag there, who went off P2. but really hasn't had the best of starts and is actually down in 9th place now. Got hung out to dry a little bit on lap 1 around the national loop. But it is Falkus from Blythe, from Richardson, French, Grinsell, Lucas already up to 6th place. Shields in 7th now. Doughty, Oblag and Gilfillan your top 10. They head out onto the back straight one more time. We're looking at Doughty and Oblag. This is for 8th and 9th on the road. Lennon French, your top clubman runner at the moment, in 4th place. Max Shields in 7th is 2nd, and then Christian Oblag in 9th is 3rd. Your top novice runner is Marty Gilfillan in 10th.
Doughty went wide there, and Oblag is going to come back through. Doughty wide into hairpin 3, Oblag down the inside. Doughty tried to hold on round hairpin number 4, and then Oblag got it done over start finish. Contact warning for the number 8 cart.
Isaac Needham leading your junior pro kart runners, followed by Sophie Pawsey and Joseph Williams, and they are 17th, 19th and 22nd on the road, first, second and third in their respective classes.
Yeah, Conor Lucas with the fastest lap of the race. He is now up into 5th place, just in front of Joe Grinsell. Max Shields in P7. Falkus is opening up a gap at the front. He's now the fastest driver on track, although immediately eclipsed by Conor Lucas, although Lucas is going to have to go some. It's 2.5 seconds to the race leader, but it's also a couple of overtakes. He's past Lennon French though. He's up into 4th. Next in his sights, Jake Richardson running in a superb P3 with Asher Blythe on the Atom Pro Kart chassis here this weekend. We spoke to them earlier in the year in the commentary box. We're back with a few changes to it, and Asher Blythe continuing to help them out a little bit with their development of that chassis. So Shields finds a way past the 199 of Joe Grinsell. Grinsell still running inside the top 7. Christian Oblag, to note as well, Tom, in P8, his first outing on his new Haas chassis. And he's spent all day yesterday just trying to get that kart to his liking. Amy Frame has got a contact warning as Conor Lucas dips into the 45s with a 45.928.
Yeah, flying along is Lucas, as expected, but much like Falkus and Asher Blythe, we expected them to march towards the front with these random grids. All 3 of them going off. Well, Asher Blythe went off a near front grid.
Dominic Needham there.
But Lucas and Falkus certainly mid-pack. So that's Lucas through now and taking 3rd place on the road from Jake Richardson. Let me have a look at what happened to David Thompson-Mack. He's now back up to 14th place after that spin, and of course going off pole position. So Isaac Needham still leading juniors from Sophie Pawsey and then Joseph Williamson, but they're now 16th, 17th and 20th on the road. So Needham and Pawsey starting to close up together in your juniors. Clubman still headed by Lennon French, but has now got Max Shields only half a second back now for that one. Christian Oblag in 3rd in Clubman, in 8th place overall.
25 of the Isaac Needham, our leading junior.
Needing to make a move quickly to be able to hold that gap back to Sophie Pawsey.
Yeah, so juniors, they're running the cadet spec engine, albeit 2 of them, so they're down about 1 horsepower on the seniors, but are 20 kilos lighter.
And you can differentiate the juniors from any of our senior runners because they've got that orange background to their number as well. So on the front and on the back of the car, orange background, as Liam Gallup is taking it to Isaac Needham now through hairpin 2. Sophie Pawsey in close company. Sophie Pawsey is going to move through as well.
Needed to, though, to get through there, because now she's right back onto her nearest championship challenger in junior. Pawsey leading the championship. Isaac Needham in front now. The 2 leaders in juniors migrating back together, and Pawsey trying an audacious move round the outside, although slots back in before the chicane. Leaders in juniors here getting some nice coverage. Lucas is up into second place. He's got past Asher Blythe. That's at the front. But here at the front of juniors, it's Sophie Pawsey on the back of Isaac Needham. And Pawsey, I think she thinks that if she can line this one up out of 2, get the run down the back straight, got to be close enough towards South Bank. Needham with a look over the shoulder. Needham with another look over the shoulder. Sophie Pawsey not close enough to dip out of the slipstream as they head down towards South Bank.
Just on your top 3, Connor Lucas has now overtaken Asher Blythe for second on the road as well. Great to see this battle in juniors. We're enjoying this one very much. And Sophie Pawsey looking very racy. Isaac Needham looking very much behind and worrying about the Pawsey situation. Of course, Pawsey taking an overall heat win here.
Oh yeah, took it to it was the final overall, wasn't it?
Oh, it was the final.
Round?
Yeah,
it
sorry, correction. Yes.
Yeah,
it was the final. Yeah, by virtue of it being very damp and greasy on track, the junior pro kart being able to run wet tyres, and even though the track was drying and it made a fantastic final, the track was drying out. Those wet tyres were starting to very much, the balance was shifting. The slick tyres were coming in. As the race went on and they were getting faster and faster, the wet tyres runners were getting slower and slower. Pawsey just had enough of a gap and held on to an overall victory here in a junior pro kart. Absolutely fantastic to see. Connor Lucas, another fastest lap of the race, second place at the moment, 1 minute and 9 seconds to go plus a lap, so we'll probably get another 2 laps at least here, and 1.6 seconds to close up on Falcon, so he's going to be very difficult. Sophie Pawsey taking a look on the inside of Isaac Needham, can't get the move completed, decided against the full send there, but had a little look to the inside.
I think as well, there's only 1 point between them, so in terms of this race, Pawsey can just sit behind Needham. You don't get to the big points differences until the final, so she might be content just to sit in behind here, wait for that final opportunity. Bear in mind, Pawsey went off the back row of not only the juniors but the whole race here and is up onto the back of Isaac Needham, 15th and 16th respectively, on a grid that goes down to 30 runners.
Yeah, Falcus has got the message now as well that not only is Lucas behind him, but Lucas was closing in as well, and he immediately responds and sets the fastest lap of the race himself at the front of this one, brings that gap out by a 10th. So it's out to 1.7 seconds. Looks like, barring any issues, this one's going to be done and dusted for certainly the front too, as Lucas has moved away now by 1.5 seconds.
Final lap for Josh Falcus. He is just taking the last lap board over start finish. So it's Falcus from Lucas, Blythe, Richardson, Shields, French. Then it's Oblag, Grinsell, Dougherty and Marty Gilfillan, the leading novice runner in P10.
Shields has overtaken French now for your clubman lead, but they're all together 5th, 6th and 7th on the road.
He's going to take, I think Richardson's in club as well, although he's not showing it in. We've got a few drivers that haven't got a class differential on our timing at the moment. It's difficult to make it out. Shields there with a look down the inside. French is going to try and run it all the way around the outside. Shields has had to defend it off. Out of the final corner though comes Josh Falkers to take the checkered flag, and victory by 2 seconds from Connor Lucas and Asher Blythe. Then it's going to be Richardson from Shields, French, Oblag and Grinsell, with Simon Dougherty and Marty Gilfillan with her best finish in P10. In the line, our leading novice runner. In front of Hewland, Thompson, Mac recovering the 12th, Ludwell and Kadani the top 3 then in novice. In juniors, they're just about crossing the line, which they have done. We've got Needham from Pawsey and Joseph Williamson then, your top 3 in our junior class.
Yeah, well done to Isaac Needham, managing to hold off Sophie Pawsey there as well, under increasing pressure throughout that race, and another senior pro kart race that has brought us much excitement, as they always do.
Before we move on to our Bambinos, Tom, I have a public address announcement for anybody that may be hungry at about tea time.
Tea time being this evening, or
yes.
tea time being
tea
4
time,
o'clock?
Tea time to, well, in between the parents' race, I'd imagine. But
right.
You can go up into the cafe now and you can place your orders for pizzas and munch boxes for tonight. It's a Mexican theme this evening. so you can go up into the cafe, place your orders, get the orders in early to avoid disappointment.
Oh, very nice. That's my Mexican voice.
Our producer has just asked if he can have things delivered down to Wilton, but seeing as our producer likes to put mayonnaise on bacon sandwiches, no, he can't. He'd only ruin it.
Exactly. He'd only put mayonnaise on his Mexican food.
We've got provisions in the commentary box, though, Tom.
Oh, have we?
There's a water for you,
thank you very
and
much.
there's a water for me. There's a fresh orange juice for you,
Oh, thank you
and
very
a fresh
much.
orange juice for me.
Tangy and sweet.
There's a popular drink because we don't do branding, but it's the next one from Six Up.
Oh,
You've got one of
thank you
them as
Oh,
well.
nice and cold as well.
Oh yeah, and
Lovely.
we've got a
Sorry, folks.
and we've got an eclair each.
Oh, okay. Well, you can have both of my eclairs.
Oh, why? Is that how you're trying to beat me at the
That's
karting
it, yeah,
tonight?
yeah. I mean, it's
Ensure
gonna
that
make
I am
such a
well
difference.
overweight.
But one is not a fan of eclairs, but one has also got provisions in one's car.
Oh,
So
excellent.
we'll bring them in for tomorrow, since you provided today's sustenance.
Oh, they look decent as well.
They do look nice.
With no commentary box camera though, unfortunately. So you're not going to get to watch me tuck in.
So while the Bambinos head out for their rolling up lap, we'll bring you the grid. So we'll bring you the grid for Bambino's heat number 2 as David noshes down an eclair like it's the last one on Earth. Sebastian Crawford goes off P1 with Ethan Pearson in second place, Freddie Blackshaw in third, Summer Upton in fourth, Oliver Bullock in fifth, and Abel Hutton sixth, Sullivan Crawford in seventh, Callie Tennant in eighth, Hayden Bailey in ninth, and Verity Crawford in 10th place. So, of course, Abel Hutton able to take the position that he finished the race because, of course, his mechanical issues. There he is, boshing down an eclair. Look at the state of him. Abel Hutton rolled to a stop on the cooling down lap, so is able to take the position where he finished.
Sebastian McCarthy is back.
I'm going to mute my mic for a moment.
Oh, so you can bosh down the 7-Up, lovely. Sebastian
It's
McCarthy.
so that I don't tease people with the
Oh, of course. So they think that, and when the camera pans around next, it's like a Diet Coke advert.
like that.
That's 100% delayed because I've not been eating
Oh,
Eclair
yeah, that's
for a little while
okay,
now.
yeah. No, it's a slow-mo replay,
Yeah,
lovely.
but it's not got replay in the top or anything like that, has it? That is almost on par to, when you see them bouncing over curbs and stuff like that. It's just me slowly tucking into
That's
a
our first
chocolate
replay
eclair.
of the day as well. And it
It's our
happened to
first
be
replay
you
of the
eating
day.
an eclair.
That is going to be a boost for our viewing figures.
We do like to have a bit of fun here. Speaking of viewing figures,
Let's have a, look
let's
at the
have a
live
dip
chat.
into the live chat comments. Please keep them coming in. We welcome all comments. Ish. But do get in touch through YouTube. We do not read Facebook comments purely because we don't have the Facebook stream up in the commentary box. It's just YouTube. So if you are watching on YouTube, or even if you're watching on Facebook, just migrate yourself over to YouTube, and you can get in touch with us that way, and we will endeavour to read out your comment. And we are about to get going here for heat number 2 of Bambinos. The start line marshal has the flag in hand. It's up, it's down, and we're away and racing for heat number 2. Good start from Crawford. Much better start from Freddie Blackshaw this time. Immediately up to second place, overtaking Ethan Pearson off the line and already hounding Crawford through the national loop.
Good start then for Coma C50 Bambino. Great to see Sebastian McCarthy back in this one after his trials in the opening race of the day. And just try and get a little bit of an update on what happened and what's gone into getting Sebastian McCarthy back out, joined by his dad and mechanic Gareth. Gareth, Little bit out of breath, but that's mainly because you have to jog down the grid as well. But a difficult morning for our championship leader.
Yeah, unfortunate in qualifying. I mean, I don't know, he said he got tagged or he tried to overtake Ethan, hit a back wheel straight in the fence, bent the chassis, so we've had to borrow a chassis off Ethan Pearson, so thank you to Martin for that. So fingers crossed, he looks like he's going all right, so we'll see if he can get back up to the chasing pack.
Different view from the commentary box, isn't it, with the screen watching through. Sebastian Crawford, Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson, the top three. And then we've got Abel Hutton, Oliver Bullock and a charging Sebastian McCarthy trying to make his way through now. Up into 6th place already as they head down through the chicanes towards hairpin 1. So we've had a bit of a reframe this morning. Is that been everything off the cart and onto the new one? I could see you working feverishly as the grid got together, and now he's down the inside of both Hutton and Bullock and up into 4th place. Going to be a bit much for him to catch the leading trio who have already broken away though, but now with some clear track in front of him, let's hope he can inject himself into that lead battle in the remaining 6 minutes. So yeah, I saw you working away feverishly up there, trying to get everything together.
Yeah, he's had everything from Ethan's, to be honest. We've got side pods, bumper, engine, that's it. Everything else is off Ethan's chassis, so it might take a few laps to get adjusted, but he seems to be going pretty all right at the moment.
You had a new sticker kit as well on the other one.
Oh yeah, it had a Nintendo sticker kit, so we've had to change all the side pods and stuff because it didn't have his number on. So yeah, we've changed that over. But he's catching up, I think, so he's not doing too bad.
Yeah, now he's got some clear track in front. We'll see what he does on this next lap round to see whether he closes up, because he's not had to do the overtakes, but it's going to be quite a lot. But obviously when you start where you finish now, it's going to give him a decent opportunity for heat number 3. Although for the final, obviously, having not picked up any points for heat 1, it's going to be difficult for the final. Once again, Pearson and Blackshaw going side by side out of hairpin number 3 and 4.
Just saw Marshall running.
Yeah, we've got. I think that could be Abel Hutton stopped on the entry into South Bank, which is where he stopped as well at the end of heat number 1. He stopped on the inside. He's on the grass this time though, and should be safely out of the way rather than on the tarmac as he was before. Fastest lap this time for Sebastian Crawford. Sebastian McCarthy, similar time to Blackshaw and Pearson in front, but as they work together, it's going to be difficult for McCarthy to close up on the two of them in front. They need to start battling now, really, for Seb to close up as they use each other down the back straight in the slipstream. But as well, a busy morning as well. That's been part of the issue, unfortunately, for our Bambinos. We've had that 3-lap warm-up this morning into a qualifying, and then less than half an hour later, you were out on track again for heat number 1. And it's going to be the same tomorrow as well. Abel Hutton stops once again. This time it's on the exit of hairpin 4 on the inside of the track as Blackshaw and Pearson come through side by side. But yeah, busy morning. Helped at all by the fact that you've had to put a kart together.
No, like I say, just unfortunately it's the double header. We've had to do the qualifying and the heat 1 straight after each other, otherwise we would have had the chance to get him out and in for that heat. So it's unfortunate we've missed those points, but we get a drop round and we'll see how we go for the rest of the weekend. Down
the inside went Ethan Pearson into hairpin 1. Blackshaw defended him off, and then Pearson with a great switchback move out of hairpin number 2. Down the inside, and Ethan Pearson is up into 2nd place. See it on the run down towards the South Bank corner at the moment as we focus on Summer Upton, battling it out with Sullivan Crawford over 6th place. They've got Hayden Bailey for company as well, 6th, 7th and 8th on screen at the moment, but we've had a change towards the front. Ethan Pearson up into P2. And Summer Upton weaving across the track to try and stop Sullivan Crawford coming through. Hayden Bailey's going to try and take advantage of that one as well.
Freddie's got back past Ethan.
This is what we've seen before, is obviously Summer Upton spinning off onto the grass, arm up in the air, needs some marshal assistance. But as soon as Blackshaw and Pearson started battling, Sebastian Crawford at the front managed to break away at a fairly decent rate on the previous lap, 1.7 seconds quicker. And I know that drivers are young and they learn, but what is it that you tell them when they're going out there on track? Do you tell them to try and work with the drivers, or do you just sort of let them do it and learn for their own way of doing things? We're going to get an incident, just a quick replay of the Summer Upton incident, as it definitely wasn't Summer by herself. A bit of a help there by Sullivan Crawford on the exit of the South Bank corner.
No, I think depending on what you were saying there, going back to that, depends on the situation and where we qualify. I think if we're working with, obviously, Freddie and Ethan, we'll say push each other, get back up onto whoever's in the front, and then last couple of laps you're free to have a race, but try and keep it clean. And if he's out at the front, just stay looking forward, don't look backwards, just do what you're doing. If he does get back past, just be patient and find his way through, which he's done this season quite a few times. He's come on quite a lot. His maturity with his driving's come on really well. Just get rid of the daft mistakes. He's doing well. He is catching Ethan.
Previous lap 7/10 quicker than both Blackshaw and Pearson in front. The gap down now to 3 seconds. Pearson and Blackshaw are coming up some lap traffic in front. So, Gareth, I'll say thank you, and I'll let you go and watch the rest of this one from the bank, so you've got a bit of a clearer view. But thank you much for coming in, and hopefully Sebastian's troubles are done now for the weekend.
Fingers crossed. All right, thank you for inviting me in.
Cheers, Gareth.
Thank you. Tom.
Cheers, thank you very much, Gareth. Really appreciate that. Sebastian Crawford then leads from Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson, with Sebastian McCarthy, whose dad we've just been speaking to, up into 4th place, and once again 9/10 of a second quicker on the previous lap. Now he's got drivers in his sights. He's closing in on Blackshaw and Pearson. Will he run out of time? Could get helped out by the fact that there's some lap traffic here in front of Pearson and Blackshaw, who swapped positions numerous times throughout this race. Blackshaw back in front of Pearson. Pearson with a great overtake earlier on, and then they get into a little bit coming into the South Bank corner. Pearson with a little bit of overspeed, a little bit squirrely, contact into the back of Freddie Blackshaw. Down the inside they go with the 97 of Ollie Upton. So they sweep round the outside of the lap traffic. McCarthy's going to do exactly the same as well.
We just got through with 1 second to spare, so the last lap board has not gone out.
That's going to be music to McCarthy's ears, because now he's going to get 1 extra lap to try and close in. This time it was only a quarter of a second, but 1.8 is the gap. More lap traffic, I think, in front, because our race leader has almost been balked by a slower machine. He's managed to find his way through there.
Pearson had a proper look on the inside of Freddie Blackshaw into hairpin 1, but could not get the move completed and properly backed out of it, to his own detriment. But still a lap and a half for these two to go at it, and you can see how much more speed Pearson is able to carry down the back straight. He's going to have to almost Thomas Potter line it here around the outside of hairpin 4. Decides to go for the switchback instead.
I think he's done it.
Has he done it? They're side by side as they come through the dogleg and the kink, and he is through.
Great move by Ethan Pearson, lined it up
On the entry to South Bank corner, and finally got it completed as they came over the start-finish line. So almost half a lap to complete that move, but got it done.
Yeah, lap traffic in front of them though as they head through the chicanes and up towards hairpin number 1. Sebastian McCarthy 1.2 seconds quicker than both Ethan Pearson and Freddie Blackshaw in front of him. They're down the inside of some lap traffic in front. Blackshaw, I think, is going to have to go around the outside as we see Sebastian Crawford en route to his 2nd race victory of the day here in our Coma C50 Bambino class. Up towards hairpin 3. So Crawford's coming out. He's going to take the checkered flag. We'll stay with this battle, hopefully, because it's Ethan Pearson, Freddie Blackshaw, and then Sebastian McCarthy closing in. Crawford takes the checkered flag as he comes through. Blackshaw draws alongside. Pearson's already celebrating his 2nd place. That was risky, but he holds on for P2 from Freddie Blackshaw, and a charging Sebastian McCarthy.
He
who
closed
comes
right in
on the final lap. That 1.2 seconds on the penultimate lap was a massive help. I think he needed 1 more, but and it's going to be Oliver Bullock. Bullock's going to come through now to cross the line in 5th place.
Quite happy with that result, as well as Oliver Bullock. So a well-earned 5th place for Bullock. Then we're going to have Hayden Bailey and Sullivan Crawford in 7th. Callie Tennant in 8th. Summer Upton in 9th. Ollie Upton in 10th. And then it's going to be Verity Crawford and a second retirement, unfortunately, for Abel Hutton. So 2 races, 2 retirements for Hutton there. We will hope for a better end to the day.
Gutting as well there for Summer Upton, who once again was running very, very well in the upper midfield.
Yeah.
Contact in the exit of South Bank corner, forcing her onto the grass. She ends that day in 9th place then in heat number 2.
And that will move us on very swiftly to Honda Cadet heat number 2. So here we have the grid for the Honda Cadet and Micromax, of course, heat number 2. So Drew Davidson in that Micromax will go off P1 once again. Honda Cadet heat 1 winner Luka Batuev goes off P2 with Thomas Potter in 3rd, Edward Rye in 4th, Redlin 5th and Samuel Yeadon in 6th. Joshua Sullivan, fantastic recovery from 21st in heat number 1, goes off the front of row 4 for heat number 2. William Howard in 8th, and Jake Walker, Morgan Cooney rounding out the top 10. Then it's Joey Swan and Thomas Harper. And it'll be Layla Berryman and Aaron Berridge, Matty Prinku Wright, and Ashton Horsepool, Scarlett Whitaker Dunn, and the second Micromax of Grayson Crawford in 18th place. Then we will have William Collinson and Tristan Gilfillan, Mason Dinsdale, Noah Clark, and Ollie Carter. But of course, Noah Clark, we don't think is here, or it might not be running in this one.
Well, I've not seen him on the bank, so hopefully they've got that kart fixed. He had a bent axle after the practice this morning. The other 2 drivers down towards the back end, Mason Dinsdale didn't get to the grid in time. Gate was closed, couldn't get out for the opening heat of the day. Ollie Carter removed from the standings for being underweight.
Okay.
Oh, Noah Clark is out,
Tom.
that up. He is rolling into position, rolling out the dummy grid, behind Mason Dinsdale. So,
got support coming in for Bailey as well. Let's go Bailey. We've got Max Collinson saying, tuning in all the way from Latvia. We still do love the Hondas. Jack has a test in a Eurospec Inter here in Latvia on Monday. Latvia, of all places.
See, it sounds unusual, but his mum's Latvian. So.
No, I just meant, like, I was more wondering what the karting scene in Latvia is like.
Well, yeah, I'm not up to date, Tom, with the Latvian karting scene.
I thought you might have some insider knowledge, but no, it's well, there must be kart tracks and events going on there.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
I often spend my evenings and weekends watching the Latvian karting scene,
just to keep your knowledge up to date. It's all part of the research.
Oh, of course. I'll have more of an interest now in the Latvian karting scene now that I know that Jack Collinson, who we've seen here in Honda Cadet last year and in Mini earlier on in the year.
Make sure you take notes because there will be a quiz.
Oh, yes, of course. Final few runners rolling into position as we saw some eager spectators there on the bank. For this one, the bank does fill nicely for Honda Cadet always. One of the biggest grids here at Teesside. Obviously, all the parents getting out on the bank to watch their drivers. Pretty much see all of the track here from Teesside Autodrome, with the exception of the combox gets in the way now. It's twice the size that it used to be. Green is up. Green is down. We are away and racing in Hondas as Potter tries to squeeze through the gap between Batuev and Drew Davidson. Davidson this time holds on, and Potter and Luka Batuev are side by side, and Batuev is not giving that one up. Great start from Luka Bachuev.
Yeah, very forceful there. I thought he was going to lose out to Thomas Potter because Potter had forced his way on the inside of Bachuev. Bachuev actually scrubbed off quite a lot of speed coming down the back straight.
Oh, we've got Matty Princu right, stationary on the outside of hairpin 2, on the curb, on the outside on the racing line. Going to have to work very, very hard, the marshals, to get that kart clear. So we've had a few other drivers off on the opening lap as well. So we're going to get some... Going to need some yellow flag at hairpin number 1. Over the line they come then for the first time. Davidson leads out right from Bachuev, Potter. Then it's Edward Rye. Joshua Sullivan with a strong opening lap is in front of Red Lind and Samuel Yeadon. Yeadon also behind Jake Walker, with William Howard, Morgan Cooney rounding out the top 10. Kart is clear on the back straight of Matty Princu right, and Matty is being directed into the comfortable chair.
As have I, funnily enough. Has that happened? And Sullivan's just taken Edward Rye now for 4th.
There's Matty Princu right in the comfortable chair. William Collinson returning into the pit lane with a problem. Luka Bachuev and Thomas Potter scrapping it out at the front of Honda. Potter very, very interested in class lead here, battling it out with Luka Bachuev, trying to get alongside over start finish through Davidson in front. Potter with the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap.
Well, Potter knows he can't afford to hold back in this one. He knows that Sullivan's going to be working his way through very quickly, and in fact has, and is now holding 3rd place. Potter already making a move now on the inside of Bachuev. Can't hang around here, needs to try and break away to hold off the charge of Sullivan. Demotes Bachuev down to 2nd place in class and 3rd on the road. Drew Davidson still at the front of this one in that Micromax, but Sullivan is already there, closing in on the back of Bachuev.
Bachuev looks very, very strong in a straight line.
And Sullivan was 0.4 of a second quicker than Drew Davidson at the front of this one in that Micromax. So Sullivan got huge amounts of pace here already into 3rd place and hounding the front 2.
Bachuev into the back of Thomas Potter, a little bit of a nudge. That's going to send him wide. Sullivan then getting forced wide out onto the back straight they go, into a straight line. Bachuev slow, looking over the shoulder to one side, the other, looks to the right, looks to his left. Sullivan's through on the right.
Yeah, Bachuev, I think, wanted a push there from Sullivan, but Sullivan wasn't going to hang about, and Bachuev then immediately returns the favour and takes 2nd place away. And of course, this is going to help Thomas Potter move away from the front of these two.
Bachuev
Sullivan with a switchback again and gets the move done. Great driving from Sullivan, showing tremendous racecraft here this weekend so far. Difficult start to the weekend, to say the very least, and he's already tapping away on the back of Thomas Potter.
The door is open. Down the inside goes Sullivan on Potter. Tapping away. Lets Potter know that he's there. Through he goes at hairpin 1. Potter's then going to duck back into the slipstream. Sullivan with the helmet tap could do with putting both hands on the steering wheel there and focusing on going forwards.
A little bit of advice there. But yes, indeed, Sullivan trying to say to Potter, let's work together now. But as usual, we normally see that means I'm going to open the door into hairpin 3 for you, but Potter wasn't able to get the move done.
William Collinson's back out after whatever problems he had earlier, but he is now on track just in front of our overall race leader, Drew Davidson.
Yeah, Davidson, through those overtakes from Sullivan, has actually gapped front 2, even though Sullivan was fractionally quicker on the previous lap. But I think the lap before that was a bit slower, so they've...
it's next to nothing.
Davidson's got away at the front of this one.
Yeah, Potter right into on the back of Sullivan. Edward Rye battling it out with Red Lind. And, Rye having to take a slightly more defensive line on Red Lind. Sullivan goes wider at hairpin 3 than I think he would have liked. Potter's got a bit of a better line and a good run out, as Drew Davidson has found a way through on William Collinson. Leaders coming now up to the lap traffic. Collinson having been in the pit lane with a problem. Sullivan won't want to get boxed in here. He's got to find a way through, but he could slow them all up into the pack behind as well as they head towards hairpin number 1. Sullivan is through. Potter can't get past the lap traffic either. Bachuev's gone very, very wide and dropped back on the as they go through.
Batchu have actually set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap round as well, so still even quicker than Drew Davidson as that gap starts to come down and they work their way through as Luca Batchu got a little bit of the inside curb there, dropped a wheel, the right rear off the inside of that concrete curb and got him very squirrely on the exit of South Bank.
How many A's in way, Tom? Way about 7.
What?
When you said way, you were like, way!
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, mate.
I didn't know what you meant then.
Do you know, I know Collinson's been in the pit lane and he's really developed on recently. He doesn't particularly look out of place in the scrap here, does he?
I mean, he is dropping down, of course, because he is a lap down. But yeah, you're right. It's not making it easy for these guys in.
But doesn't need to, because as you well know, Tom, the directive in karting is that you get shown a blue flag, but you stay on your line, and the faster drivers make their way through. You don't deviate off your line like you would in a car, because in karting, you can turn the steering wheel very, very, very quickly, and it can cause a big incident.
Absolutely. So Batchev still holding that fastest lap of the race, or indeed he did until Sullivan crossed the line there, and now takes that away and has moved away from Potter now by 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, that was helped out by Collinson. They were almost identical on time, but Sullivan was 1.5 tenths quicker than Drew Davidson in the micro in front. So hopefully he'll be able to close up and draw Davidson into this battle, because it'll give Davidson something to do as well.
I just saw the way the shot was framed then. There was at the side of Sullivan's helmet was the engine in front of Drew Davidson, and it looked at the radiator and the engine, and it looked like Sullivan was tapping his helmet, but until I realised it was the radiator and the engine, and I was like, why is he just holding his hand to his head? Luca Batchev now has started to close back in on Thomas Potter and put him under a lot of pressure. Another fastest lap of the race for Luca Batchev. This has been by far and away Luca Batchev's best weekend here in Honda Cadet. Already taken a heat win, already taken pole position, and is absolutely flying here this weekend, despite being behind now Sullivan and Potter. But the pedigree that comes with those two, being third to those two, is no mean feat.
Well, you look at Thomas Potter, finished second 2 years ago to Jared Fox-Whiteley, and we know the pedigree he's got. Beat Amy Peacock last year, fought the championship, battling for it again this year in 2023, and Luca Batchev sticking with the reigning champion. Another fastest lap of the race for Joshua Sullivan.
Oh, he's going to take the lead overall.
Oh, Davidson, yes, but behind the lap traffic of Tristan Gilfillan, and Sullivan is down the inside. We've got the yellow flag for Layla Berryman coming into the pit lane, and Aaron Berridge is off as well on the inside of the D, or on the inside of the final corner, and Aaron Berridge looks to be in a fair bit of discomfort. We're on the final lap. I think we're going to come through, maybe take the checkered flag here, because where we are on track, I think we're just going to be able to have to...
We've got yellow flags out at hairpin 3, and that's going to go right through to the start finish line as well.
Well, Davidson's back through on Sullivan. Don't know where the overtake was done, but they're going to come through. Yellow flag and the checker as well. They're all slowing down.
This is
to the point where
problems as well.
They're coming into the pit lane. I've not seen a red flag.
No, there is no red flag.
No.
And they're all slowing down because they've been told by the marshal
to slow down, but they've not been told to come into the pit lane because the checkered flag comes out. The race wasn't finished.
No, and thereby, because everybody was slowing down at greater rates than others, there will have been overtakes under yellow as well. So there's a lot to sort out, I think, at the end of this one.
Bit of confusion at the end of that one. Davidson was leading them over the line at the end, and then
the drivers
slowed right down.
In fairness, they all did as they were told. They were told to, as they came out of the dog leg section, the left-hander out of hairpin 4.
Just having a look here, Noah Clark's coming in. I think he's got a right rear hub failure, so I think that wheel has come in on the rear axle. It's in, so that's why he's been slow. Ambulance is making its way out onto track.
But yes, all the drivers did as they were told. They were all told on the exit of hairpin 4, slow down. And they did as they were instructed. Then obviously some have slowed down more than others, and that's then caused some others to overtake others and things like that. So Yeah, well, there'll be a fair bit to sort out there. I don't think there can be too much punishment in terms of overtaking under yellow, because everybody did slow down. It was just a case of some slowed down more than others. Let's see how it all shakes out, though. We've got a very loose nose panel, or Nassau panel, on that cart that's on the inside.
Yeah, medical team just attending to Aaron Berridge. There's Matty Prink, who writes 1, 2, 3 cart. The chain came off that. That was why it was stationary on the outside of hairpin 2. And why he is going to get a complimentary trip back to the paddock on the back of the quad. Helmet is off for Aaron Berridge. He's still in the seat, but does look to be okay. Just being checked over, of course. We'd rather spend a little bit of time with precautionary checks rather than rushing these things, and driver safety is paramount here and at all kart tracks throughout the country. So Aaron's just getting a once over by the medic who is here at the circuit.
So we will just have a brief pause in the action while we see what is going to happen here. As we said, Matty Finkel right now on his way back into the pits on the back of the Quad of Salvation. Our next heat, by the way, will be Minimax. We were slightly ahead of schedule anyway, only a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, but that's going to give us, I think this will probably put us back about where we were in terms of timing.
So Aaron's out the kart, which is great. He's standing and he's good. And his dad now is being... His dad's coming over. His dad's done exactly what he should have done, which is something that's very, very difficult for parents to do when their driver's had an incident. That is,
especially when they're as young as they are.
Yeah, exactly. But that is to wait on the bank, on the barrier, let the medical team do what they do, and then the medics invited him on, so he's going to jump into the back of the ambulance and go off. But his dad is going to go with him, which is great. Great that Aaron is up and walking. And Tom, it looks quite warm outside, and I can say that because the picture on the screen there, you can see a little bit of heat haze in the with the distance. Kart looks in reasonable shape, though, the number 2 machine for Aaron.
Certainly not looking particularly wobbly, shall we say, as it's being driven along. But yes, that Nassau panel extremely loose. So something's happened there with that. But it looks like we won't be far away now from getting our second Minimax heat underway. And we will bring you that in a couple of moments. So your Minimax grid won't take as long to go through. It's going to be Ben Adrian going off a pole position again, with Alfie McBain in second, Amy Peacock in third, and Holly Swan in fourth. Sebastian Benson in fifth, and Ashton Carmichael sixth. And then it's going to be Jack McGillicuddy going off P7. So, of course, double-header weekend this weekend. So, as we've said throughout, it's about momentum. Ben Adrian here with that momentum so far this weekend, pole position and taking first place in heat number 1. Of course, then puts him on pole position for heat number 2.
So it's been very, very strong all year, has Ben Adrian in Mini. And with this probably... And I can say that with a fair degree of certainty, being the final year of 22 spec Mini, hence why it's called 22 spec, because it's been replaced this year by the Inter Mini class. So I think that everybody who's in this class will move up into juniors next year, which we saw has grown anyway as a class not only here but throughout the country, because at certain tracks where there's no mini grid, they've all moved into junior already. So at the end of this year, this class as a whole probably won't exist and will be replaced by the 22 spec mini, which is on a much more cadet size chassis and a 950 chassis, but with a very similar engine, albeit with a slight tweak in radiator size compared to these mini maxes. And all of the drivers that we're seeing here now in 22 spec mini will be up into junior Rotax next year for 2024. Rolling round out the final corner they come.
We'll just get them over the start finish line, and then we'll talk about these Rotax classes actually for both for this year and next year, because I think it's worth noting. And the green flag is up, down, and Ben Adrian leads them over the line. Amy Peacock already on the inside and taking second place away, and does from Alfie McBain as they head through the chicane for the first time. So it is Adrian from Peacock, your two championship leaders, although McBain already back on the inside of Amy Peacock and taking second place away.
Yeah, Peacock's then going to come back down the inside. I think she's got the nose down the inside of
And she's
McBain.
getting a push from Swan as well.
Oh, and Swan as well.
With the can opener, as I like to call it.
Yeah, because McBain tried to duck back in behind Amy Peacock and found another cart there. McBain, again, that reminded me of the time when I got turfed for gravel at the first corner at Le Mans a few weeks ago. So Ben Adrian now leads them from Amy Peacock, Holly Swan, Alfie McBain, Sebastian Benson, Ashton Carmichael and Jack McGillicuddy.
He's not bitter about being taken out at hairpin 1 at Le Mans, at turn 1 at Le Mans, by the way.
Still pulling
folks.
gravel out.
I mean, he's not mentioned it, has he, folks?
Fuming.
Meanwhile, Swan and Benson have been going at it through hairpin 1 and 2, as has McBain as well. So these three duking it out, but it is at the moment Ben Adrian clearing off at the front of this one once again. The gap was 1.5 seconds. I'm going to say that's doubled on this lap, I guess. Fastest lap of the race, of course, 2.3 seconds. Now the gap, Ben Adrian to Amy Peacock. Then it's Alfie McBain, Holly Swan, Benson, Carmichael and McGillicuddy, your 7 runners. At Swan and McBain once again. This is the battle for 3rd place on the road. Holly Swan able to close in through hairpin 1 and 2, but immediately lost that drive out of hairpin 2, and McBain was able to move away and then closes it back in once again through hairpin 3 and 4. She's now right on the tail of McBain as they head over the start finish line. Once again, Ben Adrian, fastest lap of the race, another 1/10.5 quicker than Amy Peacock. Peacock now has stemmed the flow of time loss, it seems, but the damage clearly already done. Ben Adrian, Vettel-esque, I would say. Vettel in the Red Bull era, where he was able to just break that DRS, gap everybody on the first couple of laps, and then just control the race from that point on.
Open the gap by lap 3, and then it's a
lap 1 he was 2 seconds clear of anybody else, really.
After that, it's just a steady run then, isn't it, to the flag. You can just keep the pace up, you can just be consistent, you can break half a kart length earlier into corners without that need to push.
Another older reference to a racer would thereby be Casey Stoner as well. Just get to the front and you can just time trial to the end of the race. That's exactly what he used to do, particularly in the Ducati days, where he would just hit the front and just join the dots essentially as he went around the track. That's exactly what Ben Adrian seems to be doing here, 2.8 seconds. So Peacock has stemmed that flow, as we say, of time loss. Adrian still putting in fastest laps of the race, but not dropping the following 3 by anything like the gap he was able to do on the previous few laps.
No, we saw Ashton Carmichael a few moments ago in 6th place on the back of Sebastian Benson, just trying to get his kart hooked up onto the back of the 77. Benson not quite having the pace
in this second heat to go with Alfie McBain, Holly Swan and Amy Peacock in front of them.
I've been impressed by Holly Swan so far this weekend.
Yeah, really starting to come along, I think. Has her transition into Minimax delayed, obviously, with the incident that she had at Three Sisters in the winter round, where she had an off at Luna Bend and broke her leg, broke the chassis off as well, and meant that she wasn't able to get out for the first few rounds here at Teesside, and certainly not get out and get any pre-season testing in where everybody else did. So her testing is really coming in season, and you can see how much she's starting to progress now and starting to run towards the front of the pack, currently off the back of Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain, but certainly in the mix for a podium here this weekend, Tom, in Minimax.
And this is what I mean. It's impressive to see her right back up at the front or up at the sharp end of this field. It's something that, as you said, David, we haven't been able to see so far this year, but she seems to be bedding in quite nicely this weekend and absolutely in contention for a podium. I was down near Three Sisters on Monday, Tuesday.
Away days?
Yes, I was, yes. Down that way. Snellens, as you would say down my way, but it's St Helens.
Take a wrong turn on the way out of Scotland.
That's it,
You
yeah.
ended up on the west coast.
Carried on going. Going on an adventure. No, all good fun. Down there for some training.
Ben Adrian then with the fastest lap, 43.238, opens up the gap by another 3.5 tenths of a second.
That's what I was going to talk about before when we started this race, was actually the now that you've got that Micromax class and then you've got this Minimax, Junior and then Senior, essentially what you can do now is buy an engine, buy a Rotax engine, use it through Micromax, then use it through Minimax, then use it through Junior Rotax, and then or even use it through Senior Rotax. The only difference, of course, being the radiators and the restrictors that are put within that motor. But essentially what the Micromax that we've just seen in Honda Cadet and then these here in Minimax, they're all the same engines.
Yeah.
Exactly the same engine.
Yeah, the radiator is a lot narrower on the Micro, and what we've seen here once or twice with JJ Plowman, Mason Webster, a few others as well in the Intermini, the smaller one. Harris Alley's been out in one as well earlier on the year, the smaller chassis, which will take over from this 22 spec Mini at the end of the year. But it is pretty much, it's the same. It's not a big engine all in. I was down in the paddock last night, Andrew Fox-Whiteley taking theirs off their car, and they weigh less than the Honda Cadet engine. They're a much smaller block. You can just pick them up with relative ease. There's not a lot of weight in the overall engine.
No.
So that's why you can put an engine that's the same size as a Senior engine on a Cadet car, effectively.
And with the exception of Honda Cadet, of course, there is no other real pathway from where you can do this other than in the Rotax class, where you can go from the Micromax, which is essentially the Rotax Cadet class, right the way through to Seniors using that same motor. Of course, with Honda Cadet, you only use one engine, and if you wanted to progress, you'd then go Junior Pro Kart, where you'd need to add a second engine to it, and then Senior Pro Kart. But there's no kind of X30 Cadet class, there's no water, there's no rock kind of pathway through in the same way that you've got the Rotax.
Yeah, not where you can do the same class with the same block, effectively.
Yep.
Time has elapsed down to 0, so when Ben Adrian finishes with South Bank.
Sebastian Benson looking very leery out of the commentary box as he went into hairpin 1, carried way too much speed and ended up bouncing his way around hairpin 1.
Well, Ashton Carmichael has managed to find a way through on Sebastian Benson. That was done on lap 10. He's just currently on lap number 12. So Ashton Carmichael up into 5th place.
Ben Adrian now already halfway round the final lap of this race. Rather uneventful, with the exception of Amy Peacock overtaking Alfie McBain and Holly Swan to take 2nd place. It's been a fairly steady affair. Ashley Carmichael, of course, making the overtake on Benson. But here comes Ben Adrian, round hairpin 3 and round hairpin 4 to take his second victory of the day. Comfortable victory once again for Adrian. Heat number 2 goes his way. Amy Peacock will follow over the line and sets fastest lap in the race, does Ben Adrian as well on that final lap, just to show what he could have done if he really tried hard. Then we've got Amy Peacock 4 seconds behind in second place. Alfie McBain crosses the line in third, 6.8 seconds back. Holly Swan in fourth, 8.9 seconds back. Ashton Carmichael then from Sebastian Benson, and Jack McGillicuddy will cross the line now and take 7th place. So congratulations once again to Ben Adrian. Pole position and 2 heat victories, led every moment of every single lap here so far in this Minimax class.
So Ben Adrian then comes through. Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain round out your top 3. Next up here at Teesside, it's back into the random grid formulas. It's time for heat number 2 in Junior Rotax. So juniors this time will be headed round by the 58 of Sam Robson, with Max Wilkinson alongside on the front row, Melissa Adrian and Joseph Yao on row number 2, Ben Robinson and Maya Simpson on row number 3. Then it's going to be Luke Walton and Oscar Waugh, Jared Fox Whiteley and Addison Smith, and once again in 11th, our novice runner of Harry McLaughlin, who I was very, very impressed with in the opening heat, Tom, because he's only in now his 2nd race in Junior Rotax, having jumped straight out of a cadet. He's gone straight into juniors based on both age and weight. And as we've often seen, and you know, this isn't any disrespect to him, but we often see runners that move in for the first time and they'll get lapped. And I was really, really happy with his pace. I hope he is too. He's just really sort of getting his feel for it at the end of this year, and then he's going to have a proper good stab at it next year. Melissa Adrian as well, now running the number 100 rather than number 10. Not quite sure why. I've got a feeling, but I'll keep it to myself for the next lap while we get going in Junior Rotax. Up to the first corner then, and down the inside. Sam Robson is holding on. Melissa Adrian with a good start off the 2nd row is through down the inside of the 11 of Max Wilkinson. As we've got Fox Whiteley is off. Jared Fox, no, it's not, sorry, it's Oscar Waugh, same colour. We've got 2 drivers up. Harry McLaughlin has got a cart pitched up on top of him. That's the number 12, I think, of Max Wilkinson. We've got thumbs up from both of them that they're okay, but the field spread's going to be huge. I thought it was Fox Whiteley because Oscar Waugh now has got an orange helmet and has got a white and orange sticker kit on. So not him, but also Fox Whiteley and Smith have had a bit of a spread because they were in 9th and 10th. Thought our championship leader was out of this one, but he's not. But the field spread is quite big, Tom, because they've had to take evasive action from that.
Well, Fox Whiteley's also thrown as another curveball because he's changed his suit between heat 1 and 2.
I'll be having a stern word.
So he's gone back into his usual white and blue and green race suit. But it is Melissa Adrian at the front of this one from Joseph Yao, Max Wilkinson, Sam Robson, Maya Simpson showing well in 5th with Addison Smith, Fox, Whiteley, Waugh, Walton and Robinson.
Ben Robinson just rolled off into the pit lane, Tom, with a problem. So we are down to
9.
Down to 9. Well, I think Harry McLaughlin, I'm trying to find out whether... Oh, no, he's rolled off as well. So we started with 11 and we're down to 9 remaining runners at the end of the opening lap here in Junior Rotax, and Melissa Adrian is leading from Joseph Yao and Max Wilkinson. Sam Robson's just been forced out by Maya Simpson, who's come down the inside, and then Maya Simpson then is going to be bogged on exit, bogged down, and is going to have to try and defend off Jared Fox Whiteley because Addison Smith is already through.
Such a shame for Simpson as well, because that was a great move at hairpin 1, and then has been robustly overtaken through hairpin 3 by Fox Whiteley, who's still trying desperately to go with Smith. Every time Smith makes an overtake, Fox Whiteley's trying to follow through at either the next corner or the very same one.
Need to be quite quick here to get through, because at the front, Melissa Adrian is breaking away. Down the inside of Sam Robson goes Addison Smith. Jared Fox Whiteley tries it into hairpin 2, not quite close enough. Radiator flap adjustment for all of them almost there in unison.
Yeah, it's water temperatures start to set alarms off on lap
Our new
timers.
sports here of synchronised radiator flap adjustments. Down the inside goes Jared Fox Whiteley on Sam Robson into hairpin 4. He's through, but now he's got a few kart lengths to close back up on Addison Smith. Smith with the fastest lap of the race, 42.273. That's helped him extend that gap to Fox Whiteley.
1.7 seconds the gap between Smith and Adrian, but of course there's Joseph Yao and Max Wilkinson in between as well, so work to do for Smith and Fox Whiteley in this one if they're going to take any kind of victory or podium places. Still a long way to go, but Adrian now at the front of this one by the tune of a best part of a second, as we look at Wilkinson trying to do the up and under into hairpin 4, not on the exit of hairpin 4, but into hairpin 4, and gets the move done.
Great move from Wilkinson. Now it's Yao behind him, but that's played into the hands of both Addison Smith and a closing Jared Fox Whiteley, who's now set the fastest lap of the race. He's closed in. Smith not wasting any time down the inside of Yao. Yao won't give this up though. Has to. Now, normally Joseph Yao, very robust in defence. Fox Whiteley is in the slipstream. Fox Whiteley's out of the slipstream, and Fox Whiteley's up into 4th place.
Yeah, we've got Smith already onto the tail of Wilkinson and already through on Wilkinson at hairpin 4. Just like got an art set up there, completely able to hold it tight on the inside while Wilkinson was feeling around for grip in the middle of the track.
Even with that overtake as well, they were a quarter of a second quicker than Melissa Adrian in front. Adrian, who got away at the start, is now beginning to be reeled in by Addison Smith. Jared Fox Whiteley down the inside of Max Wilkinson. Wilkinson with the cutback, and Wilkinson will be alongside. Fox Whiteley there trying a little jink of the steering wheel to...
trying to scare Wilkinson to the inside, but
yeah.
Wilkinson was having absolutely none of it. And that was great from Wilkinson, but Fox Whiteley once again at the second of the two complex
and Yao is coming through as well.
Gets through. Yeah, Fox Whiteley likes an overtake into hairpin 2 and hairpin 4, doesn't he? He's that's kind of his signature move.
Yeah, and
particularly hairpin 2.
Yeah, and that one into 4 there, he had to run Wilkinson wide to the outside just to make sure that he didn't come back through. And that's allowed Joseph Yao and Sam Robson to come through. Maya Simpson up onto the back as well.
Yeah, Wilkinson really struggling for rear end grip at this point in the race. It's all over the place at the moment. You can see him just hacksawing at the wheel, really trying to feel where the grip is in the car and finding none of it at the moment. Addison Smith, it was 0.7 of a second over the line last time around. We're going to get them this time. It's going to be a lot less than that. It is 0.3 of a second, another 0.4 quicker for Addison Smith. Jared Fox Whiteley still 1 second off the back of Melissa Adrian. But we'll be picking up a slipstream from the pair of them.
Well, what Fox Whiteley needs is Smith to take his time getting through on Melissa Adrian, and Smith is not taking any time at getting through, and he's through already, and Fox Whiteley then is straight onto the back of Melissa Adrian, because Adrian was slow round hairpin number 2. Fox Whiteley is through and down the inside.
So that's Smith and Fox Whiteley once again now hitting the front of this race as they did in heat number 1.
Fox Whiteley's probably benefited from that a little bit more because he wasn't slowed anywhere near as much as Addison Smith and closes in by 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, fastest lap to Fox Whiteley. So your top 10, well, it's going to be your top 9 because Ben Robinson is no longer in this race. So it's Smith from Fox Whiteley, Adrian, Yao. So we look at this battle here that's headed at the moment by Yao. So it's Wilkinson, Robson, Simpson in this group. Then Oscar Waugh, 6 seconds off the back of this group of 4. Then we've got Luke Walton in 9th.
Great battle going on then from Joseph Yao all the way down to Maya Simpson in 7th. top three are out at the front, with Addison Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley, the top two. Melissa Adrian a little farther back, but looking comfortable in third place there in the red suit, just in the far end of the shot. Fox-Whiteley and Smith duking it out, as they have done all season here at Teesside. The two of them, they've often had Oscar Waugh and Monroe Renard for company. Waugh on this occasion involved in that opening lap incident. Monroe Renard moving up into senior road tax halfway through the season.
Oscar Waugh, I'm actually going to give a big shout out to, because despite being involved in that opening lap exchange, he's only 9 seconds off the lead here, and he's setting very representative lap times, very good lap times, in fact.
I would even guess that he probably lost more than 9 seconds.
I would imagine so, yes. But only lost 2/10 on that lap to the two leaders. Is showing very well here in terms of pace. Is Oscar Waugh. Was unfortunate, as we said, in that opening lap incident, but a well-earned third place in the heat number 1. So good weekend once again so far for Oscar Waugh in terms of pace.
Yao having to defend off here Max Wilkinson, and Wilkinson's going to try a bit of a run round the outside. Still got loads of time here. It's going to be tight to get round, I think, with the leaders having come through the field this time rather than off the front. I think they might not get round before the last lap board comes out, but nonetheless.
Oscar Waugh half a second quicker than Joseph Yao here, who's at the front of this group of 4. There is still a long way to go. There's 5 seconds, the gap. I think it's going to be a little bit too much, but potentially could get onto the back of Maya Simpson.
Yeah, Yao's have been having to defend. You can see there.
Oh, there was a little bit robust.
Yeah, opens the door down the inside with the addition of the side pod.
Definite contact through hairpin 4 with Wilkinson forcing the move through to take away 4th place from Joseph Yao, who then, of course, lost a place to Robson. And Fox-Whiteley has taken the lead from Addison Smith. So this is the reverse of heat number 1, where Smith was the one biding his time until the final 2 laps of the race. Then lit the blue touch paper and passed Fox-Whiteley and took the victory. Now we've got the reverse of that with Fox-Whiteley, who's followed in the wheel tracks of Addison Smith. And they have now, again with 2 laps to go, switched positions. And Fox-Whiteley now moving away at the front of this one.
They did indeed cross the line before the time elapsed. It was 2 seconds. And they're going to have 2 more laps then in this junior road tax second heat. Jared Fox-Whiteley now in the lead with a gap of 0.3 of a second. Melissa Adrian very comfortable in third place. The gap 1.3 off the leading duo. Just behind them, battling it out, has been Sam Robson, Max Wilkinson, Joseph Yao and Maya Simpson. And down the inside of Wilkinson goes Robson, back down the inside of Robson.
He does go full send there, does Wilkinson, doesn't he? He can break very, very late into hairpin 3. Both times there's been a gap there, and he's just managed to get his car in that gap.
Done really well there, Max Wilkinson. As you say, he's very, very hard on the brakes, as is Jared Fox-Whiteley into hairpin number 1. Final lap for junior road tax here at Teesside. Out of hairpin number 2 they go, and onto the back straight towards the South Bank corner as Fox-Whiteley makes his way round into hairpin 3. Hard on the brakes. Smith is close enough. Smith is definitely close enough. Down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Side by side on exit. Smith is through. Addison Smith snatches it at the death. Smith with a superb final corner move on Jared Fox-Whiteley to make it 2 wins in 2 heats. Fox-Whiteley didn't really see that coming. Left the door open for Addison Smith. And Smith was down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Great moves. It's Smith from Fox-Whiteley and then Melissa Adrian in P3. Wilkinson, Robson, Yao, Simpson, Waugh, Walton and Robinson coming through, albeit he retired. So we've got 9 remaining runners, ending with Luke Walton in 9th place.
So all action once again here in junior road tax. Smith 2 heats and 2 victories, but that doesn't tell the full story. Took it on the final corner of the final lap away from Fox Whiteley. And it was a robust move, to say the least, as well, to get that one done. But I think that's what's needed. Final corner, final lap.
Well, I think the first thing Jared Fox Whiteley's going to do when he gets out of that car is kick himself, because he left the door open there for Jared Fox Whiteley. Didn't defend it at all in the run into that corner, left plenty of room, and Addison Smith down the inside and en route to his second race victory of the weekend here at Teesside. The quad's out to collect Harry McLaughlin from the outside of hairpin 1, where that car is stationary after his incident on the opening lap. And once that's recovered, we'll be moving on to our next. That's part of, looking there, Tom's just pointing at the nose there of Luke Walton's number 12, and that was what was up on the front end of Harry McLaughlin. Credit to Harry, he was
second hand.
Credit to Harry, he was trying to lift the car off his car, but that weighs 148 kilos. So even if you're using a pivot point, you're taking half that weight. So you're going to be taking the best part of 73 kilos, 74 kilos. You know, can you bench 74 kilo?
Bench 120s, mate.
All right. Cool story, bro. Moving on before Tom bench presses me. We'll move swiftly on here at Teesside. So senior Rotax heat number 2.
David fronting on my benching. So here we go with your senior Rotax heat number 2 grid. Of course, random grid for this one as well. So it is Arthur Lowthian on pole position, Nathan Jensen in second with Monroe Renard in third, Paul Swan in fourth with Ashley Savage in fifth, and Joseph Johnson in sixth. Then we have Martin Fisher in 7th, Andy Hull in 8th, and Emma Brown in 9th. The quad has, or he's just leaving the circuit now, so I imagine we are about to get our drivers out from the dummy grid and onto the rolling up lap momentarily.
The music's doing a sufficient job at building the suspense here that we don't have to.
I feel like I'm in a Gladiator movie, but not Gladiator. Oh, that was of course Zimmer, wasn't it?
Oh, no, I was thinking more like ITV on a Saturday night. Tom, ready?
Oh, Gladiators is coming back, isn't it? I've just realised that. Yeah,
we should have more modern day gladiators.
It's like Britain's Got Talent kind of music as well, isn't it?
Yeah. But by more modern day gladiators, you know, like rather than like
we just do a really low rent version of Teesside.
Oh yeah, but like, other than like, you know, you will be facing Jet, and you to know, but
I wouldn't mind facing Jet, to be perfectly honest with you. People of a certain age will know exactly what I mean.
If she was chasing me, I'd be running very slowly. I was going to say, we could have a more modern day gladiator. It's like, Tom, you will be facing Dad Bod.
Definitely. I'll be fine with facing Dad Bod. We'll make a right pair. Right, back to more serious action. Senior Rotax about to get going for their second heat. Of course, this is our penultimate heat of the second rounds. And we are green flag up, down and away, and we're racing. Great start from Paul Swan on the outside. But it is going to be Arthur Lowthian holding on to the lead as they head through the chicane for the first time. Monroe Renard in third place. We've got Nathan Jensen holding second as well. Looks like it's all been fairly as you were. And they're already line astern as they head down the back straight.
Jensen seems to be working a little bit there with Lowthian, because he seemed to have a bit of the straight line speed. Thought he could have gone down the inside there into South Bank, but seems content at the moment to push away.
There goes
and
Jensen.
He's down the inside into hairpin 4.
And Monroe Renard had a good look at following through there, but decided against it, tucked in behind. As they come past the commentary box at full speed for the first time, and we get our first waft of proper two-stroke wafting into the commentary box. The best smell in the world.
It's something quite like petrol mixed with oil.
No, it's just so true. I don't know what it is, but it's the best smell in the world. I want it as a musk that I can spray liberally over myself.
What are you wearing, Tom? I'm wearing 50 millilitres of oil per litre of petrol.
As they head over the line one more time. So it is Nathan Jensen with the fastest lap of the race. From Arthur Lowthian, Monroe Renard, Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, Ashley Savage, Joseph Johnson, Emma Brown is up to 8th place with Andy Hull in 9th. Savage having a better race so far here than heat number 1. So as he continues his rehabilitation back into senior Rotax here at Teesside.
It appeared that it was more kart problems then. Obviously, we know he slowed and stopped towards the end of the Heat 1, but didn't seem to have a huge pace in the early phase of the race. Down the inside of Arthur Lowthian goes Monroe Renard for 2nd place. Renard is through, but at the front, Nathan Jensen with the fastest lap of the race, a fraction over the 42-second mark for Nathan Jensen.
I have a feeling we're going to be into the 41s on this lap, and I think it's going to go the way of Monroe Renard as well, because he is already closing swiftly onto the back of Nathan Jensen here, using the slipstream. Gives a tap of the helmet to say to Arthur Lowthian, let's work together, but Lowthian's already going to be around about half a second off the back of Monroe Renard here.
Yeah, Renard's closed right up on the back of Nathan Jensen. 41 incoming, 41.706 for Monroe Renard. 3 tenths, almost 4 tenths quicker than Nathan Jensen. Tom does the dance of knowledge in the commentary box.
3 out of 4 now. Quite happy with my predictions so far.
75% success rate for Butterworth.
75% of the time, it works every time.
34 for Jensen. How long can he hold off Monroe Renard here? And can he hold him off enough that it allows Arthur Lowthian back into the mix? The battle at the front. They've got a fairly comfortable gap then back to Martin Fisher, so you don't have to be too worried about that. Paul Swan as well, Ashley Savage, Joseph Johnson, all of our Rotax 166 runners running together with Emma Brown and Andy Hull in 8th and 9th respectively, our Rotax 177 runners.
I'm going to pose the question of whether Monroe Renard has had a look behind.
He's had a look in front.
Well, he has had a look in front, but what I was going to suggest is I think he's just pacing himself, and with the exception of a massive run that he's going to get on Nathan Jensen at any point, I don't think he's going to actually really force the issue too much here until the end. I think he's seen potentially what Addison Smith did in the heat number 1 here in juniors, and with them moving away from Arthur Lowthian in 3rd, this is why I think if he's looked behind, he'll see that gap getting bigger and know that he can just sit in behind Nathan Jensen and then potentially force the issue right towards the end of this race. Certainly not looking like he's making any moves. As he then went up the inside of hairpin 4.
Yeah, but your success rate nearly dropped there, Tom.
It did.
That overtake was done then.
I think it was more that he got overspeed through hairpin 3 and so kind of had a look, but he didn't go full send into hairpin 4. It definitely allowed Jensen to hold line around the outside.
Another nibble down the inside there by Monroe Renard, and I think you could be right here, Tom. I think he's carrying that much speed that he's having to take the tighter line down the inside just so that he doesn't run into the back of Nathan Jensen. He did it there into hairpin 1 as well, where he had to sort of get on the brakes and just change the direction of the kart towards the apex. Jensen is slowing. Keeps pumping away at the throttle, and Nathan Jensen, the race leader, grinds to an almost immediate halt.
Yeah, it turned it off coming out of hairpin 4. You saw him reach down to the left-hand side. That's where the battery switch is. The starter switch for these Rotax karts is on the left-hand side. He reached down with his left hand and just immediately switched it off. So could potentially be an engine issue there. Where you don't normally switch them off that quickly unless you can hear a horrific noise coming from the right-hand side of the car.
Yeah, problems then for Nathan Jensen, who was battling for the lead. He's retiring from this one, has completed half race distance, which means he will be given points for 9th place, will Nathan Jensen. But disappointment, and now it could well be that he may struggle to be out for heats 3, depending on how bad the problem is. Monroe Renard at the front again with the fastest lap of the race, has a gap of 1.5 seconds, is continuing to push away. We spoke previously, Tom, as well, about just looking after the kart and the tyres when you've got such a big gap, and I wonder whether now he is going to be given a bit of an instruction from the wall here at Teesside that he's got a big gap and doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks.
Yes, in fact, that's exactly the instruction he's got. He's got the old milking the cow symbol.
Drive it gently from Steve White.
Yeah, if you don't know what that means, imagine 2 hands milking a cow. That's the instruction he's just been given,
yes.
Which means go easy on the steering.
Yes.
Not too much front end.
Yes.
And
bring the neck a little lighter.
Yes, exactly. I've just been informed in my ears that apparently Alpha Live have got a hand signal video coming out.
I hope that
which will be hilarious.
I genuinely hope that was filmed in the stand at PFI.
I was just going to say that's the first image that came to mind.
With all the mechanics, with their matching trainers,
the matching haircuts,
yeah,
and their iridium sunglasses,
of course,
or giving it the one hand
also
brushing the side of the face.
Also with the modern mechanic development of attached vape.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, got to have one of them to be a mechanic.
Yeah, 100%. It's part of the rules when you submit your CV to a kart team in the British Championships. That's what you have to do. It's vape, shorts, you just attach a picture of yourself.
Of course,
that's it. And if you've got the look, you're in.
You're in. You don't even have to bring your own spanners.
No, exactly. 10 mil. What's one of them?
The hand signals are superb. The push signal,
yes,
the go quicker,
go faster.
Signal.
Yeah, like they're not already going as fast as they can.
Because the driver's not contending with enough in a train of 20 cars.
Exactly.
That he's going to be looking for his mechanic doing the hand signals.
Exactly that, and of course that hand signal makes 0.2 of a second of difference.
Oh, to the mechanic.
Yeah. Exactly. So apparently we've got a hand signal video coming out very soon, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. Meanwhile, keeping their eyes peeled is Martin Fisher overtaking Paul Swan, and then Paul Swan overtaking Martin Fisher, and then Martin Fisher overtaking Paul Swan, and Paul Swan overtaking Martin Fisher, and Ashley Savage trying to overtake both of them into hairpin 4. But it's actually as you were after all of that.
Which is a miracle.
But Paul Swan holding third from Martin Fisher, and Ashley Savage now, for the first time this weekend, properly coming into the party, and confidence building once again for Ashley Savage. Potential podium here in Heat 2 could well be on the cards.
Gap at the front continuing to go out, and Monroe Renard half a second quicker than Arthur Loudian on the previous lap. In second place was Loudian. Time is down to 9 seconds, so this is the penultimate lap they're starting as they make their way past some lap traffic. The 17 of Andy Hull moving out of the way to allow the leading 2 to go through. And then he's going to be caught by this battle of faster karts, I think, towards the back straight and onto South Bank. Swan in front of Fisher and Ashley Savage.
Savage got bolted a little bit through hairpin 2, had to almost brake coming through hairpin 2, as we've got a very slow Andy Hull as well.
He's just allowing them through. Monroe Renard over the line. He lost a second or so on the previous lap, but then gets another 4/10 back this time. Final lap then for Monroe Renard, 2.8 seconds. The gap back to Arthur Loudian, Paul Swan, Martin Fisher and Ashley Savage still nose to tail battling it out for the third place down into P5.
There is your leader, that's Monroe Renard. he is, as David said, the best part of 3 seconds clear at the front of this one now. And there is the old milking the cow with the steering wheel. You can see him just gently turning in, and gentle corrections as well. No hacksawing of the wheel, no hard turn in and out of the corners. And then Monroe Renard taking victory here in Heat 2. Paul Swan, Arthur Lowthian is going to come over the line in a comfortable second place. Paul Swan in third, with Martin Fisher fourth, and Ashley Savage continuing his recovery, and he is up to P5. Joseph Johnson will take sixth, with Emma Brown in seventh. Andy Hull has already come over the line, 1 lap down in eighth, and Nathan Jensen unfortunately retired from that one. So already Monroe Renard is about to come into the pits as well. We're heading through hairpin 4 on a slowdown lap, so completing that one very, very quickly. And that brings to an end Senior Rotax Heat number 2, and our final Heat 2 of the cycle will be Senior Pro Kart, which is coming up next. So your grid for Senior Pro Kart Heat 2 going to be headed off pole position by Joe Grinsell. Of course, these are random grids as well, so we'll have a random grid and a rolling start. Joe Grinsell going off pole position with Harry Roddis, and Josh Folkus off P3, who is your Heat number 1 winner. Tom Hewland in fourth place with Jack Hewland fifth, and Connor Lucas in sixth. Then we have Simon Doughty, Michael Lithgow, David Thompson, Mack, and Christian Oblag, your top 10. Then it's Jake Richardson and Max Shields. Asher Blythe goes off P13 with Dominic Needham and Oliver Watson. Then it's Lennon French, Dalton McCarthy, and Alfie King. Matthew Hauschby heads row 10 with Jacob Cardani. Then we have Amy Frame and Marty Gilfillan, Sean Feehan and Liam Gallup. James Wilson and George Ludwell are on row 13. Row 14 goes to Leon Wilson and Catherine Potter. Sophie Pawsey in 29th, and Joseph Williamson. Then it's Isaac Needham and Oliver Watson. And then it'll be Harry Brown in P33. So 33 runners here for Senior Pro Kart, as the last of our senior road taxis are cleared away from the grid, so we should have them rolling out now. And in fact, we do have them rolling out. There's your camera people as well, which you can see, ironically, on camera. That's Rob Borovic. You can check out his page as well. I think he's on Instagram. I am not, so you can check his page out on Instagram, and he has some fantastic photos from these events, as well as the British 24 Hour as well. A couple of weekends ago, some great shots coming out of there that I've been very privileged to see. Oh, I have you on mute, David. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So we've got Grinsell on pole.
Yes, but we've got a Folkus just behind him, and
Yes.
Lucas not too far back either.
Looking forward to this one.
Just got reports for spin in South Bank, but everybody seems to be in line, so
Green is down. We're away and racing in Senior Pro Kart. The usual scrabble towards the national loop as they head round. We've got spinners in the middle of the pack. Matthew Hauschby is out. Amy Frame is off onto the grass as well. And one of the TMS cars, it could be Sean Feehan, is off as well. Oh, big off into hairpin 1. We've got heavy contact in the middle of the pack. The junior's been
Was in
involved.
that. Isaac Needham was involved in that one as well.
Alfie King was round, one of the novice runners in the 44.
Something happened to Grinsell there. I didn't quite catch what it was, but he ended up kind of bouncing somehow on the exit. On the entry into hairpin 1. I'm really not sure what happened.
No,
It's
well
cost
down
him
the
a
order.
huge amount of time.
Yeah, Volkus will cross the line in front of Simon Dougherty, Connor Lucas, and Jack Hewland. Then it's Asher Blythe, Jake Richardson, Max Shields, Michael Lithgow, who was out in Heat 1, didn't take any part of it, rolled straight into it. Lennon French and David Thompson-Mack. Contact warning for the 199 of Joe Grinsell. He's in 17th place. And into the pit lane comes Joseph Williamson. His kart bouncing, looks like a bent stub axle or a bent rear axle, but nonetheless his race is over already before we've even got started. Yeah, at Teesside. Out at the front though, Josh Volkus disappearing off into the distance. Connor Lucas is up into second place, having found a way past Simon Dougherty now. Dougherty in third. Then it's going to be Asher Blythe, Max Shields, Jake Richardson, and Jack Hewland, who loses a few places on the previous lap. Oh, heavy contact into the chicane. We've got, that's George Ludwell. Ludwell went in very, very hot on the number 8, I think of Thomas Hewland, and went right up and over the front, got air all 4 wheels off the ground as George Ludwell tried to send the move down the inside. Contact warning for Ludwell.
There we go.
Yeah, he came from behind, although it was more of a case where I don't think the driver behind sort of picked out that he was going to be there, but it's probably a little bit too far back to make that one stick. Down the inside on Asher Blythe goes Maximus Shields.
So it is Volkus from Lucas, who now sets the fastest lap of the race, from Doughty, Shields, Blythe, Richardson, Hewland, French, Thompson, Mack and Oblag, your top 10. And there is the battle for 6th place, which is headed at the moment by Jack Hewland, that is. There we're looking at Hewland, French, Thompson, Mack and Oblag, as French now looks on the inside and takes that place away. So that'll be French up to 7th place.
They had number 8 of Tom Hewland peel off into the pit lane as well on the previous lap. He was the driver that was involved in that incident with the 13 of George Ludwell. Is that another contact warning for Joe Grinsell? They're adding up now.
I think Grinsell's a bit frustrated in this one, to be fair. It seemed like there was potential contact into hairpin 1 that then forced him out wide.
Shields down the inside there of Simon Dougherty into hairpin number 1. Just got alongside Dougherty and then really came off the brakes and just allowed the kart to roll into the corner.
But yeah, Grinsell seeming like the red mist is fully down, and he's now chasing down what will be the top 10. He's 11th now, but recovering back up.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a gap to this battle in front of him that we currently see on screen, with the 76 of Christian Oblag going down the inside of the 171 of Jack Hewland for 9th place. Connor Lucas with the fastest lap of the race takes just under 2/10 out of the lead of Josh Volkus. It's almost just over a second now, the gap for the lead. Asher Blythe has got through 4th place and is tagging right onto the back of Max Shields once again. Shields sliding down behind the steering wheel to try and aid the slipstream. Asher Blythe didn't look particularly spectacular in the first part of this race, but the kart seems to be coming to him in the second half. He's tagged right in onto the back of Max Shields once again.
Seems to have gone the other way this time in terms of setup. He was very quick in the opening part of heat number 1, and then the pace seemed to drop off a little bit. Maybe a slight setup change, and it's gone too far the other way now.
Yeah, we
need to find that sweet spot on that Atom kart.
Ooh, it's
a bit sideways coming into hairpin 1.
Tom would normally say Larry. I would say that was a controlled slide. Holding the steering wheel quite high as well there, Tom. Very 10 to 2-ish, which is not normally you see the cars are more just below the 3 and 9 position.
Yeah, 3 and 9 or 4 and 8. Yeah, you hold it quite low. You can see Connor Lucas say exactly that, demonstrating it exactly that way. I think that's just Asher's style. He tends to hold it quite high. I've not seen him quite this high and this quite this pronounced, but it might just be those white gloves on the dark steering wheel that making a little bit more pronounced this time. But yeah, that is, he does and has always held it up quite high. And we've got a contact warning, in fact, for Asher Blythe. Has gone out. Max Shields doing his gopher impression. He's buried in the hole, and there he goes, popping back out again.
Yeah,
whack-a-mole style.
Haven't seen what the cause of that contact warning was. Might not even be something since we picked up this battle. It might have been before.
It might have been Asher Blythe doing a whack-a-max.
It could.
Do you like that one?
Not really.
Here all weekend, people.
And we are actually here all weekend. We're back tomorrow as well.
Exactly that. And the jokes will keep on coming. Meanwhile, Connor Lucas is starting to close in on Josh Folks at the front of this one. The gap is still 7/10 of a second, but Lucas is very much in the slipstream now. We look at, that is Isaac Needham there. Where is Isaac Needham now? 17. And despite that contact at the start of this race, he's leading juniors. Amy Frame, who was another one who was off at the start of this race, is up to 18.
Yeah, going very, very well this time is Amy Frame.
But she was off on the outside of turn 1 on lap 1, so has somehow managed to recover back up to 18th place.
Right in the middle of the mix here, a train being led by Harry Roddis and Amy Frame this weekend racing the Apollo kart this weekend on both days, wearing the suit as well of Jessica Alexander. I've just picked the name out on the back of it. So wearing an Apollo suit. Down the inside of Harry Brown goes Sophie Pawsey, that's second place in class. Amy Frame wastes no time either. She's down the inside of the 172 of James Wilson. And Wilson's going to try and fight back down the inside. Big Frame's going to have enough to sweep round the outside, and she certainly does.
Yeah, she stayed in the slipstream of the kart in front, which was, I think it's Isaac Needham actually.
She's down the inside as well of, is that Michael Lithgow in the 94? It is. Amy Frame through on Lithgow.
And there we go, and the gap at the front now down to half a second with 2 minutes plus a lap to go. So Lucas and Falkus well clear at the front of this one. Sorry, Falkus and Lucas well clear at the front of this one. Max Shields now 5 seconds back, but holding third place from Asher Blythe. Jake Richardson right there, as is Lennon French as well, and Christian Oblag. So you've got your 3 clubman runners in this front 3 clubman runners in this group. Max Shields at the front of that one at the moment. Then it's Richardson and French. I think Richardson is club as well. So Richardson, then French, and then Oblag in 4th in the clubman class.
Falk has opened the gap up at the front by around about a 1/10 of a second on the previous lap. It's currently plateauing at around about 6/10. Lucas needs a little bit more. Still a great little battle going on. James Wilson not happy in the middle of the pack for some reason. Not quite sure who opened the gap on him, but
Isaac Needham has now cleared that pack that is sort of 14th down to about 20th, 21st. And I've been really impressed with him this weekend.
Yeah, he's really been making some strides, hasn't he? Isaac Needham.
He's had 2 heats here where he's been right at the front of this junior pro kart field and is pulling away. Amy Frame now has got to the front of that pack as well. The next one in the juniors is Sophie Pawsey, and she is mired back in about 4th in this group. As we look at Christian Oblag.
Oh, Pawsey tags the back of Michael Lithgow, and Pawsey spins herself out and takes everybody else out as well. Everyone's had to take evasive action. George Ludwell is off, Harry Brown is off, James Wilson has taken a very, very wide route. Kimi Räikkönen took less of a route in Brazil to rejoin. Final lap though, Sophie Pawsey with contact into the back, and it's caused a domino effect all throughout that whole train of karts. Falkus and Lucas are back together once again, although they seem to be, although now they've got some lap traffic and that's opened them up a little bit more. The gap is down to 0.3 of a second. I think Falkus should have enough here to get through the end of this race and maintain the lead. But Amy Frame has put right up onto the back of Isaac Needham in the junior spec car at a decent rate of knots. Focus is going to come through then here to take the checkered flag. Wins from Connor Lucas. Shields is going to hold off Asher Blythe. Lennon French closing right in on the back of them at the end of that one with Oblag and Jake Richardson as well. Then it's going to be David Thompson-Mack, Jack Hewland and Simon Dougherty rounding out the top 10 in front of Joe Grinsell. Martin Gilfillan wins in novice once again from Jacob Kadani and Amy Frame. Going to get a replay here on the final lap of why they closed up on each other, Focus and Lucas, and it was because Focus struggling to get through.
No, it's because Focus
yes.
didn't want to overtake under yellows, and then it seemed like waited until got alongside the incident and then made the overtake.
Yes.
But it certainly wasn't as they passed the yellow, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I didn't see what was happening beyond that, but obviously it's not when you go past the post, it's when you go past the incident. And for me, it's not even whether, it doesn't matter if it's a slower traffic or anything like that. You have to wait until you're past the incident. So
yes,
I think that one will be looked at. So if you're feverishly refreshing the results to...
like you do.
Yes, at the end of this one, that one might take a tad longer than expected.
So that brings to an end our second round of heats here. Already we are flying through the day. 12:30 UK time if you're watching from abroad. And we're already through our second round of heats. We will wait a few moments for the track to be cleared.
Oh, Lennon French is going to get a second go. I don't think he was on the scales at the right angle. And indeed, he's through. Looking at some previous results, Junior Rotax Heat 2, Luke Walton got a 5-second front fairing penalty. I think that might have been for being... I think that might have gone in during his climb up onto the top of Harry McLaughlin's steering wheel. Senior Rotax appears to be clear, and we just await for Senior Pro Kart. Harry Roddis on the final lap as well appears to be being pushed in. Just going to have a quick look at the results, Tom.
He's finished the race called running style, hasn't he?
He has. But I don't know whether... No, he's finished, Tom, in 16th place and stopped on the rolling in lap.
Okay.
So at least he's seen the checkered flag before the marshal had to do the pushing of the Pro Kart bobsleigh over the start line.
So Grinsell managed to recover to 11th in the end. Amy Frame again with another recovery drive as well, being off on the exit of the National Loop on lap 1. She finished 14th. So your clubman runners were Shields, French and Oblag. Then we've got novices, Gilfillan, Cardani and Frame. And then your juniors was Needham, Watson and Pawsey. That's your top three. As Bambinos are already making their way out as we look at a very crooked 172 Nassau panel. But, Bambinos are already making their way out for their third heat of the day. So we will go with Bambino C50 heat number 3. Pole position for Sebastian Crawford. Ethan Pearson in second with Freddie Blackshaw in third. We've got Sebastian McCarthy in fourth and Oliver Bullock in fifth with Hayden Bailey in sixth. Then we have Sullivan Crawford, Callie Tennant, Summer Upton, Ollie Upton, Verity Crawford and Abel Hudson in 12th. So while it takes a couple of minutes to get these guys gridded up, we've got support coming in for Lennon French, who's just done the Senior Pro Kart race. And we've got support coming in for Sam Hayes saying awesome racing, Addison and Jared. That's our junior Rotax ones. Michael Burke saying nothing smells as good as the old Castrol R30 two-stroke, and yes, you're absolutely correct. But most of the karts here, well, they don't run on Castrol R, unfortunately. So it's the best we can do, but it's certainly a great smell. And then got JB11 saying, go on, Con.
And I think that's it. Could be. I think it could be Connor Lucas, but actually, that Jake Brooker, I guess. I think he's misspelt Tom. I think he's giving us a go on, Com, go on, commentator.
Go on, Coms.
Come on, Coms.
So here we go, green flag in hand for the start of heat number 3. It's up, it's down, and we're away and racing. Not a good start once again for Ethan Pearson. He drops straight into 3rd place as Blackshaw moves through, and in fact he's dropped down to 4th place now because Sebastian McCarthy's come through. So we have Crawford from Blackshaw, from McCarthy, and then Pearson.
From watching Ethan Pearson, both here and at other circuits throughout the season, he is full on one side of the coin or the other when it comes to start. He's either an absolute rocket or it's like the cart weighs 1,000,000 kilos. He never makes an all right start. It's either absolutely spot on and I'm nearly winning, or this thing is in treacle.
And Blackshaw looking very racy already early in this one, trying to make a move on Sebastian Crawford down the back straight. Once again, could not get that move completed, and Crawford holds on to the lead. But McCarthy, with that recovery drive, as we've spoken about already this weekend, on a completely different chassis to the one that he started on today, is making good use of it. Didn't complete heat number 1. Didn't even start heat number 1 due to the chassis being transferred over, or everything on it being transferred over to this chassis. But heat number 2 started at the back and finished 3rd. Heat number 3 we're on now, and is holding 3rd very well, and potentially looking like challenging for certainly 2nd place, if not the lead from Crawford here.
So Crawford doesn't need to be too hasty in this one. 2 wins already. He could just sit in 2nd or 3rd place, and that would be enough for pole position for the final, knowing as well that Sebastian McCarthy, with no points from the first race of the day, is likely to go off the back row, or second to back row in the final. So he's going to have to work through the field in the same way that he did in heat number 2. And as we know by then, Abel Hutton has retired once again, I think, on the back straight. He's had a very, very difficult race day. That kart just being dragged back towards the tarmac by our marshal. I think he's going to get pushed into the across the track to where the little alcove is.
And this is where the double header weekend really can be both a positive and a negative. If they can get that kart sorted for tomorrow, Abel Hutton could have an absolutely fantastic day and all the momentum will come back to them. If they can't, it's going to be horrible.
I mean, if that's engine problems and you've got to send it away, and you think, well, I've got another month to the next meeting, but you haven't. You've got around about 14 hours.
Yeah, to get it fixed. As McCarthy looked very racy again on Blackshaw there. Crawford feeling the need to go very defensive coming through the kink, and we are nose to tail now, these front 3. We see it a lot with these Bambinos though, where you have to have the momentum to be able to come through. It's not a case of you can out drag somebody just out of a hairpin. You need to sort of come with a bit of a run up if you like to do it. When they're nose to tail like this, they tend to stay that way, barring a mistake from the one in front. And the one in front at the moment is Crawford, and has been doing a stellar job all weekend so far. I say all weekend. Today. Tomorrow will be all weekend.
Oh, Blackshaw. Crawford goes wide. Blackshaw draws alongside. Crawford's going to be a little bit slower now out of there. And we know Blackshaw can do the little cut back. And Freddie Blackshaw draws alongside of Sebastian Crawford. And Freddie Blackshaw will lead this Coma Bambino heat number 3. McCarthy has to duck out as well as he tried to get alongside Sebastian Crawford through the chicane.
That's my fault, Sebastian Crawford.
Doing so well till Tom spoke the
I
odd
said about you making a
superlative.
mistake, and then you went and did it. So my apologies. Certainly had the pace here so far today. I'm sure you can make another attempt to get past Blackshaw, and then McCarthy is right there as well. And McCarthy's still holding the fastest lap of the race as well here.
3 wide down the back straight they go. McCarthy on the outside there. It was more of an illusion than them actually being side by side. McCarthy not quite close enough, but now Blackshaw at the front of this one, and now it's Blackshaw's turn to take that wider line, and he too could be slower round hairpin 4, although Sebastian Crawford gets a little bit of snap oversteer halfway round, and that's scrubbed off a little bit of speed.
At least it's not just me getting the Sebastians
Oh,
mixed
it's
up.
through.
There he goes. Wow, that was a great drive out of hairpin 4 for Crawford. Took a while to spool up essentially and get that top end working, but out of hairpin 4 didn't look like anything was on. Through the dogleg and the kink, and then into the D chicane, got the move completed.
Yeah, Blackshaw was almost looking to his left for a long time. They're almost expecting Crawford to be there, and then he was right at the end. But I think that was, if Blackshaw had taken a different line into that chicane, I don't think he'd have found Crawford with a way to get through. McCarthy's going to try a long run right the way around the outside of the South Bank corner.
He's going to try the cut back at hairpin 3 and then again at 4. We saw Blackshaw had decent drive out of here last time around. Not as good as Crawford's, of course. Two minutes plus 1 lap to go. We're still focusing on the battle for the front 3 here, and rightly so, because it's the closest one on track. But we've got Ethan Pearson holding a comfortable 4th place, 4 seconds behind the leaders. Well, the best part of 17 seconds in front of Oliver Bullock. Then we've got Hayden Bailey. 5th and 6th actually are quite close on track as well. Then we've got Sullivan Crawford, Summer Upton, Callie Tennant, Ollie Upton, Verity Crawford, and Abel Hudson, unfortunately, has once again retired from this one. Really, really tough day for Abel Hudson, and our sympathies, I think, is probably the best way to put it. Really tough, especially when you're this young as well. You just want to be out there racing and getting experience and having fun with your mates. And when you're sat at the side of the track, it's pretty upsetting and pretty disappointing. And speaking of which, Freddie Blackshaw is going to go one way around the lap traffic here, and he's going to take the lead. And McCarthy has followed through. So Crawford has lost 2 places there in 1 corner. He's gone from the lead to 3rd, but we've already seen him come back and overtake Blackshaw in this race. Going to have to do it all again, but this time he's got Sebastian McCarthy to get through as well, who is pushing along Freddie Blackshaw now. Got the scent of a win here for McCarthy. He goes wide and needs to be careful about Crawford taking the opposite line, and in fact there he does. Crawford then side by side with McCarthy as they come towards the line. It is going to be as you were when they enter the D chicane.
Time is down to 0, albeit
I think they must have done it with a lap, a second or so to go, because we haven't got a final lap board
no,
out.
we don't. We're going to have 2 more laps of Coma C50 Bambino, Blackshaw, McCarthy and Crawford, your top 3. Crawford, I'm sure he'll want to try and get through once again, but 3rd place will be enough for pole position in the final. But he's managed to get alongside McCarthy there. McCarthy with a little bit of extra speed means that McCarthy can hold on to 2nd place, and then carries some good speed round South Bank. He's going to have to go to the outside of Freddie Blackshaw, and that's allowed Sebastian Crawford to get down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy trying to go round the outside. He was then on the outside of Blackshaw. Crawford would just put the cart in the gap.
Now we have the final lap board out. Blackshaw from Crawford, from McCarthy, heading round the national loop for the final time here in heat number 3.
Lap traffic in front, though, for them to navigate, and it's in the middle of the chicanes as well, and they're weaving side by side to try and find a way past the 52 of Calais Tennant.
I quite liked that from Blackshaw, actually, because he managed to take advantage of lap traffic to get past Crawford a couple of laps ago, and he just made sure that nobody was going to do the same to him as they came through the chicanes. They're 3 wide now down the back straight, staggered as they are, first, second and third. We've got Blackshaw on the outside now of Crawford. Crawford not managing to get the move done. Can he get it done through hairpin 4? It looks like it's not going to be so, and Blackshaw leads as they come around the final corner. McCarthy and Crawford side by side as they come to the line. It's going to be Blackshaw taking the win, with Crawford in second from McCarthy, who briefly held second for about 5 or 6 metres before Crawford was able to re-drag back past and take second place. So 2 wins and a second place for Crawford will be enough to take pole position for the final. Ethan Pearson crosses the line in 4th. Calais Tennant has crossed the line in 9th, but is a lap down. We await the Oliver Bullock and Hayden Bailey battle crossing the line. There they go, Oliver Bullock from Hayden Bailey, 5th and 6th. Then we're going to have Summer Upton and Sullivan Crawford, 7th and 8th. Then the aforementioned Calais Tennant in 9th, Ollie Upton in 10th, and Verity Crawford in 11th.
Few still making their way through then. Sullivan Crawford. Good to see Freddie Blackshaw sort of slowed down to allow those drivers to come through and take their checkered flag. Great result from Freddie Blackshaw. And as you say, Tom, I was really impressed when he caught the lap traffic in the chicane, that what he did there by weaving side to side, and he kept the speed up a little bit more.
Yes.
And by keeping the speed up, it meant that he wasn't bogging down as he ran towards the first corner. And I think, you know, by driving further but at a higher speed, he's done himself a lot of favours there and done it enough to hold on to the victory.
It meant as well that both Crawford and McCarthy weren't able to pass him as he did to Crawford, although albeit through the national loop or through the exit of the national loop and into the chicane. But he did a good job there, did Blackshaw. And that brings to an end Bambino's heat number 3. So just the final to go for that class. And coming up next will be Honda Cadets' final heat.
Grids then for Honda and Micromax heat number 3. We'll see Drew Davidson once again on pole position in the Micromax. Joshua Sullivan will be on Honda pole, but on the outside in second place. Thomas Potter and Luca Bachuev on row number 2. Edward Rye and Red Lind on row number 3. Then it's going to be Morgan Cooney in 7th place. Jake Walker for company on row number 4. Samuel Yeadon and William Howard round out your top 10, with Thomas Harper and Joey Swan on row number 6. Ashton Horspool starts 13th. Mason Dinsdale 14th, with Ollie Carter and Grayson Crawford on row 8, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Noah Clark on row number 9. Then it's going to be Layla Berryman and Tristan Gilfillan, with Aaron Berridge, William Collinson and Matty Prinku-Wright in 23rd, rounding out your grid here of Micromax and Honda Cadet runners.
I just had a little nose outside the commentary box to have a look at the weather, because we were due some rain around about 1 o'clock, which of course is around about 10 minutes away. But from the front of the commentary box, I'm looking out the front of it and it's completely clear blue sky. However, coming in from behind us, there are a few dark clouds incoming. We've got a yellow warning for thunderstorms. I don't think that's here though. But we've got on our weather report, apparently light rain is incoming, which will end in around about 30 minutes time. But as I say, blue sky in front of the commentary box, but the clouds are bubbling up behind where we are stood. And I'm Our cameraman, Rob, is making some gestures at me, but I don't know whether it means it's spitting now or it's spitting in a couple of minutes.
Oh, the rain is coming soon, I
I'm
think.
trying to read his hand signals. He's terrible at sign language.
No, he's no kart mechanic,
Just
is he,
write
Tom?
me a note, Rob, and hold it up, because I can't see what you're saying, mate. I think he was saying it's spitting, but I don't think it's spitting right now, I think is what he was trying to say. Oh, it was spitting, but it's not now. Certainly not enough to change track conditions anyway. But as I say, there are dark clouds starting to bubble up here, so that could throw things, throw a spanner in the works for our Rotax classes. But it looks like everybody will be on slicks here for Honda Cadet and Micromax. Got the final runner headed into place now. They are gridded up. Start line marshal walks over to position. We've got green flag in hand. It's up. It's down, and we're away and racing in Heat 3 of Honda Cadet and Micromax.
It's a good start from Potter off third place, and he's managed to draw alongside Sullivan in second. And through, down the inside, goes Thomas Potter to lead Honda from Drew Davidson, who's at front in Micromax. Sullivan's not going to waste any time. Down the inside of Thomas Potter into hairpin 1, as is Edward Rye trying to get down the inside of Luka Batchev. Rest of the field is through nice and cleanly. They run down the back straight for the first time.
Yes, so it is Davidson from Sullivan and Potter. Then we've got Batchev and Edward Rye, your top 5. Jake Walker, Red Lind as well. Samuel Yeadon, William Howard and Morgan Cooney all in the mix for the top 10. They will come over the line for the very first time. Luka Batchev, very racy through. Oh, what have we got here?
Chain guard missing from somebody.
It's got no stickers on it or anything, so we can't really match it up to what driver it is, but I'm sure we'll find out when we come back in the pits.
We'll have a quick look in a few moments when they come past. It's on the side that we are in the commentary box, so when they come round for start-finish, Tom, I will do spotting and you can do the talking.
Okay. Right. So yes, they are. Oh,
we found it. It's Drew Davidson. It's a Micromax.
no way.
The race leader, outright race leader, Drew Davidson, will be called into pit lane for a mechanical defect. Chain guard off on Drew Davidson. He's going to see it now on the overhead gantry as he comes through.
Does he?
And
he certainly wasn't. There was no acknowledgement.
Yes, but having said that, he shouldn't peel immediately straight off in the pits. He should do one full lap and come in. So,
but if I was leading the race, I'd be like, oh man,
yeah.
And there was nothing. There was no acknowledgement whatsoever from Davidson, and he's still pulling away at the front of this one as well. So whether he's not seen it or whether he's just still flat out because he feels that's the safest thing to do, not quite sure.
Well, we'll see when he comes through this time, but Sullivan, Potter and Batchev all sticking with him at the moment.
And the marshal is out actually now on the start-finish line to point that one out and say, and here he comes. In fact, he did see it. Well done, Drew Davidson. Very good driving in the end, actually, to hold on to the lead, pull away.
And kept his pace up until he was off the line, moved away, and good awareness there from Davidson.
It really was very good awareness from Drew Davidson. And he just has a look down and goes, oh, chain guard? What? Oh, yeah, it's not there.
Yeah, his dad's already retrieved the merch from the from the marshal.
So we've got an actual Honda Cadet proper order now, if you like, because we've got Sullivan, Potter, Batchev, and then Rye, Walker, Yeadon, Lind, Howard, and Thomas Harper with the fastest lap of the race so far as well. Your top 10.
Yeah, Harper going well. They'll all get promoted a place, so it's going to look like a fruit machine.
There goes so Horspool is now into the top 10. So Luka Batchev showing very, very well once again here in heat number 3. Is able to go with these front two. I thought Sullivan, with his pace that he had through Heat 1 and Heat 2, would be able to move away slightly, but Potter's holding on well in the slipstream and Batchev doing the same. Potter not just holding on well in the slipstream, he's through.
Down the inside goes Thomas Potter. The pace still some half a second off what the fastest laps were in heat number 2. Sullivan's nose panel at the front end wobbling round.
He was doing that in heat 2.
It was, yes.
So perhaps it's a fashion statement. We'll go with the wobbly Nassau panel.
Yeah, nose panel wobbling round at the base. Sullivan in the wheel tracks once again of Thomas Potter. Potter with the fastest lap of the race as they head down towards hairpin 1, and Potter defensive into hairpin 1, not wanting to open the door for Sullivan, but then Luka Bachuev trying to open the door for himself as well, and nose down the inside, and that slowed himself down. He's got a little bit of a snap oversteer as Noah Clark is in, checks his weight, albeit he's going to retire from this one, so it will all be in vain.
You can see how much extra, or how much that cost Luka Bachuev by having to take that extra armful of steering that he had to do there. And we've got who's that off? That's a long way off.
Aaron Berridge again is off. This time it's on the outside of hairpin number 2. He's moved away. Marshall's going to help them. Flag is out for hairpin 2 onwards. So hairpin 1 is still an overtaking opportunity. Hairpin 2 isn't. Yellow flag out. And then they'll have to wait till they're past the incident. So at least South Bank will be open as an overtaking opportunity for our drivers.
We've got a green flag, or a green light in
South Bank is an overtaking opportunity for our drivers. We've had another change for the lead. Sullivan in the slipstream of Thomas Potter slides his way through into South Bank.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've now got light boards here as well, so we can green light or green flag areas of the track, as well as our marshal posts.
A welcome addition, them light boards as well.
Yes, they are, because it's a lot more informative for the driver as to when they can overtake.
Yeah, looking at speaking of overtakes, the Heat 2 has been published in Procar, and Josh Volkers hasn't been penalised for any infringement at hairpin 1.
Okay. So we've got Sullivan still managing to hold Potter off for the time being. Luka Bachuev needs to stop looking behind and stop playing around with his helmet and start to get his head down behind that steering wheel and close up on the back of the front 2. I think he's got a little bit frustrated here behind the steering wheel at that half move he did at hairpin 2 a couple of laps ago. Needs to refocus now.
He's had the pace though, hasn't he?
He has,
weekend. Yeah. And another either play with his helmet or a little bit of a tap of it there for Luka Bachuev.
I'm just worried about Edward Wright, who's closing in on the back of these two, currently holding the fastest lap of the race as well. But Bachuev is closing in, but I mean, he looked behind then, right as he went through the chicane, and he clipped the curb on the inside because of it. Look forward, Luka. You're all right. If they overtake you, they overtake you.
I'm just checking here, Tom. The timer on the overhead gantry on the start line has stopped at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. We've got 1 minute remaining, but the timer on the gantry is still showing 2:14. Matty Prinku-Wright has stopped again, and looks like he's looking down again to where the chain would be through the chicanes. He needs to get out of that one fairly quickly because that'll help the marshal pull him to safety. Yellow flags are out now at hairpin number 1.
Just seen Samuel Yeadon overtake Jake Walker for 5th place as well. So we've got another group outside of these front 4. We've got another group of 3 behind. You can just see them at the back of the shot there. In fact, there they are now. So that's Yeadon heading Walker, and then Red Lind is there as well. Of course, Red Lind, pole sitter earlier in the year here in Honda Cadet.
Drivers heading towards South Bank. The timer's still saying 2:14, but we've got 10 seconds on the clock here in the commentary box on the timing and on the screen as well. Time is down to 0, so it will be last lap board this time round for our race leaders. Sullivan, Potter, Bachuev, Rye. That's your top 4. Then there's a gap back to Yeadon, Walker, Redlin, William Howard, Thomas Harper, Ashton Horsepool. All cross the line. That's your top 10. Heading down towards hairpin 1 for the first time, for the final time. Sullivan is tighter at the front of this pack, and that's allowed Potter to close back up to defend off. Sullivan out onto the back straight they go. Will Sullivan migrate to the inside? He does migrate to the inside. Potter's going to try and go all the way round the outside here of Joshua Sullivan. It's going to be a long way round. Back in. Sullivan then tight into 3, trying to hold off trying to get his second race victory of the day to add to his P7 at the start. Tight into fourth, doesn't want to open the door. Can Potter get the run out of the final corner? Potter's in the wheel tracks as they head towards start finish. Sullivan takes victory from Thomas Potter, Luca Batuev and Edward Robb. Then it's Samuel Yeadon, Jake Walker and Red Lind. William Howard, he peels straight off into the pit lane in P8. Thomas Harper and Ashton Horspool round out your top 10.
Once again, all action here in Honda Cadet. See this time and time again, but this time it was Sullivan once again able to hold off Potter down the back straight as they have a little fist bump heading down the back straight this time. Luka Batuev, again, just needed to refocus slightly, but managed to hold on to third place. I think he could have been a bit closer here if he'd been a bit less worried about Edward Rye behind. But still managed to hold him off. That was Ryan fourth, and then Yeadon headed that second group then of Yeadon, Walker and Red Lind. Sullivan very happy with his work. He comes across the line and takes some plaudits. And there, in fact, is the dark grey clouds I was talking about.
The thing with Sullivan is that he's quite serene on the lap until he sees a camera, and then he's all like fists in the air,
stroking his eyebrows, isn't he? Making sure they're
he knows where Rob the photographer is. He knows where the cameraman is on the way in. Quad is out to collect Matty Prinku Wright, whose car has stopped once again, this time on the entry to the chicanes. He also need to collect Aaron Berridge's number 2 machine, this time from the back straight. That can't stopping, so we're going to have the quad collect Aaron Berridge. I think Matty Prinku Wright's cart will be pushed back in. So we've got things. Morgan Cooney there, giving the steering wheel a bit of a beating. Where did he cross the line? It was in P12, just in front of Mason Dinsdale, 13th. Then it's Ollie Carter, who's had to come back through the field after problems earlier on. For him, meant that he was excluded from heat number 1 for an unfortunate weight infringement, coming in slightly under. Honda Cadets running to 107. That's why they're just being checked on the weighbridge and getting the thumbs up when they get on that weighbridge. So Matty Prinku Wright being pushed back in. Aaron Berridge up on the back of the quad. Great to see him back out after his trip to the medical team earlier on for Aaron Berridge. Honda Cadet then being wheeled off. We'll dip back into the live chat in a moment. Next race, though, here's heat number 3 for Minimax. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch via the live chat comments. We've got ICSY and Sam Hayes Racing saying good luck to Josh in the 13, and LB Gaming saying go on Luca. So thank you. You can, of course, join in with the live chat on the YouTube platform. You just have to subscribe to the Alpha channel, and then you can join in the live chat. And as always, we will endeavour to read out all of your comments that come through to us here in the commentary box. Minimax heat number 3 sees Ben, Adrian and Amy Peacock going off the front row. Alfie McBain and Holly Swan on row 2. Ashton Carmichael, Sebastian Benson on row 3, with Jack McGillicuddy in the number 58 machine. 13-year-old from Widnes joining us for the first time, going off P number 7. We are, of course, here on a Saturday, which is unusual, but it is our double-header weekend, the annual double-header weekend, which will mean we're also racing here tomorrow as well. And so far, we've had a few drivers win all of their races, which means that they could be on for a standout weekend. The last driver I remember, Tom, to win all their races at the double-header weekend was a few years back. Charlie Wyatt returned for a round, for the weekend, and won all of his heats and his finals in Honda Cadet. Here comes Mini. Ben Adrian takes the green flag. They leads the field up towards the first corner, and he could be one, Tom, that could go on to win all of his races here this weekend. 2 heats, and he's looked very, very comfortable at the front of the pack here in Minimax. In particular, the opening few laps at getting himself broken away and out of the tow with Amy Peacock. Alfie McBain once again showing good, and it's Ashton Carmichael up into 4th place. Great start for Ashton Carmichael. up in front of Holly Swan now.
Oh, Holly Swan had a shocker and she's now going backwards.
Oh yes, a spin in the middle of South Bank.
She had a poor start as well. Got hung out to dry around the national loop and is now a very distant last place at the moment. So a lot of work to do here for Holly Swan. And here we have a replay of it. She just goes around here through South Bank, just lost the rear end, couldn't catch it. It looked a bit skittish as it went into South Bank, and then it just kind of looked like it kind of oscillated and vibrated a little bit, and eventually lost grip.
Well, you often see a spin like that when they drop that wheel off the inside curb and it sort of tags it, but she wasn't on the inside curb. I just think the car ran out of grip there on the opening lap. Tyres not up to full racing temperature.
That's a much more likely explanation. It's just needs to work the rears, particularly quite a bit harder on the opening roll-up lap, because as I say, she didn't have a great first half of the lap either. With McBain, Carmichael, and I think even Benson might have got through by the time that she'd spun. But grip is coming back to her now, and she has posted a decent lap time actually that time around. Up there with sort of Alfie McBain pace. But Ben Adrian again at the front of this one. Another fastest lap of the race for Ben Adrian. Then it is Amy Peacock, then Alfie McBain, Ashton Carmichael, Sebastian Benson, Jack McGillicuddy, and then the aforementioned Holly Swan. She is closing in on the back of McGillicuddy. As we look at Carmichael and Benson here, the battle for fourth. Everybody else around a 2 second or a second to 2 second gap between each other. This is your closest battle on circuit, which is crazy to think that we're only 3 laps in and we've got such big gaps here. The field spread enormous in this mini-max class. We have got Carmichael holding off Benson at the moment. To head through hairpin 4.
Holly Swan has caught up onto the back of Jack McGillicuddy. McGillicuddy's been holding her off for half a lap or so, but Swan has now managed to find a way through as they come over the start-finish line. Ben Adrian with the fastest lap of the race. Hasn't been able to drop Peacock quite as much this time.
Should we do a tally thing like we did last time, a couple of rounds ago? Because Ben Adrian just set fastest lap of the race.
Oh, we're going to get double figures easy, aren't we? It could even be 3. It could even be 3 figures for the amount of times Ben Adrian sets the fastest lap of the race.
Well, we've completed 4 laps and he's set the fastest lap of the race every time so far. So we'll see what happens this time around. Just managing that gap, it seems, to Amy Peacock.
Do you know who sets the fastest lap of the race?
It's Amy Peacock.
She really is a game ruiner.
Yeah. 4 out of 5 for me. Oh, so 3 out of 5 now for predictions. But yeah, Ben Adrian now still clear by 9/10 of a second. I mean, Amy Peacock did close it down, did set the fastest lap of the race, but she was only 600ths faster that time around. So is Ben Adrian just in full management mode of this race, just doing the bare minimum to win? Or is he just going to set another fastest lap of the race?
Well, yes. Yes, he is.
A full 10.5 clear of Amy Peacock that time around, moves the gap out to a second. Carmichael is still in front of Benson for 4th and 5th as we look at Alfie McBain, who had a very good start overtaking Holly Swan on lap 1. It's a good, clean move right off the line for that one, and got it done and completed and moved into 3rd place. Holly Swan has now overtaken Jack McGillicuddy for 6th place, but is 4 and a bit seconds behind this Carmichael and Benson battle that you see on track at the moment. Wonder if there's enough time for Holly Swan to catch these two. That's Ben Adrian. There's Amy Peacock. And there is Alfie McBain. As I said, the field spread here in this mini-max class is crazy, really. When you think we've gone straight from cadets, who are almost the entire field is nose to tail, and likewise with senior pro kart as well. And then within 3 laps, we've got kind of, 10 seconds or so separating the top 10. Top 5.
Yeah, good to see Carmichael, though, and Benson still scrapping it out, although Carmichael is starting to open up the gap a little bit now.
Newsflash, breaking news. Fastest lap of the race for Ben Adrian. Increasing that gap now to 1.5 seconds, and you can just see how gentle he is on the steering wheel. Just absolute minimal inputs. It's like the car is almost driving by thought. It's probably the best way to put it, I think. He doesn't look like he's having to drive the kart, really. It just goes wherever he thinks it needs to go.
Well, Ben Adrian, of course, in his second year here of Minimax, he moved up very, very early from Honda Cadet into Mini. And they've got that, obviously got the setup right, and they've got it dialed in. Take nothing away from the driver, but that looks like it's a very, very easy kart to drive.
And that's what I'm trying to say. It looks, apart from hairpin 1, where he puts a bit of steering lock in, and again there at the entry to hairpin 3, when you look at him driving through hairpin 2 and hairpin 4, he's got like 5% steering angle.
Yeah,
nothing.
He's twitching it, isn't he? That's the thing. He's just doing a little bit of a twitch, letting the kart steer itself, really. Gaps out by a fraction, although nothing to really change how things are on track. There's Amy Peacock in second place.
I mean, it's exactly how it should be. Your setup should be like that. You shouldn't be having to put armfuls of lock in and things like that, especially when you've got the amount of grip that these tyres give them in this Rotax class compared to something along the lines of a senior pro kart, which is of course much heavier for a start, and also they've got nowhere near the amount of grip that they have.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Peacock here, we can watch this because we're zoomed in fairly close to the steering wheel. Her steering input is fairly minimal as well.
It is, you're right.
And it's literally the hands are moving. And you think that they're actually doing, as we head up towards hairpin 1 here, it's a reasonably tight radius hairpin. It's not the tightest in the country, but her hand's probably moving at 5 or 10 degrees, and the cart is she's able to rotate the cart. That's the important thing. You don't steer a cart, you rotate the cart, and she's able to do that in the same way that Ben Adrian clearly is at the front.
Well, I would say in this class, you rotate the cart, and in juniors, you would rotate the cart, but in seniors, you then, because the speed is that much higher, the braking forces are that much harder, you then start to steer the car.
And you, as well, the strange thing is the slower you go as well, the more you steer a car, because you have to help it round the corner.
Yep.
Final lap here then at the front of our Minimax class. Ben Adrian leads by a fraction under 2 seconds. The gap's starting to go out now at around about 0.2 a lap. It's out to the 2-second mark with Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain. Ashton Carmichael still holding off Sebastian Benson in 4th place. He's starting to show good progress, getting closer and closer every single time. 4th will be his best result of the day. I think he's had a 6th or 5th, and this will be a 4th place. So he's starting to go towards the front. Ben Adrian then crosses the line to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 3. Maintains his 100% record. Amy Peacock in 2nd, and then it's Alfie McBain with Ashton Carmichael crossing the line. Now there he is in front of Sebastian Benson. Holly Swan, after a tough opening lap for her, crosses the line in 6th place in front of Jack McGillicuddy in P7.
And that brings to an end your Minimax heat number 3. 3 more to go here before we'll take a little bit of a lunch break and then bring you our finals. Of course, we are on a double header weekend this weekend as well, so lots and lots of action here at Teesside Autodrome. Coming up next will be Junior Rotax heat number 3. So we've seen 2 heats and 2 heat wins here for Addison Smith in junior Rotax, but that of course doesn't tell the whole story. He took the heat win in Heat 2 on the final corner of the final lap from Jared Fox-Whiteley. But he goes off pole here in this one, this random grid formation, but Addison Smith taking pole position with Ben Robinson in second, and right behind Addison Smith, pushing him along on the start-finish line, will be Jared Fox-Whiteley. These two have fought it out throughout the day so far. Joseph Yao will go off P4 with Oscar Waugh in 5th and Melissa Adrian in 6th. Then it's going to be Luke Walton, Max Wilkinson, Maya Simpson, Sam Robson and Harry McLaughlin, your 11 runners here in Junior Rotax. Already halfway round their rolling up lap here, working the tyres hard. You can see Smith really working the rears. To get some heat into those. Winding the fronts on as well. Plenty of heat. The sun's still beating down here. These grey clouds are moving over the circuit and then moving off sort of to the side as we head to the line. The green flag is in hand. It's up, it's down, it's away. It's a flying start from Addison Smith. Moves well clear at the front of this one. Oh, as we've got contact as well. We've got, I think that is Luke Walton is off, as is Melissa Adrian as well. But Luke Walton, of course, involved in a lap 1 incident in Heat 2, has been involved in another one here on the exit of the National Loop and is well off the track. We've also got Melissa Adrian out as well. So that's 2 drivers out. Luke Walton is back underway. As we look at Oscar Waugh, who's already made his way through into 3rd place as well. So great driving from Oscar Waugh on this opening lap to make his way through to 3rd.
Melissa Adrian out of the kart, yellow flag at the National Loop, and as you can see, they're walking away from the inside. So Melissa Adrian, who had a 3rd place in heat number 2, retires from heat 3.
Well, it is Smith from Fox-Whiteley, from Waugh, from Yao, Wilkinson, Robinson, Robson, McLaughlin and Simpson. We're already down to 9 runners. I think we will have Luke Walton, there we go, in 10th place, but 26 seconds off the back of Maya Simpson. That's going to be a nigh on impossible task to get anything other than 10th. But points still count so long as he can make it half race distance. Fox-Whiteley, fastest lap of the race that time around as he closed in on the back of Addison Smith, who's going for the hat-trick of heats here, but not if Fox-Whiteley's got anything to do with it.
Fox-Whiteley from a mile back there, really. Yes, he was close to to Addison Smith through the chicanes, but then as Smith took a wider line, Fox-Whiteley from a few kart lengths back dives down the inside of Addison Smith into hairpin number 1. And Jared Fox-Whiteley through. Now, Addison Smith here can just ride shotgun for the entirety of this race. I'm not sure he wants to, but having taken 2 victories, a 2nd place will be enough for pole position for the final. With Jared Fox-Whiteley's 2 second places and then a win, this one will be enough for 2nd place. So they'll go off the front row if they finish in whatever order at the front of this one. But now Addison Smith really can just look after this and just bring it home, knowing that he's going to have a pole position inside berth.
You think he's going to want to do that, though?
Probably not, because he's a racing driver.
Exactly. But we have seen this from Smith now. So Fox-Whiteley has led significant portions of this junior Rotax Heat 1 and Heat 2. But Smith has taken the spoils both times around. So he's come out on top twice today. What has Fox-Whiteley got left in the locker for Smith?
This, for me, here is where the Smith plays a longer game, knowing that he doesn't need to win. So why would he take anything out of the tyres when you've got Oscar Waugh a second or so back? So you can just tuck in. He's not going to have to work anywhere near as hard in the slipstream.
so he can just follow Jared Fox-Whiteley round. I wonder if he's had a bit of a chat beforehand.
You mean like a head wobble from the coach?
Yeah, just, let's not do anything silly. Seconds enough. Still, the thing is now as well.
It's the fastest lap of the race, though.
Yes, and he can continue to push Jared Fox-Whiteley as much as he wants and just continue opening that gap out to Oscar Waugh.
Be interesting to know what the tyre scenario is, whether anybody did go for new tyres today out of these two.
Oh, they definitely did. Fox-Whiteley definitely had fresh rubber on this morning.
So we would assume then that Smith has done likewise, and then we would also then assume that they're both going to have to make them last until the end of tomorrow.
Well, let's say that. Well, they could or they couldn't, because you get 5 sets for 8 rounds.
Well, that's what I mean.
So
We're making an assumption that they're both going to
but the thing as well
only
is
use
that
one set of tyres this weekend.
Wets are open, so if, for example, it rains, for me, I would use all 5 of my sets in rounds 1 through to 5.
And then manage them through.
And then hope that it rains at rounds 6, 7 and 8. Because wets are open and you can use whatever wets you want, because that way you can use an inter or a full wet. So it's a bit of everything. But yeah, I'd just go early and stick all of them. I know a lot of the Honda cadets this morning were going fresh rubber that I think they'd be using for both days over the weekend. I know some drivers use the tyres from round 4 and may well be going onto fresh rubber for tomorrow.
This is the interesting dynamic, and this is where the team strategy comes into play.
Yeah,
quite a bit as to whether you're going to opt for that fresh rubber today, tomorrow, maybe not even at all.
No, difficulties as well here for the drivers going forward is that the clock on the overhead gantry is still stuck at 2 minutes and 14 as it was in the previous race. So these drivers have got no way of knowing how far they are into this race, with the exception of they'll know roughly how many laps they've done.
Until the last lap board comes out.
Yes, which, we know if the pace at the front is quite frantic, they can get round just in front of the timing. So it could well be quite close to the end of that time. So they may well not know. And if you've not set yourself up and not kept yourself in the mix.
I was just going to point out that Smith there had enough of a run on Fox-Whiteley down the back straight to put a move in, and elected not only to not push Fox-Whiteley but actually lift down the back straight. Only a feather. He only lifted maybe 5% off throttle, but it was enough to slow his momentum down, and he would have essentially pushed Fox-Whiteley here into South Bank Corner, and elected not to, feathered the throttle, and the gap went out to about as much as we see now. Of course, it was full throttle down the back straight this time around. So Smith playing potentially the long game, as you said, David, or keeping his powder dry until the last couple of laps, which of course he won't know when the last couple of laps are. He will only know when the last lap is.
Yes, well, what he's got to do as well is be probably a little bit closer than what he is at the minute, should he want to make that last lap move. If the board comes out and it's a surprise to him and he's got 3 or 4 kart lengths to try and close up, that's going to be very, very difficult.
Well, Fox-Whiteley set the fastest lap of the race that time around, but it was half a tenth quicker than Addison Smith, although you wouldn't know it because he's still there. Oscar Waugh, here we are looking at now, is in a comfortable-ish 3rd place. He's got 1.8 seconds back to Joseph Yao, but 2 seconds back from the front 2. So Oscar Waugh was able to go with the front 2 here when he was able to hold on to the slipstream in Heat 1. With the mixed-up grids and things, it's kind of created a bit of a gap between Fox-Whiteley and Smith throughout Heat 2 and 3, but he has still held 3rd place through this one. So potentially a good starting position for Oscar Waugh in the final, and we will see whether he can then go with the front 2 and make it a trio for the final.
I'd be content with Oscar Waugh being there because he's going to be on the inside of row number 2, which is often better than being in second place, which is likely where we're going to see Jared Fox-Whiteley, because that puts you on the outside. And if Waugh can measure his start in line with the race leader, Addison Smith, then it's going to be very, very difficult for Jared Fox-Whiteley to get back into the line. You might find Fox-Whiteley down into third place at the start of the final and having to work through. If Oscar Waugh can make a good enough start to sit in the wheel tracks of Addison Smith and run towards the first corner. 1 minute to go here then at Teesside Autodrome. And I'm just conscious when the leaders come through and over the line here as to what's left on the clock. I think it's going to be about 50 seconds. Drivers lapping in the 42, so they're going to get round with around about 8 seconds to go.
Just looking at Max Wilkinson there, and you could see the difference in kart setup as from what we were looking at in the Mini Max class, and you can see a marked difference here between the minis and the juniors. Is that there is a lot more steering input. Instead of 5 and 10% steering angle, you're looking at maybe 15-20%, and a lot of it steering in the wrong direction as well, as you can see here with Fox-Whiteley. So you'll get it nose in.
Yeah, he's definitely settling for second, Smith.
Yes, he had a look down the inside, but there is a lot more steering angle here as the speed has gone up and the braking, etc. It's a lot more input in this one, a lot more aggressive in juniors. But Max Wilkinson, you could see he was hacksawing at the wheel, and that's not the setup that he needs for this race.
Times elapsed down to 0. Last lap board will be out at the end of this lap. I believe on the overhead gantry we are down to 0.
Addison Smith having a little tap on the rear of Fox-Whiteley there, who immediately goes defensive into hairpin 4. And Smith then couldn't get the drive out of hairpin 4 because Fox-Whiteley positioned his kart very, very well, but had gone defensive. So who's going to come out on top here? Is it going to be Smith for the third time around, or is it going to be Fox-Whiteley taking his first heat win of the day? Half a lap to go here as they exit hairpin 2 for the final time.
Fox-Whiteley, look over the shoulder to his left, migrates to the inside, doesn't want Smith to come down the inside into South Bank, but then in doing so, Fox-Whiteley slides slightly wide. Smith's going to try it into 3 this time. Contact between the two of them. Fox-Whiteley forced wide. Smith down the inside. Can Fox-Whiteley get the cutback? Fox-Whiteley's given up the ghost on this one. Addison Smith will come through to take victory from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Oscar Waugh will come through for P3, and then Joseph Yao. It doesn't change how they were going to start for the final anyway, because it would have been Addison Smith on pole position, but psychologically that's going to have a big, big play in things. Let's see as they go down the back straight. Now, it's all fairly amicable between the two of them. I know, I think they've just had a bit of a hand up there between the two of them, but it was nice and friendly between the two of them. That's what Tom was craning for out the window.
I mean, they are good friends off the circuit, these two, aren't they? So you can see it's going to be the front left corner is going to tap the rear wheel, as it turned out to be, of Fox-Whiteley. And that was enough to just push him wide. And then through came Addison Smith.
The thing is there, Smith got quite lucky because, as we both know, Tom, from our prolific racing careers, if you get down the inside but you're not far enough, you'll often tip yourself as the driver behind into a spin because you've not got enough weight down the inside. And, to an extent there, Smith was quite lucky. If he was an inch or so further back, he's the one getting spun round.
Yes, indeed. We remember the example with Conor Lucas did it 2 years ago, I think it was. That was in a final, I think, as well.
It was. Nosed it down the inside. We saw Thomas Potter do it once.
We did. So it seems to be the champion's move as well, but it can also go very much the wrong way.
Now, the reason the barrier has been moved there on the outside after the weighbridge is that it would appear that our leaders have been pulled in for scrutineering, and they're just going to take them over the weighbridge, and then they can send them round the outside of where our drivers are in there for scrutineering, because there's certain parts of the kart that have to be checked after a race. So juniors are being pulled in, which
means it's time to move on to heat number 3 in senior Rotax. Emma Brown will start this one off pole position with Paul Swan alongside the young pretender. Then it's Andy Hull and Monroe Renard with Martin Fisher and Nathan Jensen on row number 3, with Joseph Johnson and Arthur Lowthian on row 4. Ashley Savage roll off P number 9. Not the first time we've seen Savage go off P9. He should have been on pole position for the start and dropped to the tail of the field. Then he went off the pack. And now he will be going off P number 9. So we'll be going off the back of the field once again here. So Emma Brown leading them through. Pace is slow, but the leader can dictate that. Into the acceleration zone, and away they go. We've got a slow-moving Martin Fisher. Looks like he's oiled up. Plug's oiled up, and he's going to roll straight off into the pit lane, is it? No, he's going to try and give it some beans and clear that engine out, but kart doesn't seem to be going anywhere very quickly, and he does indeed pull off further up the track. There he is, going off towards the left-hand side. Say hello to Apollo up there and acquire himself a new pro card. Down the inside of Emma Brown goes Monroe Renard. Nathan Jensen back this time, and following through up into second place, and then has a bit of overspeed contact into the back of Monroe Renard there.
Yeah, Jensen back after that retirement in Heat 2 as well. Did we get to the bottom of what that was?
Haven't spoken to anybody, although I should have done, because I think he was walking down the bank on the way back in, but he had his helmet on, and as we know, you don't approach a racing driver post-race, you've still got their helmet on.
Correct.
It means they're very angry.
Yes. It's that's exactly what it means. It means I'm going to clock you if you say something wrong to me, and you can't clock me back because I've got a helmet on.
Ashley Savage there tries half a move down the inside of Paul Swan, not quite close enough. Swan there in the blue and yellow machine. All of the Swan family running the 95 on their karts.
It's easily identifiable throughout the various classes that we've got here. They all run the 95, and I believe most of them, if not all now, are running the same font of the 95 as well, which I quite like. It used to be the Cars font, the
Yes.
Lightning McQueen, but it's now, I think they've now gone standard numbers.
Yes, to an extent. Down the inside goes Paul Swan. I mean, Holly had to give up the 95 last year when she was still in cadet. She moved to 195 to allow Joey to run the 95 as he moved up from Bambino. Down the inside goes Ashley Savage. Door closed by Emma Brown. Twice in two corners there. Savage tried to move down the inside on Emma Brown. Couldn't get through on either. Nathan Jensen in second place. That's the fastest lap, 41.6. Both himself and Monroe Renard moving away at the front here. Arthur Lowthian trying to go with, but hasn't quite got the pace, at least on the previous lap, half a second or so behind Jensen, who set the fastest lap.
Savage, I thought was going to struggle to get past Emma Brown there as well. It looked a bit half-hearted almost, the attack there on Emma Brown, but got the move done eventually, and now moves up into fifth place and hunting down Paul Swan once again. So it is Monroe Renard with the fastest lap of the race, then Nathan Jensen, Arthur Lowthian, Paul Swan, Ashley Savage, Emma Brown and Joseph Johnson. Your 7 runners with the early retirement of Martin Fisher.
The back straight they go. The leaders still half a second between them. Emma Brown with Joseph Johnson trying to take a wide route around the outside of the 98 kart.
Emma Brown, of course, the runner in the 177 class, which was an extra 15 kilos on that kart. I believe the only one in 177 as well this weekend.
Andy Hull not out in this heat, has been out in heats 1 and 2, not with us for heat number 3. So I wonder if he can get himself back out for the final. But 2 runners in Rotax 177, Brown and Hall not with us. So Brown will be the race winner no matter what in that class. Currently holding off Joseph Johnson. Johnson trying to move with the blue numbers on the back, nibble down the inside. Not close enough though to send the move through.
Joseph Johnson, we've seen looking pretty sideways in a lot of places. It's been more Tokyo Drift than Rotax here this weekend in terms of handling. Monroe Renard, another fastest lap of the race, moves clear now by a second to Nathan Jensen. Loudian in a race of 1 as well. Paul Swan holding off Ashley Savage, who's now closed in on the back of Paul Swan. Only 0.4 of a second. I think that's probably our closest battle on track at the moment, bar these two, of course, which is Brown and Johnson for 6th place. So they're going to head over the line. We've got 5 minutes plus a lap to go. We just saw Swan and Savage head through the D chicane. There they are on screen now. So what has Savage got in the locker, in the wallet, in his pocket, left for Paul Swan here? So I'm not be able to overtake in Heat 2. He has closed in very quickly onto the back of Paul Swan over the last couple of laps. Certainly not close enough to make a move just yet. Able to take that tighter line, got its good drive, although the concertina effect of those different lines and the slow corner followed by a fast straight shows that gap going out. But it is 0.3 of a second now.
Yeah, different gearing as well could be playing a part here, because Paul Swan does seem to have the drive out of the corner, although he is getting on the power earlier by virtue of being in front. So that does open up a little bit of a gap for give him the respite. Ashley Savage is probably going to need a couple of tenths and a good run round South Bank hairpin 3 and maybe a straight line into 4. Thought he had a look there, but I don't think he was close enough. Next time round, though, I think he's going to have a fairly decent chance of that move.
Yep, Monroe Renard still at the front of this one. The gap is out to 1.5 seconds now, so moving clear very comfortably here as Ashley Savage had a look on the inside of Paul Swan. Not enough to make a move, but just had a little look. He's having another look here, but again, not close enough to get alongside.
Making the half moves out at the front, Monroe Renard opening the gap up once again.
I think you're right with Savage. I think his best chance is to straight line hairpin 4. The gap between hairpin 3 and 4, I think he needs to straight line that. That's his best move, his best chance of getting past.
When you're driving normally, it's not actually a straight, because you go from effectively doing 100 and almost 200 degrees into another 200 degrees because you're cutting back on yourself, and you never really straighten up between the two. You're going from one corner to another. But when you want to make an overtake, you do a full 180 round the first one. Rather than cutting back, you just head straight towards the inside of the curb at hairpin number 4. Johnson is going to now make the move on Emma Brown down the inside into South Bank.
So that's Emma Brown from first now down into 7th place. But of course we have said that she's running the 177, so that extra 15 kilos. It is still Swan from Savage as we cut back to them on track. As I say, David, I think they are geared slightly differently. I think Paul Swan is geared slightly shorter as he is able to get that drive out of the corner. Savage immediately making it back up towards the end of the straight and the entrance to South Bank.
There was the corner we were talking about there, and as Savage carries that speed round hairpin 3, I definitely think he's got enough in there to make that move, a straight line down into 4, but just got to make it stick. And if he puts the nose down there, I think Paul Swan's not going to have much of a choice but to allow him through.
Here is your leader, Monroe Renard, looking serene at the front of this one now. We compare how his steering and setup is compared to the juniors and the minis, and it's very much the Ben Adrian style. Everything nicely in line, minimum steering angle, minimum steering input, just thinking about where the kart needs to go, and immediately the wheels follow. Here we have Jensen in second place as well in the 34. 2.2 seconds back now from Monroe Renard. But again, a comfortable second place. Arthur Lowthian, a comfortable third place as well. So Lowthian's had a very good weekend this weekend.
Yeah, looks set for a podium. Certainly in this one in heat number 3, but we'll go off third place then for the final, the inside of row number 2. 11 seconds on the clock, so it'll be last lap board next time round for Monroe Renard. At 3 seconds at the front. Looking comfortable from Nathan Jensen. Still the main battle on track is that one for fourth place between Paul Swan and Ashley Savage, which is just behind Arthur Lowthian there in the 14.
That's your third place runner there, Arthur Lowthian now in that 14 kart. It's Alonso chassis, Alonso sticker kit. We've seen so many times here over the years at Teesside. Become his trademark, really, hasn't it?
It has. Last lap board is out. Monroe Renard crossing the line with Nathan Jensen. It's now 4 seconds back. Renard a second quicker than Jensen. I think that's more Jensen easing off, although Renard was still very, very quick on the previous lap, under 42 seconds with a 41.9. But
he was a
Jensen
full second quicker than Jensen on that.
Yeah,
lap.
but Jensen was 6/10 slower than Arthur Lowthian in third place. I think Jensen's eased off there ever so slightly. And heading out of the final corner then, Monroe Renard will come through to make it 3 victories from 3 heats in front of Nathan Jensen and Arthur Lowthian. Paul Swan and Ashley Savage still battling it out for fourth place. Swan will come through to hold off Ashley Savage in their race-long battle. Joseph Johnson and then Emma Brown, who pitted with a few laps to go. She got to half race distance, picks up the points in class in Rotax 177.
And there goes Joseph Johnson to take 6th place. That brings to an end all of our Rotax classes for their heats for the day. Finals will be up following the senior pro kart race and a lunch break as well. So that brings us on to our final heat of the day, which is going to be senior pro kart.
So, Pro Kart Heat number 3, both seniors and juniors are going to be grilling up. Lennon French, who was removed from the standings in Heat number 2 after coming in underweight, will go off the random grid pole with Michael Lithgow alongside. Then it's going to be, it says it's Oliver Watson, but he's in juniors. I very much doubt we'll find him in P3, with Simon Dougherty and Dominic Needham in 4th and 5th. Then it's going to be Connor Lucas in P6. 7th and row number 3 will be Asher Blythe alongside Jack Hewland. Maximus Shields and Thomas Hewland round out your top 10 with Jake Richardson and Josh Folkus on row number 6. Row 7 will see Christian Oblag and Harry Roddis, David Thompson, Mack and Joe Grinsell on row number 8, George Ludwell and Amy Frame. The top 2 in the Novice Championship go off side by side on row number 9. Then it's James Wilson and Jacob Kadani, Liam Gallop and Matthew Hauschby, with Sean Feehan and Alfie King on row number 12. Row 13 will see Marty Gilfillan and Dalton McCarthy. Then we're into our junior runners. Harry Brown goes off junior pole with Sophie Pawsey alongside. Oliver Watson will beat 29 with Catherine Potter in 30th. Then it's Isaac Needham, and it will be Joseph Williamson with Leon Wilson not here this weekend to complete your Pro Kart grid. Then we'll head
into our lunch break. We'll be back, I envisage, around about 20 past 2. That's when the Coma C50 Bambino final is scheduled. So we're going to have around about a 20-minute break before we're back here with you on Alpha Live for round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Lennon French will lead them through. 2 Scottish drivers on the front row. French and Lithgow will lead them through. Green is down. We are away and racing. The field splits and the run up towards the National Loop for the first time. Can everybody get through cleanly at the third time of asking? We've had issues in heats 1 and 2. There's Josh Bolkus trimming the grass on the outside. Amy Frame is doing the same as well.
She did it one corner later, but yeah, she exactly the same as Focus. And we've got round again.
The number 8, that's Tom Hewland.
He had issues in heat 2 as well. Hewland got lifted up and around in hairpin 2.
Field running now towards then hairpin number 3. They're still 2 and 3 wide in the middle of the pack. It's always a frantic opening couple of laps in senior pro kart. Connor Lucas, though, will lead them over the line from Lennon French, Simon Dougherty and Michael Lithgow. Then it's Asher Blythe, Maximus Shields, looking to drivers who've made big jumps on the opening lap. 6 places for, having a quick look there, 6 places for Joe Grinsell, 5 for Jacob Kudani.
Who is that gone around?
Dominic Needham, almost collected by Matthew Hauschby as well in the 215.
Lost it completely on his own. Just locked up the rear axle and around it went. A lot of smoke came off the back of that one as well.
Drops him out of 8th place. Big drop on the opening lap as well for Jack Hewland in the 171. He lost 9 places.
Just as I was looking back on the screen as well there to catch the action, saw Max Shields with his arm up in the air. Not sure what that was for, but has made up a couple of places on that lap. Got Max Shields now behind Michael Lithgow here. This is for 4th place. Asher Blythe pushing along as well with Jake Richardson behind, as the 3 of them now freight train Lithgow and move through. That demotes Lithgow now down into, I believe, 7th place. That will be make it 8th place, because there goes Josh Falkers coming through as well.
Just having a quick look back in the commentary box at the at Shields, and he'd gone down the inside of Asher Blythe and then went, let's go forwards.
Oh, okay, that's what it was for, was it? Okay.
I think it was less anger and more let's go forwards.
Let's work together.
And Shields is trying to go down the inside of Simon Dougherty into hairpin 1. There's the move done down the inside. Shields up into 3rd place, but there's a big gap. The yellow flag is out. We've got Dalton McCarthy round at the D chicane. Contact warning for the 8 as well.
Asher Blythe tried to have a go down the inside of Simon Dougherty there, and that balked him massively and allowed Focus to go through. Couldn't get the move done on Dougherty. Ended up with his on the inside curb. It cost him all that momentum, and then Focus was able to get through as well. So Connor Lucas with the fastest lap of the race that time around. At the front of this one, and it's clear of Lennon French by 0.8 of a second. Then it's Shields, Doughty, Falkers, Blythe, Richardson, Grinsell, Oblag and Thompson Mack. But expect that to change as we head into hairpin 1. And sure enough it does. Falkers goes through. Asher Blythe trying to follow Doughty through, follow through on Doughty again. And again it's cost Asher Blythe not 1 position this time, but 3, as Thompson Mack came through.
Oblag as well.
And Oblag and Grinsell.
Now it's well, that's Jake Richardson on the outside, Oblag on the inside, and Asher Blythe flew down the inside of there's David Thompson Max just in the background there in the Apollo colours. Joining onto the back, the 133 Jake Richardson in front of the 16 of David Thompson Max, side by side as they head towards the D chicane. They've had to sort themselves out into single file. Lennon French set the fastest lap of the race, but it's actually now Connor Lucas. French's was on the previous lap. Lucas now with the fastest lap of the race. Both of them, though, continuing to pull away from Max Shields. So it is Lennon French. My timing is updated late. French with the fastest lap, and we're still squabbling, and now David Thompson Mack is right in this mix because he's on the inside of Joe Grinsell. Grinsel's going to be on the outside. There is he as well. The 13 of George Ludwell, our leading novice runner in 11th place, running very, very well. Christian Oblak with a contact warning.
It's looking good here. We've got your leader in club is Lennon French, of course, with Max Shields second in club and third on the road. Christian Oblak. Simon Doughty's in pro, isn't he? Yes, it's not showing on that thing, but Simon Doughty in pro. So third in club is Christian Oblak. The top novice is George Ludwell. Then we've got Amy Frame and Jacob Cardani. And then junior pro car is headed this time by Sophie Pawson with Isaac Needham in second in class. And then Oliver Watson in third. As Oblak now passes Simon Doughty. Asher Blythe finding Simon Doughty to be the widest car on the track here today, has not managed to find a way through on Doughty despite numerous attempts so far in heat number 3.
Asher Blythe, they're just continuing to develop the setup on that car. We've seen him have one race where he was strong in the opening phase, Volkus is still on Shield. Then we had a second race where he was strong in the second half of the race. This one seems to be struggling throughout at the moment. But Shields now with Volkus. Shields telling Volkus to go. Shields, one of our clubman runners. Bear in mind, he's been runner-up in junior pro kart for the last 2 years, up into senior spec this year, leading the clubman championship. Volkus leading the pro championship. Shields not wanting to get into a battle. Wants Volkus to try and drag him along because Lennon French is a clubman runner. Shields wants Volkus to drag him onto French. There's got a huge gap of 3 seconds. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to close up.
That was Blythe really getting the elbows out, eventually getting past Simon Doughty there. Doughty with a stern defensive job throughout this race, but is managing to hold on to what is now 7th place. As we look down at Jake Richardson moving through on George Ludwell. So this is a battle that's raged throughout the race as well, and Amy Frame is coming to play as well.
She needs to be, because George Ludwell is our leading novice runner and Amy Frame is in second place, and Ludwell now being held up by Jake Richardson. They've been squabbling for a few laps over 10th place, with both of them having held it for a while, and now Amy Frame is onto the back of George Ludwell. Down the inside of Simon Doughty goes David Thompson-Mack, with Joe Grinsell trying to get himself into the mix as well. Richardson's going to take advantage of that. Grinsell with his arm up, although he just really got balked, didn't he? Then angrily comes out the slipstream. Now Doughty's going to get out on the outside, isn't he? With Ludwell and Frame as well. Ludwell trying to get down the inside. He's got to be careful because he doesn't want to open the door for Amy Frame to come past. They're in their own battle. It's easy to get embroiled in the wider race, but what you've got to do is be mindful of the local race going on within your class.
Absolutely, yeah. So Volkus 3.1 seconds behind French now, and bringing Shields along, but not really closing in too much, isn't Volkus? In fact, was slower than French on the last lap around.
French has been very, very impressive in this one, Tom.
He has.
Because he's not like he's right on the back using the slipstream. Down the inside of George Ludwell goes Amy Frame, class lead for our
George Ludwell. Took a chunk at the inside of curb there and got a massive swapper on mid-corner.
In juniors, Sophie Pawsey leads from Oliver Watson and Isaac Needham, and Pawsey's got Matthew Hauschby between them as well, so that's a bit of comfort. And around about 100 metres of track.
Well, Oliver Watson is showing well here in this heat then, because he's caught and passed Isaac Needham as the clouds continue to darken over the circuit.
Oliver Watson as well, let's have a few on him. Last time he raced here at Teesside, juniors were running in their own class and he was out with around about 10 of them. This is the first time he's been out on a grid of 30, but you wouldn't guess, because he is going very, very well. He's currently trying to find a way past Matthew Hauschby up towards the South Bank corner. Also another driver impressing today, Oliver Watson.
Yes, very much so, yeah. He's had consistently started to increase his pace, and we can see that by them climbing up the order as the juniors do, with them starting at the back. They do a very good job, and all that does is teach them racecraft and improve them. And when they do get up into the senior levels and the faster karts, essentially, they're going to be right up there at the front of this one.
Yeah, Shields once again giving Focus the forward signal.
Don't go defensive,
But
don't look behind.
last lap it is.
I'm not going to overtake you.
No, last lap it is though. Lucas leading from Lennon French. Focus coming through. They're a fraction quicker than Lennon French, but not as quick as Connor Lucas, who sets the fastest lap again with a 46.149. Lap traffic in front though for Lucas to contend with. Down the inside he goes of Dalton McCarthy, and then McCarthy goes out onto the rumble strips. Lennon French as well now in second place. He's got to find his way through on that traffic, but it doesn't have to rush it really. He's the one with the comfortable gap back to Focus and Shield. Out of the final corner then will come Connor Lucas to come through towards the checkered flag. He'll take victory here at Teesside. Takes the checker on the overhead gantry from Lennon French. There's a battle going on behind. Grinsell down the inside of Thompson Mack, uses the side pods for good measure. He's through. Thompson Mack is angry, but they'll cross the line. It's going to be Lucas from French, Focus and Shields, Oblag, Blythe, Grinsell, Richardson, Thompson Mack and Dougherty rounding out the outright top 10, with Lucas, Focus and Blythe your top 3 in pro. French, Shields and Oblag your top 3 in club. Novice is led home by George Ludwell in front of Amy Frame and Jacob Kadani. And in our juniors, Sophie Borsey takes the class win from Oliver Watson and Isaac Needham.
And that brings to an end our heats here at Teesside for day 1 of our doubleheader weekend. Don't forget that we are here all day today and all day tomorrow as well for your company should you need it. Please get in touch again through YouTube. We will endeavour to read your comments out. Also, please like and subscribe to the Alpha Live channel if you have not done so already. Hit that little bell icon and you will get all the notifications for all of the productions that we do here at Alpha Live. We will take a brief lunch break and we will be back very, very shortly with all of your finals. From David and myself, have a nice afternoon. Welcome back to Teesside Autodrome for your finals here today for rounds 5 and 6. Well, this is round 5. Round 6 comes tomorrow. Sun is still shining here as we finish up our lunch break. But we have very strong reports of thunder coming from our camera people positioned around the track. We are expecting some light rain now, but the track is still bathed in glorious sunshine.
That wasn't thunder, that was me coming down the steps from the cafe.
Laden with your lunch, which we're still trying to get down as well. We come back onto air.
We were a bit unlucky, weren't we? There was a chip shortage in the cafe. You got yours and I had to wait for mine. So have a quick look at the...
Well, you can see the dark clouds there over in the distance. The track, as you can see, is still bathed in glorious sunshine at the moment. But
yeah, a bit of a heads up for anybody in the paddock. It does say on our tracker, rain starting in 17 minutes, which could well be in the middle
of our road tax runners.
Well, it's 17 minutes. It could be Honda Cadet, couldn't it? Bambinos are down there on the grid. They're going to get their 8-lap final or so. And to be fair, it looks darker on the camera than what it does at the track. I'm looking out the window at the same cloud that I can see on the screen, and I'm like, yeah, it looks a bit darker on camera. Definitely. This too will play havoc as well, potentially with the 5:30 parents race here at Teesside this evening. To race in the wet.
That was me just looking up with a dawn of realisation.
You're good in the wet. I mean, you're not so bad in the dry, but you.
I'm shocking in the dry, but yeah, I do. The extra weight helps in the
wet
in the
weather master.
I wouldn't go that far.
The grand master of wet weather racing. So we're waiting for Bambino. We're not waiting for Bambino. Bambino are out onto track. So it is time for our first final of the day then. From round number 5 here at Teesside Autodrome. It's time for Coma C50 Bambino.
So your first final of the day, as David said, is your Coma C50 Bambino. Pole position goes to Sebastian Crawford, winner of Heat 1, winner of Heat 2. Freddie Blackshaw will go off P2 with Ethan Pearson on P3. Freddie Blackshaw, of course, taking victory in Heat number 1. Excuse my hiccup. I do apologise. Oliver Bullock will go from 4th place with Summer Upton in 5th and Hayden Bailey in 6th. Then we have Sullivan Crawford and Callie Tennant at 7th and 8th. Abel Hutton is in 9th with Verity Crawford in 10th. Sebastian McCarthy 11th and Ollie Upton in 12th. And we seem to have an issue already.
Well, Summer Upton's car had stopped at the National Loop. It's just she's driving it back into the pit lane. I wonder if they could... I know down there, I think Paul Franklin's down there, one of the circuit proprietors. I think they can maybe have a quick look at it, and if they can get that cart out, at the very least, Summer will be able to roll off the back. She's had a good day so far. Would be a shame for her to miss this final.
It really would, because she's had a very good day so far. Yeah, just starting to fill up the grid here. Your chili fries smell very tomatoey.
They are.
Are they nice?
They're proper warm as well, that's the problem.
Are they? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I had the chicken curry and fries.
They look really good.
And it was really good.
We've not had any cake, but then again, I didn't.
No, we didn't do hashtag cake chat, but we have done hashtag cafe chat now.
Rob's having a cake.
Is
Our
he?
camera guy there.
What kind of cake has he got? Let's see if he can hand signal us. Sprinkles cake.
Just Sprinkles cake.
Sprinkles cake.
There is
cake
Summer
with
Upton
sprinkles.
in the background with a few people mulling over the back of the.
And a few people
the
still having their
98.
lunch as well, by the looks of things. We have got, with the exception of Summer Upton, all of our Bambino runners are now in place.
P5 is empty then, which is where Summer's cart should have been.
And because I should have known this already, I actually asked him at lunchtime. Our start line marshal is actually Callum, the start line marshal.
Callum, the start line marshal.
Callum, the start line marshal.
Right.
Let's start naming him instead of just calling him the start line marshal.
You should have told me.
Green flag in hand for the final. It's up. It's down, we're away, and we've got a jump start there, big time, for our now leader,
Hayden Bailey,
Hayden Bailey, who went pretty much yesterday. I think he started this race.
Wants some glory and leads us round the national loop.
I've got a feeling there's going to be a penalty incoming for that one.
So Bailey will lead them then, albeit somewhat briefly, both on track and I imagine in penalty. Unfortunately for Hayden Bailey, his first time here with us at Teesside, just got a little bit too excited with the green flag in the air, but Sebastian Crawford then will lead us away down the back straight now with Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson. Keep an eye out on Sebastian McCarthy in the 56. There he is. He's having to come through from 11th place because he retired, well, didn't even take part, in fact, in heat number 1 here at Teesside. Problems with that kart in practice meant they had to reframe it completely and get just to get him out. And he's going to have to try and work early doors. He's up into 4th place. Great opening lap for Sebastian McCarthy. So it's Crawford from Blackshaw, Pearson, McCarthy, Bailey, Crawford, Bullock, Hutton, Tennant, Verity Crawford and Ollie Upton. Your 11 runners on track as Freddie Blackshaw tries a move down the inside of Sebastian Crawford, which is exactly what Sebastian McCarthy would like to see. He's up into 4th, got a gap of 2.1 seconds, and just needs to try and stay with and close up. A couple of tenths a lap would be nice. It will get him where he needs to be in the final few laps, but at the moment, Sebastian Crawford is breaking away at the front, despite the fact that in the early phase, Freddie Blackshaw tried a few moves down the inside, hoping to find a way through.
Yeah, we saw this exact order in Heat 2, and Freddie Blackshaw was able to use some lap traffic essentially as a bit of a pick and roll, if you follow my basketball reference, and use the lap traffic as a bit of a blocker for Crawford. And then when he was in the exact same position himself, was able to essentially weave across the track and maintain his speed, but also not allow Crawford back through. So it was as you were. Crawford, I think, was quite fairly unlucky in Heat 2 not to take the hat-trick of victories, but it did go the way of Freddie Blackshaw, who is still maintaining contact with Crawford here, although not as close as he has been at various points throughout today. Ethan Pearson likewise, but going with them as well, Sebastian McCarthy.
Well, McCarthy all the way round the outside of Pearson. McCarthy on a charge, fastest lap of the race too, with a 58.269. For Sebastian McCarthy, he's charging. That's 0.3 quicker than Crawford at the front. Now he's got Blackshaw in front of him. He needs to either work with Blackshaw to push on or find a way through quickly and then start trying to move on to Sebastian Crawford. All of them, though, very, very tight out of hairpin number 2. We'll try a run
Look
on
at that
Crawford.
Overspeed from McCarthy. He's going to drive clean around the outside of South Bank here.
It's about another 10 metres around the outside of there, though. But in doing so, he could be setting himself up here for that cutback over the start-finish line.
Needs to keep his foot in here, not lift at any point, because it takes forever for the revs to build back up on these C50 engines.
Was just a little bit tight on exit and scrubbed that speed off there. He's going to try the same move
he's
right
going to get it done as
well.
well.
He is.
Great move from McCarthy. Went a little bit wide on exit, but still managed to hold a beautiful line on the entry into the National Loop. Fantastic move from Sebastian McCarthy. He only lost a 10th that lap as well, despite the numerous overtaking moves to Crawford. So we will see whether he's going to be able to close that gap and whether he can bring Freddie Blackshaw along for the ride as well. Blackshaw is able to tuck into the slipstream here, and Blackshaw could and should potentially use the head here and follow McCarthy onto the back of Crawford if indeed that is what is going to happen.
Gap's 1.6 seconds on the previous lap. Well, then McCarthy had to make that move around the outside. Could have scrubbed off a bit more speed. We'll see what it's like when they come over the line this time. But now, McCarthy and Blackshaw working together. The gap is out because of that overtake to 2.1 seconds. They're going to need to work hard together to keep chipping away at this one. With 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a big ask. Let's see whether Sebastian McCarthy can do it. It's 4/10 and almost half a second slower than Sebastian Crawford on that previous lap. But now they are able to run out and scrub off less speed into that corner.
Yeah, McCarthy needs to keep eyes forward and keep looking for essentially more speed to be able to get onto the back of Crawford. The gap out to 2.1 seconds. And McCarthy, now that he's found his way through, like I say, needs to not drive defensively if he's going to challenge for the overall race victory. There is Crawford, your race leader. And McCarthy is having to go defensive to hold on to second place, and he loses another half a second there to Crawford. And now that slipstream has been broken well and truly. Is McCarthy going to be able to close this gap at all, or is it just going to expand even further and it's going to be a comfortable victory for Crawford? We've only got already 1 minute and 40 seconds plus 1 lap to go here, so probably 3 more laps here.
Yeah, McCarthy was super quick in the early part of the race, but now he's coming under pressure from Freddie Blackshaw, who this time will try the same move around the outside that McCarthy tried on him.
And it would have been better just pushing McCarthy there, I think. Otherwise, these two are going to start duking it out amongst themselves, and that's going to be game over for the overall victory. It would have been better pushing McCarthy along there, down the back straight. Elected not to, elected to pull out, and once again pulls alongside. Hasn't got the momentum to get the move completed, so rather than pull out to the side and slow, and essentially you're both slowing down, it would be better to push along. And both of you work together. One pulls the other, who pushes the other one in front.
Game over for the win though here. I think now the gap is out to 3.8 seconds on the previous lap. Sebastian Crawford was 1.2 seconds quicker. Finding a way through the traffic nice and cleanly was Sebastian Crawford. McCarthy with that look over the shoulder again. Blackshaw not close enough this time to run around the outside. Lap traffic in front almost took McCarthy by surprise, as they came up to South Bank and they go round the outside of Verity Crawford in the 20. And McCarthy right behind and then had to jink out. We've got Abel Hutton again out of 8th place this time with only a lap to go.
My heart is breaking for you.
It's been a tough day for Abel Hutton. It'll be a character building day as well for not only Abel Hutton but also for his dad. Abel Hutton unfortunately not able to take the checkered flag at all today here at Teesside Autodrome. Retirement in all 3 heats and the final as well.
We feel for you, Abel. If we could do anything to help, believe me, we would. The pace has been there. It's been running well when the kart's been running, but unfortunately it's been off track more than it's been on so far today, and hopefully they can iron those issues out this evening. I'm sure that the paddock as well will do their best to help, as we say time and time again here, that the Teesside paddock is the best paddock in the country. It's so supportive. It's such a good, close-knit community that everybody helps each other out, and I'm sure Abel will be getting some help through this evening to correct these whatever issue is ongoing with that car.
Final lap then here in our Coma C50 Bambino final. Sebastian Crawford, after the early race pressure from Freddie Blackshaw, is starting to head towards the checkered flag. Ethan Pearson has also retired at a very similar time to Abel Hutton, driver of the 77, being classified at the moment as 3 laps down. And we haven't seen whereabouts that problem is, or whether he's come into the pit lane or out on track. We'll try and get a visual shortly. But Sebastian Crawford, round hairpin 3 for the final time.
Round hairpin 4 for the final time, and heading towards victory here at Teesside. Another victory here for Sebastian Crawford. Takes your first final of the day. And round 5 goes the way of Sebastian Crawford. Second place to Sebastian McCarthy, also with the fastest lap of the race. Freddie Blackshaw will take the final step of the podium. Both drivers ending up some distance behind Crawford in the end, 5.6 and then 9 seconds back respectively. So it actually ended up opening up quite significantly here in the final compared to what we've seen through the day. Then we've had Hayden Bailey will finish 4th on the road, but we do expect a penalty incoming for Hayden Bailey. Oliver Bullock in 5th, and Sullivan Crawford in 6th, with Callie Tennant 7th, Verity Crawford in 8th, Ollie Upton will cross the line in 9th, and then Ethan Pearson unfortunately retired from that one despite running towards the front of this final, as well as Abel Hutton, a retirement. And that brings to an end your first final of the day, the Coma C50 Bambinos, and we will move on to our second final of the day, which is Micromax and Honda Cadet. So your grid here for Micro, Max and Cadet sees Thomas Potter go off pole position with Luca Batuev in 2nd place. Joshua Sullivan in 3rd, with Edward Rye 4th, Red Lind in 5th and Samuel Yeadon 6th. Jake Walker and then Drew Davidson, the first of the 2 Micro Maxes, goes off P8. So expect Drew Davidson to move forward through this one. Then we have William Howard, Morgan Cooney, Thomas Harper and Joey Swan. Ashton Horsepool and Leyland Berryman, with Grayson Crawford, you're the second of your Micromax runners, in 15th place. Scarlett Whitaker Dunn in 16th, with Aaron Berridge in 17th and Matty Prinku-Wright in 18th. Then we have William Collinson, Tristan Gilfillan, Mason Dinsdale, Ollie Carter and Noah Clark.
Thomas Potter, Tom, proving that consistency is key. A trio of second placers, enough for pole position in this final. Luca Batuev, the winner in Honda in Heat 1. Sullivan taking the wins in Heats 2 and 3. But it's Potter who will go off the prime berth on the inside of the front row. The reigning champion, Luca Batuev, the new pretender really towards the front end of this championship, will go off the front row in the final for the first time.
He's not been pretending so far today, has he?
Not, has he? He's been really, really good. He did a lot of indoor karting before moving into outdoor karting. Got to grips with it at the first round, and then has been a mainstay inside the top 10. This is his breakout weekend for me here at the front of this Teesside grid. Row number 2 interesting as well, in that Joshua Sullivan, who started the day right at the back, goes off right behind his championship rival Thomas Potter. Potter in P1, Sullivan in P3.
I'm going to give a quick shout out to our cameraman on South Bank. That was Chris Simpson with that gorgeous pan there. I was quite impressed with that delicious pan. As we check out live pictures of the weather here, it's still looking very threatening, but over the top of the circuit, still clear.
Yes, it might arrive. Let's have a quick look on the see what it's telling you. The Middlesbrough area. It says rain starting in 7 minutes, which doesn't mean it's directly above the track, but certainly with mini-max to come after this one, it might even affect the final few laps of Honda Cadet.
Could do. We'll see. We'll keep our eye, obviously, on the weather. We've got our camera people out there. They've already got their protective bags over the cameras to make sure that everything stays nice and dry and operable. So they're preventative already. But we'll keep an eye out. Well, we've got Rob to our left side here, who's been bringing you the lovely shots of inside the commentary box earlier on, of David stuffing his mouth full of eclair. So if you've missed that one, take it back a bit and you will see. But Rob, I'm sure, will be letting us know the second it starts sprinkling with any rain, if indeed we do get any. Last few runners heading into place now for Honda Cadet and the Micromax as well. Just about there, I think. Where's Callum, the start line marshal? Oh, here he comes. He was obscured by the pillar in the commentary box. Making his way down. And we're about to get going here. Of course, standing start for these for this class, like the Bambinos. And then we will be into every single class after will be a rolling start.
Here we go then. Green flag in hand for the start line marshal. Potter on the inside. Batuev on the outside. Green is up. Green is down. We're away and racing. Batuev coming across to try and block off Joshua Sullivan from third place, but Batuev can't get back in line. Sullivan is through into Potter's wheel tracks. Batuev tries to hang it off round the outside. Ollie Carter spins. William Collinson is collateral damage as well. As they head down towards hairpin 1, Potter leads from Sullivan, Batuev, Rye and Red Lynn. That's your top 5 out of hairpin 2. Rest of the field is through nice and cleanly. And the Honda Cadet final, 10 minutes plus 1 lap, is underway.
It is, and they head down the back straight for the very first time. It is Sullivan electing to work with Potter at the moment, tucking in behind, pushing along down the back straight and then through the South Bank corner. Potter not feeling the need to go defensive immediately and proving that that is the best decision as well, because Sullivan does indeed elect to just follow and push at this point. I think they realised, or they have realised between them, how much of a threat Luka Batuev is here today. And he's going with them at the moment, the front two.
Potter, every lap now, Tom, is defensive to the inside of hairpin number 1 off Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan notoriously strong on entry to hairpin number 1 on the brakes. Thomas Potter is going to the inside, out of the chicane to ward off with the attack from the 13.
Edward Rye all on his own at the moment in 4th place, 3 tenths in front and 4 tenths behind, but feeling the need to use a defensive line there, almost a Bambino line into South Bank corner. Not sure what was going on there.
He's been doing that all day, even when there's been drivers behind him and when there's been drivers when he's been on his own as well.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt him, does it? Because he's clearly holding forth all day. He's essentially
Luka Batuev through the D chicane is really, really quick.
He is,
because he was some 4 or 5 kart lengths behind Sullivan and Potter. Potter leading the way on entry, and by the time they got round the national loop, he was right on the back. Sullivan in the wheel tracks of Potter. Sullivan out of the wheel tracks of Potter. Sullivan down the inside. He goes on the 38, change for the lead at the front of Honda Cadet. Luka Batuev as well, right in the wheel tracks of Thomas Potter, trying to make a very similar move. Edward Rye right back in the mix as well. The top 4 come out of hairpin 4, nose to tail. Little bit of a gap back then to Red Lind, who's now under pressure from Drew Davidson's Micromax. Samuel Yeadon going with them as well. William Howard some 3 or 4 seconds behind, with a train of carts behind him, all the way down to Matty Prinku Wright in 16th place. That's 8th to 16th, nose to tail.
Yeah, and there's nothing really between. Well, there is a bit of a gap now, actually, from the front train to this second group, but they are all nose to tail in these 2 groups.
Davidson through on Redlin. Redlin with a double look over his shoulder, and in doing so, adds a few extra metres to that back straight by weaving left and right, and that allows Drew Davidson to come through. Bachuev's closing speed there is sensational into 3.
He's really hot on the brakes, isn't he? He's very, very good. He's Bachuev here, certainly today. Let's have a look at how he closes through the D chicane as well with that superb line. He just carries more speed through there. He's wider and still carrying more speed, and now we will see as they come into hairpin 1 how much he closes up on Potter. There we go, once again a perfect demonstration of it. It's right on the tail as they get to the apex.
The one thing that I haven't seen, and Bachuev was a little bit slow there too, is him trying to find ways through. He was slow there. Now Davidson's down the inside of Edward Rye. Davidson now starting to migrate back towards the front, the additional power in that Micro Max. Seeing Drew Davidson come through, he's up into 4th place. Next one in front will be Luka Bachuev in that 22. Sullivan leading from Potter, up and over start finish, 6 minutes still on the clock of the 10-minute final plus 1 lap. So we're about 1/3 of the race distance into this one with Sullivan, Potter, Bachuev, and now Drew Davidson up into 4th. Rye, Lind and Yeadon around about a second or so off the back at the moment, and then there's a big gap back then to William Howard, although he has broken away slightly from Jake Walker, although the rest of the field still nose to tail. Radiator flap adjustment, which you can do on that Micro Max of Drew Davidson down towards South Bank. You can also take a slightly wider line in there because he's got a little bit grippier tyres on that Micro Max, I think. So you have to run through there now, right up on the back of Bachuev. The battle behind, though, is quite intense from William Howard onwards.
Bachuev looking very nervous as well at the prospect of Davidson being behind.
Top 4 have come back together again. Sullivan opened a bit of a gap. They are nosing back together, hard on the brakes into 1. Davidson with that wider line. Noah Clark in the pit lane early for the 3rd time today in all of his races. He's failed to take the checkered flag as well at racing pace. He had a problem. Bachuev waving Davidson through, quite smart there actually from Luka Bachuev, although he is going to lose a bit of time to those in front, but Davidson with that extra pace is going to come through. So Bachuev waving through Drew Davidson.
Well, he did, but then immediately retook him through hairpin 4 as Davidson went wide. Now Davidson uses the power of that Micro Max to get alongside and potentially past Bachuev, but this has cost them big time. They're nearly a second down now
and
on the front 2, and that's going to be game over.
Well, yeah, because Bachuev now is in a battle with Edward Rye and Red Lynn for the final step on that Honda Cadet podium. So unless Drew Davidson can drag them back onto the back of the 38 of Thomas Potter at the front of this field,
Bachuev needs to get head down now and not be looking behind anywhere near as much as he is. He needs to be eyes front, not eyes behind.
3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this cadet final. Thomas Harper is out of the kart on the outside. There's a wheel missing off that. We're down to 3 wheels for Thomas Harper, and his day here, and what will be his race weekend, because he's not here tomorrow. He's heading off to a different circuit to get a Motorsport UK signature ahead of going to Valencia as part of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in September. So his race weekend comes to a premature end on 3 wheels. Sullivan wide into hairpin 2. That's going to allow Potter, I think, to get a run down this back straight. Sullivan with the hand signals once again to Thomas Potter, trying to get him to work with to push away from the rest of the field. Your top 2 in the championship, top 2 in this race on screen right now.
Yeah, and that battling with Davidson and Bachuev has now kiboshed any real potential. Unless these two start going at it every single corner, I think of Bachuev taking overall victory here. Edward Rye 3/10 back, then it's Red Lind, another 3/10 back from that. Then there is that big gap to Samuel Yeadon, who's now in a class of 1. And then it's William Howard all the way down to Layla Berryman in 15th. So William Howard in 8th to 15th. They're all still 1 train. And Mason Dinsdale is trying to catch up and get onto the back of that group. as well. Somebody who we haven't talked about today, but he's not having a particularly good weekend by his own high standards.
Well, heat one he missed because the gate was closed. You have to be at the gate 2 minutes before the end, before the previous race. So the gate was closed, so he's missed that, hence why he's gone off the back of this grid, because he's not scored any points in heat number 1.
So it is still Sullivan from Potter. Drew Davidson now has the fastest lap of the race with a 47.7. Full 2/10 quicker than anybody else has been. So there is pace in that Davidson car. He's just got to try and get onto the back of these two for the overall victory.
Yeah, the pace there. He's pulled away slightly, half a second or so from Luka Bachuev. Bachuev going with ever so slightly because he's opened up a gap of half a second as well. Scarlett Dunn is off at the D chicane on the outside. Leaders are coming through. Scarlett's going to rejoin the circuit as the leaders come through over the start-finish line with 1 minute to go. So we're going to have 3 more laps. Honda's lapping in the 48s. 3 laps for our Honda Cadet class here. Gap at the front is out to 0.3 of a second, which doesn't sound a lot, but it's about as much as this has been throughout the entire race here.
They head down the back straight. 40 seconds to go, plus a lap, so we'll get 2 more laps here at least.
2.5, isn't it? We'll
yeah.
Get round, and then I think they'll get
we'll have
round
2 more laps.
Yeah, so we've got this half a lap here. Leaders catching up then to Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, who had that off at the D chicane on the outside, so they'll come to her as they head through the D chicane and head down towards hairpin number 1. Just got to negotiate the traffic. Remember, 2 extra minutes in this race, Tom. Hence why our leaders are catching some of our field as they head towards hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. Just got to get round nicely into a straight line and then use the 7 for slipstream, does Sullivan, and then he's going to pop out down towards South Bank, move down the inside from Sullivan. Potter into the same gap as well. Good awareness from the 7 of Whittaker Dunn.
It was very good awareness.
Drivers came through. We're down to 0 on the screen. Out of hairpin 4 for what will be the penultimate time. They'll come through to see the last lap board. There's more lap traffic in front, the 99, as they enter the D chicane for the final time. Heading round the national loop for our front runners. And then Sullivan's going to be slow because Thomas Potter, the 99 of Gilfillan, and then Potter's right on the back now of Sullivan. It's closed them up at the front. Into hairpin number 2 they go. Needs a good run, does Thomas Potter, out of the hairpin 2 corner. Sullivan migrating to the inside towards South Bank. Potter's going to try the move round the outside. It's almost going to be a carbon copy of what it was in heat number 3 between the two of them. Sullivan, straight line onto Potter. What's he going to do into 4? Where's Potter going? Potter's going wide. Potter's going for the switchback. Can Potter get the run out of the final corner? It was damage limitation for Sullivan at qualifying. Potter draws alongside Sullivan, trying to celebrate early. Sullivan wins. Potter, Bachuev for the podium for the first time in P3. Edward Rye, Drew Davidson and Redlin, Samuel Yead, and then it's William Howard. Aaron Berridge, what a drive. P9 for a driver that's retired twice is a superb effort. Jake Walker rounding out the top 10 with Ashton Horspool, Morgan Cooney and Joey Swan, Matty Prinku-Wright and Layla Berryman your top 15. Sullivan and Potter there, a great show of mutual respect between the 2 championship protagonists. At the start of the day, when Sullivan's engine failed in qualifying and he started last, it was all about damage limitation. You can't get more damage limitation than winning a final.
No, he's had an excellent day, has Sullivan, and Potter, to his credit, has hounded him all the way there, put huge amounts of pressure on him. And as you said, David, Sullivan was celebrating early as they came over the line.
It's a bold strategy.
It is a bold strategy, and 0.029 of a second was the gap, which is nothing. Not sure whether we can actually get a replay of the finish or not, but it was probably the width of a bumper, the gap between the two of them over the line. But Sullivan did manage to hold on to it, Got a few karts to recover out on circuit. So we'll just have a little brief pause before we hit into the Minimax. In fact, here we go with a replay over the line. So Potter jinks to the inside. Sullivan there celebrating early, but Potter so close. Just proving that it's never over until it's over.
No, incredibly close there from our Honda Cadet runs.
Good awareness from Potter as well to be able. He didn't have that much of a run, but just assumed that Sullivan was going to go wide, jinked to the inside. He's only got to make it to the line. It's not about the entry to the D chicane.
Oh, yeah, you don't even have to make it through the D chicane,
exactly.
do you? You can just straight line
you just straight line it through, through to get the line. And so that's what he did. He took the shortest route, and that's what got him alongside.
I mean, I was looking at the previous rounds where either Sullivan has won with Potter second or where Potter has won and Sullivan is second. Their average time difference between them when they finish together is less than 0.2 of a second.
So there's what you're saying is that every time they finish first and second, they finish within 0.2 of a second.
The average time between them, I've added them up and then divided them by the amount of times they've finished in them positions. It's less than 0.2. It is that close in Honda Cadet.
Okay, and what's that done for our championship then?
Well, Sullivan, who went into the day with a lead of around about 24 points, has extended it by 5. So it's minimal overall, but we'll move on swiftly, of course, to our Minimax final.
Yeah, we'll pick up the Honda Cadet Championship a little bit later on. We've got Ben Adrian going on pole position for your Minimax final. 3 heats so far, 3 wins for Ben Adrian. Amy Peacock in second with Alfie McBain in third, Holly Swan in fourth, Ashton Carmichael fifth, and Sebastian Benson in sixth, and Jack McGillicuddy in seventh. Already coming round the final section of the lap and heading to the start line. The green flag is up, it's down, and we're away and racing here for the Minimax final. It is Ben Adrian who took a wide entry into the national loop. Amy Peacock had a good look on the inside there, but couldn't quite get the move done. Potentially, actually, her only chance that she may have, hopefully not, that we have a bit more of an exciting race than we've had throughout the day here from Ben Adrian, who's just been at the front of this one and clearing off into the distance. Amy Peacock had a good look on the inside of the national loop, but could not complete the move. Alfie McBain is in third, with Holly Swan has dropped down to fifth off the start here. And then it's going to be, I think it's Ashton Carmichael. It is Ashton Carmichael, then Holly Swan, then Sebastian Benson, then Jack McGillicuddy. Your 7 runners here, and as we've seen throughout the day, 3/4 of a second Ben Adrian was able to put into not just the whole field, but Amy Peacock in particular. Moving away at the front of this one.
Ashton Carmichael, Holly Swan side by side for 4th place down that back straight. Sebastian Benson going with this time. This is going to be a really good battle, I think, here, because Holly Swan, with the issues earlier on, means that she's probably a little bit out of place, but doesn't mean that you've got a right to find a way through. And Ashton Carmichael, very, very robust. Don't think he meant to be that robust. He caught the curb on the inside, and the kart was a little bit unsettled. So this, I don't for 1 minute think that he's made the contact side by side there with Holly Swan on purpose. You saw him catch the curb on the inside and it unsettled the kart. You could see him squirreling a little bit with the steering wheel, but he does indeed hold on to 4th place. Benson up into 5th, Swan then down into 6th.
Swan still looking very racy though. She's going to have a look on the inside of Benson. He couldn't quite get the move done on the entry into South Bank. Has another look at hairpin 3. And we've seen this throughout the day from Holly Swan. There's been quite a few. Oh, breaking news!
FL.
Fastest lap for Ben Adrian. Yeah, we've seen this throughout the day from Holly Swan, where she's made she has a look on the inside, but doesn't actually make an attempt at the overtake. If that makes sense, there is an attempt. There is no attempt to outbrake. It's just kind of a different line, almost so that she can, for want of a better phrase, so she can see where she's going, if that makes sense.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Because there's a cart in front, so you can't see what's in front of you other than the cart in front of you. So if you take
It's
the
not
inside
Sebastian
line,
Benson anymore.
no,
Swan
and
is
she's
down
done that
the
with there.
inside.
She's done it there and done it very well. And she is now through and up to 5th place and goes back to work on Ashton Carmichael. Oh, breaking news.
We want to get that FL moved into the middle of his name. Ben Fladrian. Ben fastest lap Adrian.
Please don't say things when I've got a mouthful of coffee.
Sorry,
like
mate. Trying to explain to Alpha why the sound desk is ruined.
Fried. Sorry, it got full of cappuccino.
Out onto the back straight they go. Ashton Carmichael, a couple of looks over his shoulder. Holly Swan holding firm, and Swan's going to try and move down the inside there. Carmichael went a little bit deep into hairpin 3. Will now be tight into hairpin 4, and that'll allow Holly Swan to draw alongside. Carmichael once again
bounces on the inside of that
takes
curb.
a chunk of curb.
It's almost like he feels squeezed onto the inside by Swan. I'm not sure whether that's the case or not.
Yeah, it doesn't
but certainly
have to be,
feels
though.
that way. And
yeah, I know what you're saying, but he doesn't have to be squeezed because he is on the inside. He doesn't have to take all of that curb, but and it is causing him a problem because, as we saw there, it slowed him down as well because going over the curb, then he ended up slightly sideways, and sideways whilst it looks superb, is not great for pace.
no. Not great for the life of your tyres either.
No.
Oh, breaking news, David. We got another fastest lap of the race. This time, it's for Ben Adrian.
Adrian. Oh, slow down.
2 seconds the gap now at the front of the field for Ben Adrian to Amy Peacock. Alfie McBain another 1.2 seconds back. So holding Amy Peacock fairly honest here as well. I know that sounds like 1.2 seconds is quite the gap, but if there's a mistake from Peacock, McBain is going to be all over that. Big gap then back to this group with Ashton Carmichael, although Holly Swan has now fully sent it on the entry to hairpin 3 and is through. So that's Holly Swan up to 4th place now, and we'll see whether she is able to make any inroads into the gap in front to Alfie McBain.
Another fastest lap there from Ben Adrian. I'm going to say that in a voice that sounds incredibly bored, because we've said it a million times this season.
Well, I'm not bored of it, but
I'm sure he's not
I understand where you're coming from.
No, I love the fact. The problem is, unfortunately for Ben, in what has been a very, very dominant season in terms of finishing positions on track, is that he's got next to no TV time. Down the inside goes Sebastian Benson on Ashton Carmichael. Ben Adrian, Tom Ness with the fastest lap. That's a bit of a shock.
Is it?
Yes, on screen. Yeah, he doesn't get a huge amount of TV time solely because he's off in the distance at the front. So
yep.
I'm sure that he goes home. I'm sure he just watches the last 10 seconds of the race. And coming over the line, it's like, there's me taking the checkered flag.
I had a good line through hairpin 4.
Yes, move on to heat 2. There's me coming out hairpin 4. The checkered flag is waving.
Holly Swan now moving away from Ashton Carmichael and Sebastian Benson in 6th and then 5th places. So looks like Holly Swan has managed to continue that pace, but isn't really making much in terms of inroads into Alfie McBain. A 10th quicker that time around, and then another 3 tenths quicker this time around. All 3 Swan, Benson and Carmichael setting personal best that time around. And Holly Swan was almost on pace with Amy Peacock as well there. So it's coming down is the gap, but it's not coming down quick enough for Holly Swan at the moment. I think she's going to need another 1.5 seconds before she starts picking up any kind of slipstream that will then help her even more. We'll keep an eye on it. Of course, we're looking at Amy Peacock on screen, a very comfortable 2nd place at the moment. She's now 2.6 seconds clear of Alfie McBain. Make that 2.8 seconds. And then likewise, the gap is equidistant in front to Ben Adrian, who's eased off now. he did a 43.266 as his fastest lap of the race, and last time round he did a 43.275. So he's
definitely saving tyres.
That's it. He's eased right off now. Sunday driving on a Saturday.
That 100th of a second is going to be a difference maker come tomorrow.
It will. There ends that conversation. Shout to Jack McGillicuddy as well, whose times have been consistently coming down all day, as well as he learns the track. Here tomorrow?
Yes, I believe so. Doing the full weekend. So,
okay, so we will continue to monitor the debutants' progress here this weekend.
And we know, Tom, whilst you look at Google Maps and you look at the picture and you think, okay, that's a big long first corner and it's a big long south bank and there's some flat out wiggles. And
I'm looking into the distance to where this is going, but
it looks a fairly easy track.
It does. Yeah,
it's really
two
not.
hairpins, a couple of chicanes,
and big long loops,
and then two big long loops.
But I tell you what, when you're entering the national loop, when you're coming out of the D chicane, you've got to get the cart hooked up on the inside. If you don't get it hooked up on the inside, you're going to slide wide. South Bank corner, a lot harder than it looks, particularly at this sort of speed for our minis, juniors and seniors, because they are literally holding on to that cart round that corner. Your two hairpins as well are so critical. Got to get hairpin 2 right, because you're on the throttle for anywhere between 12 and 15 seconds, depending on what class you're in. Maybe even 20 if you're in Bambino, but they're generally flat out most places if they're at the front anyway. Then you run out of hairpin 4 and you've got a flat out blast all the way through up to the D chicane. There are corners here that look easy but are so critical that getting the exit right is paramount to a quick lap time.
Yeah, and each corner, they look like they're identical hairpins, hairpin 1 and 2, and then hairpin 3 and 4. They just look like they're mirrors of each other if you were to look at them from a top-down view. But the radiuses are very, very different. So hairpin 2 is probably the tightest by some distance. That it's the tightest corner on the track. But hairpin 1 is also not far behind. But then, by comparison, hairpin 3 is fairly open, a much more open radius, and then hairpin 4, because of the line that you take, opens right out, and it's a constant curve to the left as you exit it. So you just take it as one big sweep until you get to the kink on the right.
Well, that's the thing as well with hairpin 3, is that you don't really straighten up in these cars. You will on the final lap where you've got to put a bit of a move in to defend, but you don't really straighten up. Onto the final lap, final half a lap for Ben Adrian. A perfect Saturday for the driver of the O-plate. Round hairpin number 3 goes, out of hairpin number 4. Ben Adrian, pole position, 3 heat victories, and the final in round number 5 for Ben Adrian. Amy Peacock joins him on the podium in P2, and Alfie McBain will go to the podium as well in P3. Holly Swan in P4. She'd have been right there, I think, in that battle for the podium had earlier parts of the day gone with her, but she's got a chance to rectify it tomorrow as we return for round number 6. Sebastian Benson and Ashton Carmichael, who put on a great show in the first half of the race, battling it out with Holly Swan, crossed the line in 5th and 6th respectively. And Jack McGillicuddy crosses the line in P number 7.
And that brings to an end your final here for Minimax, the first of our Rotax classes. Of course, we've got 3 classes here this weekend. Well, 4 technically, because we've got Micromax running in Cadet as well. But next up will be Junior Rotax. So your grid for the final will go to Addison Smith, pole position, then Jared Fox-Whiteley in P2, Max Wilkinson in 3rd place with Oscar Waugh in 4th, Sam Robson in 5th and Melissa Adrian in 6th. Joseph Yao in 7th, Ben Robinson in 8th, Luke Walton in 9th and Harry McLaughlin in 10th with Maya Simpson in P11. As they roll out now for their warm-up lap, or their rolling up lap, our junior Rotax runners. How are you going to call this one, David?
Difficult to see past a Smith-Fox-Whiteley battle at the front. Oscar Waugh and Max Wilkinson need to go early if they're going to stick with them and turn it into a 3-kart battle. And then when we drill down to it, difficult to see past Addison Smith, 100% record so far today with 3 races, 3 race victories in the heats. But you can't discount the championship leader, Jared Fox-Whiteley, going off the outside of the front row. He's got to get to the inside early here as they come into the acceleration zone. Fox-Whiteley, can he get across to the inside? He tries to squeeze Addison Smith on the inside. Fox-Whiteley all the way around the outside. He's going to slot back into P4. It's not gone well for Jared Fox-Whiteley on the opening lap. Oscar Waugh trying to get down the inside of Max Wilkinson into hairpin 2. This is going to give Fox-Whiteley the opportunity. Switch back from Fox-Whiteley up into 3rd place. Could it be 2nd as they run down into South Bank? Fox-Whiteley up into 2nd place. Somewhat fortuitous, but he was there at the right time.
He was, absolutely, and moves into P2. Oscar Waugh has got to deal with Max Wilkinson if he's going to go with Fox-Whiteley. But a huge gap, the biggest gap we've seen at any point through the day between Fox-Whiteley and Smith. Smith leads by over a second from Fox-Whiteley, so real work to do here for Fox-Whiteley. He's going to have to use up all of those tyres, everything that he's got left to try and close this gap. Then we've got Max Wilkinson, Oscar Waugh, Sam Robson, Joseph Yao, Melissa Adrian, Maya Simpson, Ben Robinson, Luke Walton and Harry McLaughlin.
Yao tries to move down the inside of Robson, was through briefly, through
There's
those
Waugh.
going to be Oscar Waugh, down the inside of Max Wilkinson. Wilkinson trying to turn in, but finds Oscar Waugh's number 2 there. Then Joseph Yao goes wide. Melissa Adrian down the inside, having retired from heat number 3. We've got drivers at the back now that all had a retirement. Maya Simpson, Melissa Adrian and Ben Robinson, all having a heat retirement, having to work their way through, but at the moment they're squabbling with each other. And
squabbling is the correct word, David. They're getting very impatient with each other as Fox-Whiteley and Smith now move away. Oscar Waugh is now 2 seconds back, but heading the rest of this group behind. And great action here as Melissa Adrian then passes Simpson, and Ben Robinson is going to say thank you very much and take both of them with great drive out of hairpin 2, passes both of them down the straight.
Yeah, great move there by Ben Robinson. Been distracted out the commentary box window by Morgan Kugisman walking up the bank with what looks like 2 cocktails. Sorry, unprofessional.
I'll take a margarita, please. Oh, it is Mexican night tonight.
It is Mexican night.
Fox-Whiteley with the fastest lap of the race. Back on subject. Fox-Whiteley, fastest lap of the race, closes the gap now. It is down to 0.8 of a second. He was a 10th faster that time around. If he continues that throughout the rest of this race, he is going to be there by the end of it. We've got a long, long way to go in this race.
Yeah, they've run 12 minutes plus 1 lap in this final, so it's a lot longer than what the heats were. Sam Robson looking very racy on the back there of Wilkinson.
Fox-Whiteley, another fastest lap of the race that time round, almost 2/10 faster than Smith. He is now in the slipstream of Addison Smith, and that gap is 0.6 of a second. It looks even less than that now out of the commentary box window as the front 2 start to close together. We're looking at Sam Robson overtaking Max Wilkinson with a great move down the inside of hairpin 2. Gets that move completed, and Joseph Yao as well looking to follow through, and indeed almost does at hairpin 3. Wilkinson then does at hairpin 4, and Yao is going to come back around the right-hander and we'll get the inside line for the D chicane, and finally gets the move completed.
Great bit of racing. It's going to have cost them a little bit of time in doing that as well. Max Wilkinson starting to fall backwards a little bit into the clutches here. He's running up onto the back of Oscar Waugh in the early part of this race. Now he's under pressure by Ben Robinson in 7th place, who's coming through. Melissa Adrian as well, coming through the field after their problems earlier on. Robinson with a fairly good debut with the exception of that retirement. Seems to have taken very, very well to this junior spec machinery, having done half the season in Minimax. Another fastest lap by Jared Fox-Whiteley. Saw a few laps ago he was getting an indication from the pit wall near the commentary box that he's got a big gap to the to third place behind, and that his only focus needs to be on the driver in front. Luke Walton rolls off into the pit lane, out of P10 into retirement for Luke Walton. Race
a difficult day as well as Luke Walton, unfortunately. So that's a real shame for Luke Walton, or along the lines of Abel Hutton's kind of day as well as Luke Walton. Not quite as bad, but not far off. So hopefully you can gather things up and get back to it tomorrow. The gap at the front now down to 0.179 of a second. So Jared Fox-Whiteley's taken the best part of a second out of Addison Smith. But how much life has he taken out of those tyres to get there?
Well, we know Smith historically is very, very good at looking after the rubber and hasn't really had to push in the early part of this race in the same way that Fox-Whiteley has. And tyre temperature is huge when it comes to Rotax. Fox-Whiteley closing in on the back. I imagine the gap was around about 0.2 on the previous lap. It will be fairly similar this time round. In fact, a fraction larger, but you wouldn't notice that on screen, that's for sure.
The gap stayed equidistant that time around.
Yeah.
It was like Fox-Whiteley wasn't able to close anything that time.
Robinson's had a excursion somewhere, Tom. Lost 8 seconds on that previous lap. In terms of lap time, he's done a 52nd lap time. He's currently now down in 9th place.
That's a shame for Robinson
It's
as
been
well.
a decent outing for him so far. We've got a contact warning for the 11 of Max Wilkinson.
That could explain why Robinson lost so much time.
Quite possibly.
Because they were together on track. So we've got Melissa Adrian has now overtaken Max Wilkinson as well. So sort of Sam Robson, Joseph Yao, Melissa Adrian, Max Wilkinson and Maya Simpson are all in one kind of group. Maya Simpson slightly off the back of it, but if they start fighting, we'll be right there as well. So we've got a fight for fourth. Oscar Waugh in a pretty lonely third place at the moment. Looks done and dusted there. He's got 2.5 seconds behind him. And he's got 3 seconds in front of him. So a bit of a lonely race for Oscar Waugh, but if he manages to finish third, has had a very good weekend here once again.
Ben Robinson's peeled off into the pit lane after that incident earlier on, which we believe was with Max Wilkinson, although we are just putting 2 and 2 together and hoping that 4 is the answer between the two of us. But
your quick maths.
Well, quick maths. 2 maths spelled with an F, of course.
2 Fs.
Yeah, there was a contact warning from Max Wilkinson shortly after Ben Robinson dropped 8 seconds on lap number 8. Robinson then realising that the chance of progressing any further, really, because of that time lost, was not worth it, and he peels off into the pit lane, saves the tyres and the engine for later on in the weekend.
Personal best for Addison Smith that time around. Not quite as quick as Fox-Whiteley's fastest lap of the race. He was he was 100th and a half off the fastest lap of the race. So it has Addison Smith now started to turn the screw a little bit as we look at Melissa Adrian passing Joseph Yao for 5th on the road. So Melissa Adrian with a good recovery drive here up to 5th place now, and about to get to work on Sam Robson.
Melissa Adrian, similar to Holly Swan, I think, would have been in the mix for a podium here had things worked out. She had an incident in heat number 3 where she barely got going into this national loop corner on the opening lap. Contact saw her retire. Seemed to be in good spirits though during the lunch break, and is now all over the back of Sam Robson in the 58 machine. Adrian jinking left and right into the slipstream. Robson with a look over the shoulder, and again Melissa Adrian then heading towards the South Bank corner. Thought she was going to pop out, but Robson made the earlier turn in. That's going to mean he's going to be slightly slower on entry to 3. Melissa Adrian, though, needs to get this done quickly or she's going to fall back again into... Oh! Didn't see that, Tom.
No, I didn't either, because they came across the line. There has been a change. We've missed that one off camera, unfortunately, but there has been a change for the lead. Fox Whiteley has come through. Addison Smith doing a 42.6 that lap around, and 42.2 for Fox Whiteley. So both of them were slower relative, but there was an overtake in that move as well. So Fox Whiteley hitting the front here, and he's done a great effort to catch up a second on Addison Smith and then get the move done as well. So brilliant drive so far from Fox Whiteley. But we've seen him in this position before, and we've seen Smith in this position before, and we've seen so far today it go the way of Smith every time.
Yeah, apologies to Captain Paul Franklin, who's given us a commentary box with windows left, right and front, and we've missed the overtake for the lead because we were focusing on camera, on the screen in front of us. We do have a track visual as well, but at the time we were talking heavily about the Robson, Adrian and Yao battle for fourth place and missed that change for the lead. So with 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, Jared Fox Whiteley has hit the front. Remembering all of the heats, first and second, between these two, there was only a 1 point difference. 50 for the win, 49 for second in the heats. When you come to the final, though, it's 65 for a win and 58 for second. So Jared Fox Whiteley here could take a 4 point advantage out of this round, having not won any of the heats, just winning the final. That's where the big points are handed out, but also the points difference between first, second, and then another 5 down to third is the big change.
That's a huge championship implications. It will go one way or the other based on this result. As always, these two are nose to tail, as they have been throughout the year as well. So Fox Whiteley, fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, not on this lap. But Smith matching both lap time and the distance is staying exactly the same as well between them. So we've seen Smith in this position throughout the day. We've got 30 seconds plus 1 lap to go. This is normally when Smith would start to make the move, is on this lap. As they head towards the last lap board. I think we are going to take the last lap board this time around. We've got 10 seconds to go. Oh, it's going to be touch and go. It's really going to be 5,
it's tighter than a mouse is here,
3,
this, isn't it?
2, 1. No last lap board. We will get 2 more laps here. Ooh, that was close.
Oh.
Hope they've got enough fuel.
Oh, they're going to need to. It's going to be an 18-lap final.
Crikey.
Jared Fox Whiteley and Addison Smith round hairpins 1 and 2 for the penultimate time. South Bank, the last lap board, will be waiting on the overhead gantry. This time, Fox Whiteley straight lines it into hairpin 4, wary of Addison Smith coming through. Now we've got the final lap. This is where now Fox Whiteley gets nervous. Smith gets excited. Smith trying to find a way through into the chicane towards hairpin 1. Fox Whiteley a cart width narrower. Fox Whiteley with the fastest lap of the race on the previous, holding off Addison Smith down the back straight for the final time.
Sam Robson dropped a couple of places that lap as well. He's dropped from 4th down to 8th now.
He's pitted as well, Tom. Robson's day over with a lap to go. Disappointment for Robson, a 57 on that previous lap. Heading towards the final bend though is Addison Smith and Jared Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley is through, out of the final corner. Jared Fox Whiteley banging the side pod, and Jared Fox Whiteley wins from Addison Smith. Oscar War completes the podium in junior Rotax. That's your top 3. Then it's going to be Melissa Adrian. Joseph Yao drops behind Max Wilkinson on the final lap. So it's Adrian Wilkinson and Yao 4th, 5th and 6th. Maya Simpson in P7 with Harry McLaughlin already through a lap down, and Sam Robson as well. So Robson will be classified in 8th, McLaughlin in 9th, with Robson and Walton having both retired in 10th and 11th respectively.
Incredibly impressive drive there from your final winner, Jared Fox Whiteley, to close down a second on Addison Smith, who'd won all 3 races here today. Jared Fox-Whiteley taking the final, and with it, the greater haul of championship points as well over the course of the day, just down to winning the final, as David pointed out earlier. So smart from Fox-Whiteley, and also beneficial in terms of the championship as well. Smith winning all 3 heats. Cannot be disappointed today, but does take second in the final. There's Oscar Waugh, a brilliant 3rd place for him. Melissa Adrian, also another brilliant drive as well. 4th place in the final. Great recovery from Melissa Adrian. Max Wilkinson crossing the weighbridge there as well. And that brings to an end our junior Rotax final. Coming up next, our penultimate race of the day already. We've absolutely flown through today, or it feels like it. We've flown through today. It's our penultimate race of the day, which will be Senior Rotax.
So Monroe Renard then, with his impressive debut in Senior Rotax, will go off pole position. Arthur Loudien alongside with Paul Swan and Martin Fisher. Then it's going to be Joseph Johnson and Ashley Savage. Off row 4 will be Emma Brown and Nathan Jensen. Jensen, who's been running at the front, but's had a retirement, hence why we find him in P8. Andy Hull will, or should be at the very least, in 9th place, although did miss heat number 3. So there may be a reason if he's not out. That'll be why the problems, but I think he is. He's rolling round. He is there in 9th place. So in Senior Rotax, he is into position. Through they come then. Green is up. Green is down, and Monroe Renard just doesn't get away, Tom. Monroe Renard, slow away, put the power down, the cart didn't respond, the plug oil's up, and Monroe Renard, we've got Nathan Jensen, is that spinning on the outside? It is, and Monroe Renard, who'd done all the hard work to get on pole position for the final, goes round in 5th place on the opening lap. He's got some power now. They've managed to blow it through, but Monroe Renard is going to have to do all the hard work again. 3 heat victories, but nothing to show for it at the start of the Senior Rotax final.
No, he did drop down as far as 7th at one point as well, but has managed to collect it back up and is now onto the tail of Ashley Savage. So it is Arthur Loudien from Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, Ashley Savage, Monroe Renard, Joseph Johnson, Emma Brown. Andy Hull is back out now in 8th place. And then we have Nathan Jensen recovering from that spin in 9th. Renard passing Savage through hairpin 3. Savage returning the favour, through hairpin 1 and then hairpin 2. They get the switch back and Renard has got the inside line into South Bank and will complete the move, I'm fairly sure. We've got a contact warning for Renard as well.
It was a robust move into hairpin 1. We've got Nathan Jensen round the gain, and looks like he's got a problem there, was it? Or is that an illusion based on the fact that South Bank is very banked? I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Not the first time he's been round though, Tom, so I don't know whether he's got a bit of an imbalance on that cart.
So Renard up to 4th and already closing in on the back of Paul Swan for 3rd. Loudien looking comfortable at the front of this one at the moment. Martin Fisher able to go with so far, which is a good showing from Martin Fisher as well, holding on to P2 comfortably here as it stands at the moment. Then we've got Paul Swan in 3rd and Monroe Renard now right behind and right in front of Paul Swan, who's going to get the switch back and gets great drive and chops the nose off Monroe Renard and slots back in front. Loved that from Paul Swan. Monroe Renard, even with that, still sets the fastest after the race. So huge amounts of pace still in hand.
Renard's got to be very, very careful though, Tom, because whilst he's got the pace, there's no point in overtaking everybody, making it look brilliant, and then getting a 5-second penalty for a front fairing penalty on your way through, and then your hard work means nothing. And
he's already got 1 contact warning as well, so he needs to be clean working his way through.
Let's see what the plan of attack here is on Paul Swan. Will it be a straight line into 4? It is not, but because they haven't managed to find a way through, it also means they haven't managed to drop away from Ashley Savage as well. Savage 4 tenths quicker than Swan and Renard on that previous lap. Renard needs to find a way through here. The time ticking down. Renard trying that move down the inside on Paul Swan. Swan gives him a little bit of room, but not enough for Renard to go through.
Savage is right there again on Renard now. So
Savage was the quickest driver on track on the previous lap, with everybody, with Nathan Jensen within the 10th, and then there was nobody within nearly 4 tenths of a second from Ashley Savage.
Renard
includes Loudon at the front.
I was just going to say, Renard seems to be getting impatient here behind Paul Swan. The gap's not increasing too much. It's only 1.3 seconds, so it's not like he's seen the front two disappear, away from Paul Swan in front. But Renard's going to have to find a way through cleanly here fairly quickly.
Could be here, Tom. He's got a really good run out of hairpin 2 and does indeed slide down the inside into South Bank. So didn't really need to work too hard for that one, just needed to set it up nicely out of hairpin 2 for Joe Renard.
Looks like he's got another gear there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would expect to see him pull away now from Paul Swan, who I think has been holding him up, and indeed he has already. Some 6 tenths of a second the gap by the time he came over the start-finish line. Then Joe Renard half a second quicker than Martin Fisher and Arthur Loudon in front.
Oh, he's already there on Martin Fisher. He's already closed that gap. So he's 4 tenths of a second quicker just on this lap already to close the gap to Martin Fisher. And he's probably going to have a look here and does get through into second place and past Martin Fisher now. And will immediately go to work on Arthur Loudon. I'm expecting a fastest lap of the race incoming. We had one on the previous lap. We don't quite get it because he missed it by 1,000th of a second.
So close.
Consistent though.
Oh yes, you can't. 1,000th of a second between his lap time on lap 6 and lap 7. Still over half the race to go here. 12 minutes plus 1 lap in this final for Senior Rotax. Expect 18 laps. We're currently on lap number 8, and Joe Renard is through down the inside of Arthur Loudon, and Renard, who started on pole position, dropped down into P7 with the problems at the start, comes back through and leads with more than half of this race still to go.
We've got Ashley Savage and Paul Swan resuming their hostilities. I mean, it's not hostile, is it, or anything like that, but they are resuming battle once again that we've seen for the last couple of heats between these two. And now they're taking it up again in the final. Savage has been unable to find a way through so far on Swan.
But even though they were, but they're coming up onto Martin Fisher.
They are
closing in. And Arthur Loudon's not too far away. Is it beyond possibility here that we see both Swan and Savage second and third? Although, to be fair, if they keep squabbling like that and arguing over it, I don't think it's going to help either of them. But
Swan they thought about sending it then, didn't he?
They could come through here because even with all that squabbling, they're not too far off. Now the second place, Martin Fisher in third. They come through together. There's still 5.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Savage, I think, has kept his powder dry for the final here. Has slowly been rebuilding confidence after a long time away from the kart due to injury sustained a while back here in an incident on the start-finish line, but is, as we said, slowly building back confidence, slowly getting his racecraft back, slowly getting his pace back.
The thing as a racing driver as well, Tom, is that if you do have an incident, what you really need to do, whether you want to or not, is get straight back in the seat, because you need to push that back out of your mind. Down the inside he goes on Martin Fisher. Unfortunately, because he hurt himself, through he goes, and Paul Swan as well, he wasn't able to do that, and you think you could tell that at the start of the day.
And you could see how happy he was with that move as well, because as he came onto the back straight, he was like, yes, yes, yes. Well, that's right, Ashley, you've now moved up to P3. You're back on the podium, first time back here at Teesside since that incident, and you are well on the way to a podium now. You just got to catch Arthur Loudon, and you'll take second on the road as well, which will be a fantastic return. is a good 1.7 seconds back to is 1.7 seconds back to from Arthur Lowthian back to Ashley Savage. There is Lowthian holding second well and looking right as well. Looks comfortable. It looks good. It suits him.
Yeah, but but earlier on in the middle part of the race, it looked like he was being closed in by Fisher, Savage, and Swan. They have tripped themselves up, albeit they're probably now in the right order in terms of overall pace. But they've got 1.7 seconds now to try and close in on Arthur Lowthian for second place on the podium, certainly for Savage. Swan wants to be on the final step. Down the inside of Andy Hull goes our race leader, Monroe Renard.
And Savage could only match Lowthian on that last lap around as well. We've still got 3 minutes plus a lap, so we'll see another 5-6 laps here, potentially 5 laps here.
Yeah, I think we're looking at an 18-lap final. Hull going all the way round the outside there. Now Savage would
with a personal best.
Through.
He put in a personal best at that time
around.
around.
But look at Savage now, caught up behind some lap traffic, and I think the opportunity for second place may well have gone in that, because he set a personal best, a 10th and a half almost quicker than Arthur Lowthian, and now will be struggling, I think, to be within 2 seconds. That was down to 1.5, and just looking to chip away, still with 5 or 6 laps to go in this one.
So we'll see what the gap is this time around. 42.2 for Savage. Lowthian, 42.8 for Savage with that bit of a hold-up. So the gap is now 2.1 seconds. Going to be tricky with 2 minutes plus a lap to go to close that down. I don't think that's really going to be possible. But the plus side of that is that it helped Savage in terms of pressure from Swan, as he's now 1.6 seconds behind. So he got caught up behind Andy Hull as well. Martin Fisher, unfortunately, has dropped the best part of 5 seconds, despite being third place for the early part of this race. He's now in a distant 5th place, with Nathan Jensen recovering after 2 spins. He's now in 6th, but could well take 5th on pace. Looking at it, he's a full second a lap quicker than Martin Fisher. And
he's pitted. Nathan Jensen, who was closing in, has peeled off into the pit lane.
Sorry, Nathan. I appear to have jinxed you there.
There is Nathan Jensen. Yeah. Rolling off into
I'm not sure whether that was the camera microphone. It didn't sound particularly healthy, that.
No, the chain sounded a little loose, didn't it? A little bit rattly.
Very rattly, yes. So we look at Monroe Renard, and then we look back at Emma Brown as well, who is leading your 177 class. Monroe Renard with another fastest lap of the race of 41.7. He was a full 7/10 quicker than Arthur Lowthian on that lap, and Ashley Savage was half a second quicker than Lowthian as well. So that gap down to 1.2 seconds now.
And Renard, I think, here could well again get round before the timer on our screen elapses. 11 seconds he will do. He'll get out the final corner. Monroe Renard now with 2 laps to go, with a big gap back to Arthur Lowthian of 4/10 of a second. Savage another half a second out of Arthur Lowthian.
It's down to 0.6 of a second. This is for second place.
Savage needs this lap, needs that extra half a second on this lap.
And he's going to be thankful that Renard was so far in front as well, because he's going to get that extra lap in that he's needing to catch Arthur Lowthian. He's going to need a little bit of help here from Emma Brown, and does in fact get it. Emma Brown steering well clear of this battle for second. Good awareness from Emma Brown. Let's see what the gap is this time around. Another 1/4 of a second quicker. It's down to 0.4 of a second. That's full slipstream territory now, and Ashley Savage is going to be right there on the back of Arthur Lowthian. It becomes a a battle as much of stamina at this point, where you've done 18 laps already. We're on to the 19th lap as we speak, to hold on to the car, be able to hold on to the car. I think Ashley Savage may well just run out of time here as Monroe Renard rounds the final corner for the final time, comes over the start-finish line and takes victory here.
Savage went down the inside of Lothian. Lothian had it scouted and ran all the way round the outside. Arthur Lothian holds on for second place. Great result for Lothian, and Ashley Savage, on his return to karting here at Teesside Autodrome, will go to the podium in third place. Great result, and immediately great show of sportsmanship between the two of them. That final last lap battle. Renard takes victory from Lothian Savage. Swan and Fisher with Joseph Johnson in P number 6. Emma Brown wins Rotax 177 from Andy Hull. But a massive congratulations to Monroe Renard on his senior Rotax debut. He takes victory here at Teesside Autodrome at round number 5.
Yes, indeed, and congratulations as well to Arthur Lothian taking P2, and Ashley Savage, as you said, David, on return, taking a podium here.
He's had a very slow rolling round lap, and I think there's just going to be a little bit of relief leaving Ashley Savage after that one.
Yeah, it's pretty knackering as well, to be quite honest. They've done 19 laps here, plus a roll down lap as well.
That's nothing, Tom. They've not done a parents' race in a hire kart this evening.
No,
we'll show you what time it is.
I'd rather do the hire kart than 19 laps in this. Right, we're going to go to the Sting very quickly for our final for Senior Pro Kart. We're already halfway around the roll-up lap, so David's going to rattle us through this grid as quick as we can.
Josh Folker starts on pole position then with Connor Lucas alongside Max Shields and Asher Blythe on row 2, Christian Oblang and Jake Richardson on row 3 from Joe Grinsell and David Thompson Mack. The 10 completed by Simon Dougherty and Jack Hewland, Jacob Kadani and Amy Frame. The top 2 novices start 11th and 12th respectively. 13th is Marty Gilfillan with George Ludwell alongside Harry Roddis and Matthew Houseby on row 8, James Wilson and Michael Lithgow on row number 9. Row 10, 19th and 20th, Liam Gallup and Alfie King in front of Sean Bean and Dalton McCarthy. Dominic Needham and Thomas Hewland are on row number 12. Then it's Lennon French, 2 disqualifications so far. See him, our final senior runner. Needham, Pawsey, Watson, Brown and Potter in front of Williamson are your junior runners. And here we go then, into the acceleration zone we go for Senior Pro Kart.
Good start from the inside line as well. Very slow start from the outside lane as Folkus and Shields work together well. But Lucas manages to hold on around the outside. And it is Folkus from Lucas, from Shields, from Oblag. Then it's Grinsell and Blythe, Doughty.
Matthew Houseby off on the outside. Amy Frame is round as well. Dalton McCarthy off as well. Matthew Houseby, don't know what happened there, but he just understeered straight on at hairpin number 1.
And Amy Frame once again in the wars. It's not been her day, and we've got a kart smoking a lot down the back straight as well. Is that tyre rub from a bump potentially?
Possibly. I'll keep an eye on that. I think that could be Michael Lithgow.
It is Michael Lithgow, you're right.
Yeah,
good call, David.
And that tyre is going to be pancaked in about now.
Yeah. I think he's looked down and realised now that there's something wrong. No, other side. He thinks it's throttle.
Yeah,
it's the rear bumper.
Definitely not throttle, it's the rear bumper into the tyre. That's going to put a groove round that tyre, and that tyre is going to be flat in around about 15 to 20 seconds.
He's James Bonding it around the track at the moment. Should either pull in as soon as he realises which tyre it is.
Stealth mode engaged.
Or pull over to the side of the track. Either way, we continue on here. It is Folkus from Lucas, from Shields, Oblag, Grinsell, Blythe, Doughty, Cardani, showing very well in 8th place with Richardson and Gilfillan in 10th. They head over the line one more time.
Lucas sticking with Folkus at the front. A poor start from the outside for Connor Lucas, allowed Max Shields to get down the inside, but then Lucas ran it all the way around the outside.
Lennon French started 23rd, I believe. He's already up to 14th.
25th.
25th.
Yeah, he was the final of our senior runners in 25th place.
And he's already up to 14th.
Yeah, Michael Lithgow's coming into the pit lane, and as expected, that tyre is now flat.
I just got a waft of it through beautiful musk of burnt Dunlop. Wafting through the commentary box.
Once again, what are you wearing? Burnt Dunlop.
It would be a great scent, wouldn't it? So we look at the front two. As per, it is Focus from Lucas, or Lucas from Focus. This time it's Focus from Lucas. Lucas with the fastest lap of the race. Shields in third and Oblag in fourth. Then we've got Grinsell, Blythe, Richardson, Doughty, Cardani and Gilfillan once again.
Good showings for novice runners. Jacob Kadani leading the novice class from Marty Gilfillan in 9th and 10th respectively. James Wilson third in that class in 14th. Ludwell is 16th in front of Gallett and King. Fian as well, and then Amy Frame recovering from that opening lap spin in 23rd place.
Indeed, we've still got 8 minutes plus, or 8 minutes 45 now plus a lap here. Christian Oblag with the fastest lap of the race in fourth. 1.3 seconds off the lead.
Going with Shields though, they're in their own battle, of course, for the club championship. Lennon French is up to third in that class now. As down the inside of Josh Volkers goes Connor Lucas into South Bank. Change for the lead. The O-plate now leading the 43. And that's allowed Shields and Oblag to close up ever so slightly, although it is only a fraction as they come through and over the line. Shields 3/10 quicker because of that overtake. And now Connor Lucas in front of Josh Volkers. And what Shields will want now is Volkers to put a move in on Lucas almost immediately and draw him back into the battle. Fastest lap of the race for Shields, but Shields needs to be smart. Doesn't need to battle with the two in front of him. There's a bigger picture. There's a championship battle with Christian Oblag. They were battling it out in juniors last year, won eventually by Harvey Still. Shields in second, Oblag in third. Now they're running right at the sharp end of senior pro kart, third and fourth on track, but also battling at the front of that club league championship.
Yeah, they're Shields does need to play it smart. You're absolutely right, but Oblag is right there as well. Should Shields decide to get involved in that battle. Grinsell showing well in fifth as well. As fastest lap of the race goes to Connor Lucas once again. But Grinsell showing well in fifth, with Blythe in sixth. Then it's Jake Richardson, Simon Doughty, Jacob Cardani, and now David Thompson-Mack has cracked the top 10 for the first time in this race.
Yeah, found a way past Marty Gilfillan on the previous lap. Jacob Kadani, the next driver, in front of him to try and good showing for Kadani here this weekend. There is Thompson-Mack. There's a 55 of Kadani behind Simon Doughty.
Lennon French up to 12 now, and on the back of that group that's headed by Simon Doughty in 8th.
Yeah, Max drawn alongside Fian, the background, and then slots back in. Lennon French, great drive. Just once again, the bigger picture here, he's already up into third place in the clubman class. Doesn't really need to battle too much, but would like to find a way through, I'm sure. Doesn't want to get taken out though. It's been a good recovery drive for Lennon French. Second place, of course, in heat number 3, removed from the standings, not for the first time today, for a weight infringement, unfortunately, for Lennon French, but now in this final showing some pace.
Well, it's after lunch now, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to eat a kilo.
He'll be fine.
Eat a kilo.
So Lucas still holds on to the lead of this one as it stands at the moment. We're looking at Asher Blythe and Jake Richardson nose to tail. This is the Atom kart and the Apollo kart. And then in front of that is the MS kart of Joe Grinsell.
Grinsell, with the exception of the issues he had in heat number 2, where he was pinballed a little bit wide at hairpin number 1 on the opening lap and then was a little bit upset by it. Has been really on the pace here today.
Yeah, he has.
Round 5. In 5th place in front of Asher Bly, the race winner here at Teesside. He's coming under pressure from Jake Richardson. Richardson down the inside of Asher Bly.
You can see how low the pressures, the tyre pressure, Jake Richardson's running on that right rear as well. As he came through hairpin 4, you could see the squash in the tyre. It really did drop down and bounce around, and running such low pressures.
Just watching him do hairpin 1 out the, I know we've got it on screen, but I was watching it out of the commentary box window. Lennon French is down the inside of Marty Gilfillan. That's going to put him up into 11th place. Jacob Kadani, the next one in front of him.
Yeah,
in this battle just behind here, as you can just see it there. David Thompson, Max going down the inside of Simon Dougherty as well. Great catch by the camera up down there, Chris Simpson. The run up towards South Bank, and Lennon French is through as well on Jacob Kadani. French with the 2 overtakes in this lap will move him up from P12 inside the top 10. A great effort from his P25 start.
Yeah, potential 8th place on the cards here for Lennon French, which will be one heck of a recovery.
Focus with the fastest lap, still behind Connor Lucas, and they haven't been able to shake off the company of Max Shields and Christian Oblak either, albeit they are some 0.6 of a second behind.
I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm saying that this is Christian Oblak's best drive so far that we've seen in all the years we've been watching him, because he's there in a full-on, fully deserved on-pace 4th position.
Yeah.
And he's not, he's 1.5 seconds off Connor and Josh.
Yeah, there's some lap traffic
in the
coming
race
up, but what I do want to say about Christian Oblak is that as Jake Richardson finds a way past Joe Grinsell for 5th place, great result so far for Richardson as well, is with Christian Oblak, he's on a new chassis this weekend. They've upgraded their old Haas for a new Haas. But what I would say is that throughout most of the weekend, particularly Friday, they look to be struggling with the bit of setup on that kart a little bit. Looks like now they've got it dialed in, and Christian Oblak is showing exactly what he can do with it. Up into 4th place, Christian Oblak. He's running very, very comfortably at the front. Looks like he belongs there as well.
Absolutely, and it's been a long time coming for Christian Oblak to be in this position. We've seen him running right at the front of Junior Pro Kart through the last few years, but right at the front now of Senior Pro Kart, and potentially in a couple of laps, with this gap closing, could be battling for an overall win, even though he's in the clubman class.
Well, here's the thing. There's some lap traffic in front for Lucas and Folkus and Shields, for that matter, to deal with. Also, as you well know, Tom, when it starts getting at the business end of this, Folkus and Lucas aren't going to follow each other round to the checkered flag. Down the inside of Jake Richardson goes Joe Grinsell. Grinsell back up into 5th place. Richardson down to 6th. Tom craning out of the window.
I just wanted to see whether Oblak would get held up a little bit, and he did, unfortunately. And Oblak not happy with the situation, but it was the same for everybody. It was just he caught it in the wrong place. That was unfortunate for Oblak, but it's still not over. He's still got the slipstream of the 3 in front. Fastest lap of the race for Folkus as he starts to close in. 1 minute 43 and plus a lap to go.
Lucas tighter into hairpin 1 noticeably as well. Half a kart width in. This is what we're talking about. Well, this is what we're talking about. They're not going to sit and follow each other to the checkered flag. Shields in the prime seat to watch. Oblak not too far back either. Minute and 20.
Oh, and Folkus goes down the inside but can't get the move done. I called Lennon French. I said it was about the best he could hope for, his 8th position here. He's already up to 8th. He's 3 seconds back from Asher Blythe. It's going to be very, very difficult to close that gap. But 8th place for Lennon French as it stands at the moment. He's still an incredible drive from 25th on the grid.
Yeah, more lap traffic in front for the leaders to contend with in the next lap or so. Lucas goes onto the back straight, Folkus as well. There they are, Shields in the background, dropping down in the seat as soon as he's in a straight line, trying to minimise the wind effect drag down that back straight. Oblak probably a little bit too far back now to take advantage, having struggled to find the way through that lap traffic. A little bit unfortunate earlier on.
He was fastest car on track last time around though, was Oblak.
Yeah. So the leaders are coming through now as Needham goes wide. That's going to allow the 2 leaders to come through, but not Shields. And then Needham moves out of the way again. Great driving from Needham, had to come back in to take the D-chicane, allows Oblag through as well. Dominic Needham, superb awareness in
Great
the 69.
driving.
The top 4 back as you were, nothing between them. Lucas leading from Volkers. Last lap board will be out this time. 1.5 laps to go in Senior Pro Kart round number 5.
Yeah, here we go. This head round South Bank for the penultimate time. Volkers with a gap to Lucas in front now, although immediately closes that up and sends it into hairpin 4 and through. I thought he was miles back coming out of South Bank. How's he done that?
Volkers, Lucas, nose to tail. Volkers taking everybody by surprise, not least Connor Lucas.
Not least me in the commentary box.
And he's through at the final complex of corners as the last lap board comes out. Volkers, Lucas, and then Volkers hacksawing at the steering wheel to try and get it stopped.
Oh, he's
Now,
gone ultra
Lucas.
defensive into hairpin 2.
Yeah, they're going to be side by side. Lucas has got to the inside. Volkers is going to squeeze him. Shields in the background, almost shaking his head at the two of these two, squabbling in front. Lucas is back through.
He's going to need to white line it here, is Lucas. He does, and he blocks Volkers from coming through. Hairpin 3 blocks him into hairpin 4 as well. Look, Volkers is going to try and get the overspeed. Is he going to end up pushing Lucas? He cuts to the outside. They're side by side. They bounce over the curb. And the victory goes to Connor Lucas. A shake of the head from Josh Volkers. Third place goes to Max Shields. First in our clubman class, Christian Oblag. The performance of his life so far as I'm concerned, to take 4th place here overall and 2nd place in clubman. Only 0.7 of a second behind as well.
Oh, we've got Sophie Pawsey in the junior, all out.
She off on
the
South
outside.
Bank.
Wheel missing off the left side. Sophie Pawsey, the championship leader. There's the wheel. As soon as the timing stack moved, there's the wheel. And Sophie Pawsey, for the first time this season, will not be on the podium in Junior Pro Kart. Your top 3 in each class. Connor Lucas, Josh Volkers, and for the first time, Joe Grinsell on the podium in Pro. In our clubman class, Max Shields, Christian Oblag, and a fantastic recovery drive of the day for me, from Lennon French up into P8 overall and 3rd place in class. In novice, Jacob Kadani takes victory for what I believe to be the first time in front of George Ludwell, and a maiden podium in novice for Marty Gilfillan. Juniors won for the first time here at Teesside as well by Isaac Needham, with Oliver Watson in his first outing of the season in 2nd place, and Joseph Williamson, another new name to the podium. It's been a day of firsts here at Teesside, not least in Pro Kart.
Yeah, what a day, really. And the best thing about all of this action that we've just seen, we get to do it all again tomorrow.
We get to do it again tomorrow. We get to do it in an hour and a half. The parents' race here at Teesside. I'm just praying they put that D-chicane in. I'm sure they will, Tom. It's the only way to run this national circuit.
Yeah, we're not going straight into that.
We're not going into that, no. We're definitely
not at full tilt with 30
I'll be starting a petition if we're not allowed to run the D-chicane. We have done every other time, so I don't know why we wouldn't, but what a day.
Yeah, what a day indeed. It's been fantastic action again here, as always, here at the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series. Thank you, as always, go to our emergency medical team, to our marshals, who we can see here are still working on the circuit, recovering Sophie Pawsey's stricken car on the exit of South Bank Corner, right on the outside. So thank you to our marshals, as always, who do a fantastic job putting themselves in harm's way to make sure that we can go racing safely and comfortably. Thank you as well to all our camera people bringing you this event live, and of course to yourself for being
part of it, watching at home.
The commentary wife, as you.
I was going
to say to you.
At home.
Yeah. Oh no, thanks to the people at home for watching as well. Yeah, it's been great having you with us. Please keep your comments coming in all day tomorrow as well. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you to our sponsors as well: NRG Cycles, HRS Racing Engines, Lucas Racing, MS Kart Racing Technology. Anybody that I've missed?
I think that's it, Tom. It's been a wonderful day here at Teesside Autodrome. We'll be back tomorrow for round number 6 of this double-header weekend from 9:20 tomorrow morning here at Teesside. Until then, enjoy your Saturday evening. We'll see you again tomorrow morning. From myself, David Sullivan, Tom Butterworth alongside me, and everybody at Alpha Live. We'll see you again tomorrow.